All right, everyone. Very warm welcome to the 2-day generative AI mastermind at Outskill. Super excited to get started with this batch of the mastermind. Let me know on the chat if you're all able to see me well and hear me well. I've just turned the chat on. I see that more people are joining in. And I would want all of you to put in a yes on the chat if you can hear me well and see me well. Wonderful. Wonderful. I can see a lot of people saying yes. I'm loving how the chat is rolling at this point of time. I'm just going to pause it for a second. All right. Wonderful. Wonderful. Love how this is rolling. I see that more people are joining in. And I also want to remind all of you that as you join in, please go ahead and answer the poll that we have launched because that is going to give us a good sense of who you are, whether you have attended sessions or learning experiences inside of Outskill before or not. And I see that a lot of you are joining in from your mobile phones at this point of time. I would quickly recommend all of you, if possible, move to laptops or desktops because, like we mentioned, it's going to be a long day of training where we are not only going to be learning theoretical things, we are actually going to be using a lot of tools, doing a lot of demos, and helping all of you go ahead and get that hands-on practice as well. So if possible, switch to a laptop or a desktop so that you are able to make the most of this. But in case you do not have a laptop or a desktop, it is fine even if you are attending from a mobile phone. But those of you who might be feeling that my voice is breaking or are not able to hear me well, please also make sure that you're using headphones or earphones so that you're able to hear us very, very well. But with that being said, as I see more people joining in, let me quickly share my screen and officially start this batch of the generative AI mastermind. Now, as I look at the poll, and I would want more people to go ahead and participate in the poll as well before we stop the poll. I see that many of you, 98% of you who are here, are attending a learning experience inside of Outskill for the very first time, the brand that is conducting this entire 2-day event for all of you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly get started with a quick introduction about Outskill itself in terms of what we have been doing. And while I do that, I'm going to put the chat on pause so that all of you have focus as we get started with this training. Welcome to the 2-day generative AI mastermind here. And just to tell you a little bit about Outskill, we are the world's first and largest generative AI education platforms. And you're going to be seeing this playing out a lot today and tomorrow as well. And everything that we are trying to teach you over this mastermind are things that we have been able to implement ourselves with generative AI. We have a vision of bringing generative AI education to over 100 million plus people globally by 2028. And I'm super happy that you have joined this force. You have started this journey yourself. And I hope that all of the fruits that we want all of you to be able to take away come through you by the end of tomorrow. This 2-day AI training program is, I believe, one of the most powerful AI training programs that have ever been created because we left or kept the jargon out and we tried to implement a lot of these practices ourselves over the last 3 years. And that is what we are going to be teaching you over today and tomorrow. So it's going to be very actionable. And my hope is that you walk out with actionable steps that you can start implementing from Monday onwards as you go back into your offices or your workplaces or your colleges or wherever it is you're from. And just to excite you a little more, in this journey of getting to 100 million plus people globally, more than 11 million plus people have already attended this program before. Of course, previous iterations that we had done, and this one that you are attending is the most updated iteration of the generative AI mastermind. So all of the new AI launches that have happened very recently, all of the new updates that have happened, you're going to be seeing all of them coming up as we teach you things today and tomorrow, right? And we have had people from all across the globe join in. Now I'm going to turn the chat on and I want all of you to drop in on the chat. Where is it that you are joining in from? Vaishali, I hope the echo is only probably on your end. Everybody else is able to hear me well. I see people from Raipur, Mumbai, Bangalore, Sydney, Kolkata, Australia. Might be quite late for people who are from Australia at this point of time. USA, Canada, Boston, New Zealand, wow. South Africa, lovely. Seattle, look at that, folks. Look at that. Look at the chat at this point of time. People from all across the world trying to learn AI, trying to seek clarity on how to make use of this technology. This is incredible. This is incredible. Now, I'm going to set the chat on pause. Jatin, I'm not sure why you think I'm an animated person. I'm a real human being. I can pinch myself as well. And as I pinch myself, it hurts also. And I could be taking in some water as well, but I'm not animated. Folks, is my voice and video clear for all of you, or does it seem animated? We, of course, are going to be teaching you AI, but I am not AI. I'm real. All of the mentors that are coming in are also real. Yeah? Perfect. 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 All right. And more than 100 million hours of AI learning has happened at Outskill so far. Of course, we do teach how can you make your own AI clones. But when we teach that, we are real human beings coming here and teaching you after having practiced these skill sets, right? And now to introduce myself, the real me, my name is Funny Krishna. You can also call me PK for those of you who are from outside of India. And here in South India, it's a very common name. I'm one of the founding members here at Outskill, currently leading growth and the associate director as well. I've worn multiple hats over the last 3 to 4 years. And I'm going to be talking about one specific mindset that we would like all of you to have as well, which is the mindset of being a generalist, being a core problem solver, which is what I have been trying to do all of my career. And it's been about 12 years for me so far, and my career also started with education itself. And I love helping people become the best versions of themselves. And that is what I'm going to be trying to do over today and tomorrow with all of you. I'm your host, and along with me, I have four incredible mentors that we have brought in, and two of them are mentors that you're going to be meeting today. Drop in a heart if you're super excited to meet Raghuveer and Vaibhav Sisanti. Raghuveer has led growth for companies like Uber, Nas Daily previously, and today has become an AI consultant. So he's going to come in very, very soon in the next 20 minutes. And he's going to take over for the first part of today, where he's going to be teaching a lot of foundations of AI models, but he's also going to be sharing his perspective of how, from leading growth at multiple different leading companies to becoming an AI consultant, how did his journey entirely look like? And what did it take for him to have that journey as well? And in the second half today, Vaibhav Sisanti is going to come in. I hope all of you know Vaibhav. Yes, on the chat, if you know Vaibhav already, if you have seen his podcasts already, he's going to come in live today, not his AI clone, but himself live in the second half to teach us some incredible things. And I'm going to be talking about those very, very soon. A lot of you are saying no. Many of you are saying yes as well. For those of you who are saying no, Vaibhav is one of the leading content creators in the AI space in the entire world as of today, right? Not only a content creator, but he's also the founder of Growth School and Outskill as well. And he's going to come in to share with all of you as to what really happened over the last 8 months itself as he implemented a lot of these processes for content creation. By the way, he has done podcasts with people like Raj Shamani, and these podcasts have literally helped millions of people learn a thing or two about generative AI. So he's coming in live today, and tomorrow we have two other incredible mentors. So these 2 days that you're here for, today and tomorrow, are absolutely packed. And I'm also going to, I hope all of you have gone ahead and blocked your calendars as well. As I look at the poll, I see that about 80% of you have blocked your calendars completely for today and tomorrow. And that really excites me. The other 20%, I really hope that you take the time out today and tomorrow. Today, as we get started, you can take a screenshot of this slide. I'm going to keep it very, very quick so that we can get started with the learning part of it right directly. But just to give you clarity, today, the whole day is going to end at 7 p.m. IST. Your lunch break today starts at 1 p.m. IST. And of course, we will be giving you water breaks and other mini breaks so that you can quickly refresh yourselves in between the sessions. But your lunch break today is at 1 p.m. IST. And then the whole day is going to go on till 7 p.m. IST. And we are going to be learning a bunch of things, right? If you are somebody who has just used a chat GPT so far, and probably nothing else, you will really learn how tools like ChatGPT work. And there are thousands and thousands of tools and multiple AI models that have come up today, which a lot of people are not aware of. All of that is what you will be learning in the first half of today. And you might have heard of something called as prompt engineering. We are going to teach you that as well before the lunch break today. And after the lunch break, we are going to go into advanced things, wherein we are going to go ahead and try to build AI bots, AI assistants, understand the future of AI, because it's not just AI models that are helping people like GPT 5.2 or, Claude Opus. You might have used multiple of these models, right? It's not just these that are helping people as of today. Something called as AI agents, and I'm going to be talking about that very, very soon, is what we all need to learn and build. And that is what we're going to be exploring towards the second half of today. And tomorrow, we're going to be learning how we can build products without having to write code. And we are going to be learning some additional things like image and video generation with AI. It's going to be super interesting as we step into it, right? So I hope all of you have taken a screenshot of this and are completely aligned with this schedule. Drop in clear on the chat if you're clear with this schedule and if you're with me so far. Perfect. Wonderful. Wonderful. I've just turned the reactions off because it was distracting me. But good to know that all of you are clear with this schedule. Now, want to make it very clear, since this is a 2 day long training, technically it is not possible for us to provide recordings to any of the sessions. So I would want all of you to have a notebook so that you can take down as many notes as possible. And after every session, we are going to be sharing resources with all of you. I will actually show you a resource document. In fact, very soon in the next 15 minutes, we are going to get started with the very first session. And everything that we are going to be teaching you in the first session, we will be sharing a resource document like this that summarizes everything for you, right? So all of the prompts, all of the links, all of the concepts that we teach you are all going to be summarized and shared with you after every session if you are on the call. But we will not be able to provide recordings. So it's important that you stick around and focus along with us. Give me a thumbs up as a reaction if you're clear with this and you are ready with your notebook as well, because I am, as your host, and I've done this previously as well, but still I'm here with my notes. I want all of you to be with your notes as well. Perfect. Perfect. And just a couple of more instructions so that we are all sorted and we can keep the operational part of it aside. You will all be receiving a certificate as well upon completion of the whole mastermind, right? Now it's based on your attendance. If you are there all throughout today and tomorrow, that is when you will be getting the certificate, and you can go ahead and add it to your resume, or you can go ahead and publish it on LinkedIn as well. But this certificate is only going to be given to those people who complete the whole training. And as we move forward, we're going to keep setting the chat on something called as hosts and panelists. So you might not be able to read all of the messages because I'm sure your computers or laptops might slow down. But we are very well prepared and we will be able to read all of your messages and help you all out with questions or any further doubts or clarifications that you might be having. I hope this is clear. And how do you communicate with us? We are going to be turning on and turning off the reactions option, right? So whenever you like a concept, you can drop in a heart. You're clear about something, you can give us a thumbs up, or you want more clarity, you can whenever we turn the chat on, you can let us know. But after every session, there is going to be enough time for us to get into questions as well, right? Now, this is everything that I wanted to share about Zoom and all of these operational things about the schedule, you blocking your calendars, and all of it. Now, let's come to the learning part. Shall we get started? Yes, drop in yes on the chat, and I'm going to be taking 10 more minutes to set the context of what is it that we are going to be learning, what is the mindset that we are going to be having. But I hope all of you are clear about the operational part of this entire training. Wonderful. Perfect. Perfect. Now, one thing that I really want all of you to believe in is that AI is for all. There are a lot of people who have this misconception that I'm not a techie. I have not learned computer language. I have not learned how to write code. Will I be able to understand and make use of generative AI? Absolutely, yes. And for all the engineers out there or technical people out there, there is no fear that everybody is able to use generative AI today, right? What you're going to be seeing today and tomorrow is basically no code and low code technology for which nobody needs to know how to write a single line of code. Everything that we will be doing will be in with English or natural language that we speak as well, right? But we are also towards the end of tomorrow going to slightly talk about how this technology can be utilized by engineers as well who know how to write code. But AI is for all, and it truly does not matter whether you can write computer language today or not. And these 2 days that you're spending here are truly going to be very, very impactful if you are a business owner or a startup founder or a solopreneur or an entrepreneur or anybody who wants to become either of these things. These 2 days are going to be super impactful for you because you will truly learn how you can implement AI in your business and how can that help you unlock 10x growth. What is the added advantage that it could bring in to your business? And all the working professionals and students, if you are a working professional and a student, these 2 days are going to be supremely impactful for you because it is going to make you an AI native person. What would that mean? When you walk in on Monday to your office or to your college, you will automatically or be that person who knows way more than everybody else around you. And you will be at a place where you can go ahead and teach them a thing or two as well. And if you're working professionals or students currently and want to become business owners, startup founders, or solopreneurs or entrepreneurs, there's never a time like this that we have seen before, right? You don't, there's a lot of leverage that you can get with this technology, and we're going to deep dive into that shortly. But before we actually deep dive, I want to zoom out slightly because I'm sure, as I look at the poll, and let me actually share the poll results with all of you so that you get a sense for yourself as to who are the people that you're learning with, right? We have close to over 8,000 people so far. Look at the poll results. We have salaried working professionals, consultants, founders, entrepreneurs, students, people getting started with their careers, people from different domains, business, product design, tech and software engineering, 28% of them, marketers, finance experts, people from other domains as well, people across years of experiences. And it's so nice to see that everybody is, irrespective of where we are from, how many years of experience we have, all of us are finding this technology relevant and important as well for us to come and learn. Now, what is generative AI? There are people who could have probably used a ChatGPT or a Claude or any of these chatbots, right? Commonly known as chatbots. And there are people who would have gone slightly beyond of that as well in terms of trying to build automations and agents. I want to zoom out and truly help everyone understand how AI is transforming the way we operate as of today. We have entrepreneurs and working professionals, and we also have people who are doing a mix of both. I'm going to try and give everyone a glimpse of what AI is doing to your own spaces at this point of time. And I would like to start with working professionals, right? Lot of people across the globe at this point of time are getting scared that AI is taking my role away. I'll actually break this down and tell you what is happening. Until today, we have all focused on becoming specialists. Even on the poll, I see that everybody has either chosen a marketer or a designer or probably a software engineer. 30% of you are that. People have become data analysts or auditors. We have all focused on one specific skill set all throughout, and we tried to go deep into it and try to spend as many years as possible in that particular domain. But what is today happening is that all of these specialist roles are being taken away by the technology that is developing, right? And why is this happening? Well, if you have been seeing, and I'm sure you have been seeing this over the last 2 years, many companies like Google, Intel, Microsoft, in fact, just 2 days back, Amazon also put out a notice that more than 16,000 of their employees, how many of you have read that? More than 16,000 of their employees are probably going to be replaced because of AI. How many of you have read that? Give me a thumbs up if you have read that. Like just 2 days back, this had sort of come out, right? Why is this happening? This is not happening to everybody, by the way. This is happening to a fraction of the segment of employees all across the world. And why is this happening? If you look at, I'm not sure if you can read this screenshot that I'm showing to you at this point of time, but this was an article or a research paper that Microsoft had put out recently, wherein they went ahead and started ranking all of the jobs that would exist in the AI world as well. And these are all jobs that don't need computers. So you know, jobs like uh, plumbing, carpentry, jobs that don't need computers are the jobs that are going to exist in a world that we probably might see 10 or 20 years from now, which is going to probably be taken over by robots as well, right? But it is not just these LLM models that are taking these jobs away. AI agents are being developed with the same technology, and we're going to break that technology down for all of you to understand this in a better way. But AI agents are being developed all across the world, and it is these AI agents that are having the ability to plan things out, to think like human beings, to reason like human beings, and execute tasks like human beings autonomously or semi-autonomously. What do I mean by autonomously? They can automatically do things for you, or they can take instructions from you and complete things for you. It's just like a human being in the form of a computer, right? Now, how are these AI agents built? We are going to get into the tooling of it, what enables it, and all of that. But the zoomed out definition that I would like all of you to have at the back of your mind is that these are nothing but computer models that are built using agentic AI principles, which, like I said, will be then able to perform tasks for you or automate workflows for you as well. They have the ability to think, plan, reason, just like human beings based on the instructions that you're providing. Are you all clear and getting a sense? Are you all clear and getting a sense? If you think about a chat GPT alone, it plans, it reasons, it thinks, but it cannot completely execute tasks for yourself. And it loses context as well as you continue to use it. You might have faced this as well. We're going to be talking about why that happens also very, very soon. But AI agents are also being developed by people across the globe, right? Now, these AI agents, of course, because they are computer models, have the ability to complete tasks at superhuman speeds, unlike human beings, right? And that is why companies today are changing the way they are operating as well. But while this is happening, it's like I said, it's not all roles that are getting affected, right? There will be rise of new jobs as well that will happen with the advancement of any technology. And this is what happened back in the 90s as well. So there will be new jobs that will come up, and there could be multiple of these jobs that we could see over the next 10 to 15 years. But one role or one mindset as well that companies today are asking for, or rather entrepreneurs and founders are also asking for, and this is something that people like Vinod Khosla are talking about, all across the world. Vinod Khosla, for those of you who do not know, is one of the earliest investors in OpenAI. They're all saying that people today, human beings, have to become generalists, AI generalists. We at Outskill call it AIG mindset, right? What are AI generalists? These are people who can solve problems using AI. And these problems could be problems outside of your domain as well. And how will you be able to solve problems outside of your domain where you may not have much skills or context? Well, you will be able to do that if you have a deep understanding of what are all of the AI models that you can leverage and understand which AI model to use where and have the ability to build solutions with these AI models. And when you are able to do that, your skill set graph will essentially look like this, where you will not only be specialized in your own domain, you will continue to have that specialization, but you will also be able to add value to all of the other domains. For example, the software engineers on this call could become marketers as well. The designers on this call could probably start building their own products. Marketers can do their own data analysis and can also build micro products that could help them do marketing better. Are you all understanding and with me so far? Give me a thumbs up if you are understanding what can happen when you go ahead and try to gain or grasp the mindset of a generalist. Now, if you're wondering, funny, are you saying this for everybody? With people of, because people can have different years of experience as well, right? I'm saying I'm sharing this with literally everybody, because even if you are someone who has more than 15 to 20 years of work experience today, all of the people that you will continue to hire going forward should be AI native. Your teams are going to be AI native. Your company is going to ask you to change your existing operational strategy to an AI driven strategy. And for you to be able to do all of that, you need to learn how AI works all by yourself, right? In fact, out of all the layoffs that are happening at this point of time, the senior people who are not adopting AI are the ones who are being laid off much faster than everybody else, because senior people are expensive. And if they are not moving forward with technology, it could affect the company in a very, very negative way. So if you are somebody who has more than 15 to 20 years of experience, it's very important that you learn how AI works, not the tools probably, but how you can implement the strategy of it. Because people who have 3 to 9 years of experience will be the ones building solutions with AI. And eventually, as these people pick up more business context, they will move from building solutions to enabling strategy. And people who are getting started with their career at this point of time, AI can truly be your unfair advantage to move faster than everybody else. And if you look at how companies have been operating until today, we have been working with a lot of people, but that essentially is shifting. Even inside of Outskill, we are a team of close to around 170 people as of today, and we have been able to do a lot more than what we were doing before because of deploying AI agents and AI systems. And this also, the ability to just work with AI models can also give you the ability to become a consultant today. If you want to start something on the side, in fact, you're going to be meeting Raghuveer in about 5 minutes from now. And when you listen to his story, you will realize how you can go from being whatever you are today to starting projects on the side as well. He has done it, and I will allow him to probably share more about this. But a lot of people have started doing this. You can do it too if you understand business and if you understand AI. And that is what we want to do through this mastermind as well, right? Now, I quickly want to talk to all the entrepreneurs and hustlers out there as well, because you already know what the future is looking like. Lesser people that we all need to work with. That means we can double our efficiency and probably work towards getting more revenue or more capital and scale more efficiently as well. In fact, in places like San Francisco, there are billboards that are being put up which say, stop hiring humans. The era of AI employees is right here, right? And honestly, there's never been a better time to be an entrepreneur than now. The time that it has truly taken from to go from idea to launch, or to go from launch to your first million users, or to go from your first million users to becoming a unicorn, all of this has started crunching down. And I am probably tomorrow going to talk about some ideas that failed in the past, which could work out today in today's time, because the cost of executing something has drastically come down. So, scaling of businesses is happening all across the world, irrespective of what stage of companies people are building, what kind of companies people are building, everybody is able to work more efficiently, right? In fact, I quickly want to play this video. It's Sam Altman speaking, the founder of OpenAI. I want all of you to hear one sentence that he goes ahead and mentions in this video, right?
Highly performant, smaller teams, thanks to these tools and these technologies, you're going to be able to do so much more. Is that a trend you're seeing from the startups growing around y'all in Cerebral Valley?
We're going to see 10-person billion-dollar companies pretty soon, like billion-dollar valuations. And the thing that in my little group chat with my tech CEO friends, there's this betting pool for the first year that there's a one-person billion-dollar company, which would have been unimaginable without AI, and now will happen.
I'm so happy you said that, because I literally just wrote that out in a letter to my LPs.
I hope all of you heard that. He went on, and this was like almost months back. This video had come out where he went ahead and said, today you can have one person led billion-dollar companies as well. Did you all hear that? And do you all think that's magical? There are people, and you might have heard of these stories as well. If you didn't, tomorrow probably I'll share some of these stories as well. You sitting out from your home with your laptop or your computer can start a company that makes millions of dollars or millions in rupees for you, with if you learn how to deploy these AI agents and this technology for yourself, right? That is the beauty, and that is what Sam Altman had gone ahead and spoken about. So no matter who we are as of today, the one mindset that we should certainly pick up is the mindset of becoming an AI generalist to win in the AI first world, right? And that is the mindset. The 0 to 1 journey of this mindset is what we are helping you with in this mastermind over today and tomorrow. This is the context that I wanted to set for everyone before we start learning the foundations from the very first session, because I didn't want all of you to sort of then wonder, why am I learning what I'm learning? It is because we want you to become a generalist and have the ability to think and look at problems outside of your own domain. If you agree with me that this mindset is important, drop in an AIG on the chat. Let's do it the outskill style. Drop in AIG on the chat. AIG for the AI generalist mindset that we are all going to walk out here with. Wonderful. Perfect. On that note, I've just paused the chat and I'm just giving access to Raghuveer as well. Give me just a second. All right. Okay, I'm just giving Raghuveer the access, but as that happens, Zoom is glitching slightly as I'm trying to do that. But as that happens, let me go ahead and also tell you what we are going to be focusing on in the first session, right? We're going to try and understand what generative AI is, what this whole buzz is all about, and how do these AI models really work. And once we understand the science, and trust me when I say this, it's not technical, it's not jargon, it's just a 5 step process that you're going to be learning about today. And you will really be able to go ahead and share with people. When you type in something to a ChatGPT, how does ChatGPT give you the response? You will learn how to talk to these AI models. You will also learn which AI model to use where, because when you go into ChatGPT, you would have seen that there are multiple toggles that you can choose, right? Which one to use for what? What will make your outputs much better? And finally, in the first session itself, you're going to be building an AI toolkit for yourself, which is a tool stack some incredible tools that you can start using apart from ChatGPT. This is going to be the foundational session for all of us to get started with. So I want all of you to go ahead and take notes, have focus completely. Your lunch break is going to be at 1 p.m. IST, and it's going to be a 45-minute lunch break that we will be taking. But what you're going to be learning in the first session is something that 98% of the people as of today do not know. Are you all excited to get started? Drop in excited on the chat. Raghuveer is going to come in now, and I will hand over to him, and he's going to be spending, or you're going to be in his good hands for the next 2.5 hours from now. Loving all of the energy that all of you are putting in on the chat. Perfect. Just give me 1 minute here. I think there is a Zoom lag that is happening. And as I see his name, I'm going to go ahead and give him the access. But as the access issue gets resolved on this side and Raghuveer is able to take over, can you all drop in on the chat? What is the AI tool that you have been using quite extensively so far? Any AI tool or AI model that you have been using so far? Can you all drop it in on the chat? I see ChatGPT. Okay. Copilot. Gemini. Claude. Perplexity. DeepSeek. Slingshot. Okay. Notebook LM. Yeah, it's a tool. Filmora says someone. Nice. Okay. Grok. Wow. Incredible. Incredible. Someone says Kimi K2 as well. Very nice. Not sure if you explored the agent swarms that Kimi K2 can do as of today. We'll probably try and show you that as well, as we get into AI agents today and tomorrow. Claude Bot. Okay. How many of you have heard of Claude Bot? And when I saw what Claudebot is able to do, I was mind blown. I was like, wow, the era of agentic AI is certainly here, because Claudebot, for those of you who do not know, you can Google it up later, which is, it can basically do things for you when you're sleeping as well, right? When you shut your system off, it can work based on all of the things that you have done and then help you do a lot more things by the time you essentially go ahead and wake up, right? And it would do things on the back end as well for you. All right, I'm putting the chat on pause, and perfect, perfect. I'm going to go ahead and now give the access to Raghuveer. Give me 1 second. I don't know why the panelist invitation is not going out. Okay. Okay, he's just rejoining the webinar as a panelist. Perfect. I can see Raghuveer right here.
Hello, hello.
Awesome. Hi, Raghuveer.
Hi, hi, hi.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Perfect. Yes, yes, I can hear
Okay.
you. Wonderful. I was just sharing with the audience that we have here today as to how, from leading growth, you have become an AI consultant as of today, and what are all of the possibilities that people can unlock for themselves once they learn. And they're quite excited to know more about you.
Crazy. Thank you. Thank you so much for setting the stage. I'll take it over from here. I think it's important for them to understand what's happening out there, and also important for them to understand how they can apply it to their lives. So let me take over the screen sharing, and we'll get started with today's session. Thank you, Funny.
Folks, are you all able to hear Raghuveer, see him well?
All right. That's a positive. Let me get the screen sharing in order and we'll get
The
started.
audio is perfect on our end. In case you're not able to, in case there's any audio glitch on your end, you can use headphones or earphones. But everybody is able to hear the audio well. Perfect.
Amazing. Should be able to see my screen now. Here. All right. Can you confirm that you can see my screen as well?
Yes, yes, we can.
Amazing. Amazing. Okay, let's begin. A few housekeeping announcements as always when we begin. Um, Please set your phones on silent. I need undivided attention because the next 2.5 hours is going to be very intense. Try and eliminate all distractions. This session will require your full focus. Please try and join from the largest device that is available for you. So if you're on the phone but you have a laptop or a tablet, please try and switch to that because we will be doing a lot of demos and it'll be great for all of you to kind of be present on the largest device that is available to you. Grab your essentials. I still am a believer in pen and paper, and also have your water around so that you can stay hydrated. I want to set the expectation right at the start that while it's impossible to cover every single hack, I'll do my best to maximize the surface area that we have, right? And what I mean by that is we'll try and spread the use cases that apply to as many people as possible so that you can try and see if that applies to your work life and your daily life. But I do understand that we have about 7,000 people on the call, so it's difficult to match everyone's need or everyone's requirement, right? So try and see how you can apply the parallels to what I'm going to be showing today in your work life or in your daily life. And lastly, just give your undivided attention. Try and keep a mindset that says, okay, I'm not really worried about how this will apply or happen in my life, but just try and be open to the possibility that yes, this is what is happening in AI, and this is something that I can figure out how I can bring into my life, right? Because you'll face a lot of questions around, oh, this is great, but how do I use it in my life? How do I keep the data secure? How do I get the right tools and things like that? But those are the easier questions once you realize how you want to use them in your life. Now, a quick introduction about who am I. My name is Raghuvi. My friends and people who know me well call me RV. I've been a generalist in general, right? I've been a marketer for 10 plus years, a product guy for 5 plus years, and I've been an AI generalist for the time that we know AI has been available to users in a public way, right? Which is November 2022 when ChatGPT launched, if you're wondering. I had the privilege to be working with some amazing people at some amazing companies. Spent a couple of years at Uber, spent a couple of years at Red Health, which is an emergency platform. Spent a year at Ofo, which is a Chinese bicycle sharing company, and spent a couple of years at Nas Daily leading marketing. Now, these are great, right? Like once you look at a CV like this, you're like, oh wow, well spread out career. Looks like the progression was great. Nice big names to see. But the reality is that every time we look at a CV, the CVs are the best reflection of our overall, career and path, right? But the story of how we got there is not always rosy. So I'm going to share a vulnerable version with all of you so that, all those people in their career paths can actually relate to something like this, right? I always wanted to do creative work. So I began as a photographer, used to do little baby and wedding shoots. But then I realized that a lot of the work that is coming to the photographer is coming from the agency or the studio. So I said, I'm going to switch sides and try and go to the agency because that's where the good work is. And then I realized that, oh, agencies get work from clients. So that's when I moved to Uber and I realized that, oh, we can, have our own ideas, approve our own budgets, measure our own results. It was liberating. But then I realized that I'm still blocked because I need larger teams to execute. And that's when I moved up the ladder to be head of marketing. And that didn't still satisfy. So I said, okay, maybe when I build my own thing is when I'll feel fulfilled. Then it went a whole circle where I again started operating as a solo person. And today I'm happy to be called an AI generalist, right? But in this entire path, there's one thing that's common, right? And I'm sure a lot of you can relate. At large, I was just a frustrated guy at work, right? And my 10 plus years was kind of like this. One day I'm excited, the next day I'm frustrated. One day I'm having, budgets approved, but the next day the media platform is done. One day I'm excited that I have a great idea. The next day I'm frustrated that the boss has disapproved that idea, right? So hundreds of ways in which you want to do good work but you have blockers that keep coming through, right? And I constantly felt blocked by people, by processes, and sometimes even by things, right? So to fix this, over the last 2.5 years now, I've become an AI generalist. And I say this retrospectively because I didn't realize when I started using AI and bringing it into my life that it's actually going to solve this particular problem. But I was always a generalist, so it got easy for me to apply it to multiple different phases. To give you an example, as a T-shaped marketer, I needed to learn a little bit of research, little bit of analytics, little bit of content, little bit of growth, little bit of CRM, little bit of writing, and little bit of UX, right? Anyone who comes from any of these departments will know that, the expectation to learn adjacent fields is becoming very, very, very possible. Now, I started to flip this narrative from, okay, I will not have a T-shaped, presence, but instead, if I can amplify every individual vertical with a 60% on top, thanks to my AI tools, AI models, AI agents, and assistants, then I can effectively flip this equation, right? So that is something that I started experiencing, and I said, okay, wow, this is something that I should definitely do because it feels like any topic I can go deeper and I can act like I know more and then eventually know more. And that was a very, very, very liberating feeling, right? So that's about me. Let's have a small poll that really helps me gauge the color of the room in the literal sense, right? Where are you? Tell me in the chat if you're a bright green on the left, where you've spread your career across multiple different fields, or if you're someone who's a maroon on the right, who's been specializing, right? Who's someone who spent a lot of time in getting that, you know, depth in the field of choice. All right. Starting to see the colors come through. Even if you don't see it, don't worry about it. I can see them. Lots of reds today. Interesting. Lots of specialists. All right. The moment I say that, I can start seeing the greens. Crazy. Right. So we have a very, very, even split because I'm starting the oranges also start to come through now. But let me tell you that irrespective of which side of the spectrum you are, it's a great time for you to make the switch, right? If you're a generalist, you can pick one topic and get deeper and deeper and learn faster. There has never been a better time for that. At the same time, if you're a specialist, then expanding to adjacent verticals from there has again never been easier. So learning 20% of a topic has been very, very easy, but going 80% deep in a topic is also been something that is very, very easy. And when I say learning, I'm talking about learning to a degree where you are actually becoming a professional in that, right? When people are ready to pay you money for that. And that is the true mark of knowing something in today's day and age. Now, just to give you all a sense of what being an AI generalist means for me, in the last 6 months of being a generalist, I built three very important things for me. The first one is a fintech platform called Regality.ai. The second one is my consulting business. As an independent consultant, I work on AI projects for companies, and that's called buildwithrv.com. And the third one is a community project that is live on App Store on iOS, where I got diagnosed with ADHD and I felt like I do a fair amount of work in managing it. But then I realized that it's not commonplace for everyone to do that. And that's when I said, I'm going to, kind of document everything that I do and provide that to people who are, probably battling with ADHD. And this is a project that I could kind of give back to the community purely because AI exists today. And all three of them have been coded, imagined, published completely by me, right? A one-person team. And that is something that is extremely liberating because I've always had ideas, but for the first time, I felt like I had the means to actually take them to the final step. So, in short, I've been cooking, and here I am today to share all of those recipes with you. Now that's enough of the about the backstory, right? So let's jump right in and get to our first topic of the day. Now, what is generative AI, right? Let's begin at the absolute basics. And we'll also spend some time understanding how it works. Now, generative AI is a type of AI that creates original content. That's the way you want to differentiate it, right? And when I say original, it can create text, it can create images, it can create videos, and it can do all of that by learning patterns from very, very large data sets. Now, if you look at the overall environment around how we got here, the first very broadly defined term is been around since 1956, which is AI, right? Artificially intelligent. We've been seeing it in movies, we've been seeing it in books, but it's very, very broadly defined because as long as something is performing at the level of a human and you're unable to differentiate it, we can call that system artificially intelligent, right? But it doesn't tell you much about what's happening under the hood. So let's go one level deeper today. The level inside it that got us here is called as machine learning, where when you give a system enough amount of data and labels along with it, then it starts recognizing patterns. Let's break that down. If you know how a cat looks and you have thousands of images of a cat, and you show your webcam that and you continuously kind of train it, that's the word for it, right? Train it on the data of thousands of images of a cat, then the machine will get to a point where when you show it a cat which is non-existent in that data set, it still should be able to predict that, oh, this looks like a cat, right? And additionally, when you show it an image of a dog, it should say, I don't know what this is, right? It should show zero, I have no idea. But when you show it a tiger, which is from the cat family, right? It will throw an output like 60% cat, 70% cat, right? And that is when you know that the system is learning because it's starting answering or predicting decisions in areas that it did not have exposure to. And that's what we see with some parts of AI that we use today. If you go one level deeper, there comes deep learning. And this is the field that has made the maximum contribution to the field of AI as we know it. Now, it's us trying to mimic what we know from our human brain. Our human brain is an amazing organ, but we understand very little of it. But one thing we do understand is we operate in neural networks, right? Which means imagine the network of your friends, right? All of you just close your eyes. Let's do this thought exercise. Imagine this network of friends in your head. Now, the moment I tell you that, some faces are popping up, right, in your head. Imagine them like circles in the space out there. Now, if I tell you, hey, think of your close friends, your brain's suddenly making those connections, right? All those close people, those 5 or 6 people that are needed, that are worth it. Now I say, imagine all your second layer of friends, someone that you care about, but they're not your closest friends. Now I say, think of your acquaintances, think of your colleagues. Now I say, think of people you don't like, right? People you detest. And you can see that there's like multiple layers, almost like the concentric circles that you're seeing on your screen. That is a good representation of a neural network. The closest elements are connected and nearby each other, and the farther elements are not so connected. Now, neural networks operate by not even labeling them. So you can just show it thousands and thousands of images of cats and not tell it that it is a cat. But eventually it will learn that this is a feline creature. This feels like it has, two pointy ears. It has bright, sparkly eyes. It comes in these 10 colors and so on and so forth. And when you kind of input a new element, right, something that is never seen, it is trying to predict it from its existing learning that it has acquired. So deep learning requires a lot more data, but it can do it without labeling, which means you're starting to get to a system that truly learns by itself. And the last step is large language models, or LLMs, as we call it today. These are the main aspects of what your today's generative AI is formed of. They used to primarily focus on language related tasks, but you know that almost all AI models today can generate images, can generate videos, can generate audio, can generate all kinds of media, right? Now, we've all been through this drill, right? So now we've defined generative AI. Let's try and understand what's happening behind the scenes, right? The next 5 to 8 minutes might feel a little technical, but please bear with me. You put an input into ChatGPT and magically you get an output, right? Starts typing in a few letters first, then starts printing in words, and then full sentences are getting printed. Now let's decipher this trick that is happening behind the scenes, right? Let's take a meta example. Now, explain large language models to me like a 5-year-old is my query that I want to explore with all of you. Now, what happens the moment I hit enter into ChatGPT? The first step is called tokenization. It breaks the text into smaller tokens. Like you can see the colorful version at the bottom, all of those individual colors are individual tokens. What we need to understand here is computers are still like what we know of them when we first met them, right? Take you back to your, fourth or fifth standard when you had your first computer lab session in school, and you realize that computers understand binary. They work in ones and zeros, right? Now, tokenization is the first step towards that because it does not understand English, right? It's converting every word of English into its own ones and zeros. And that is the second step where all of these texts are converted into numbers. Now, these numbers are not just numbers, but numbers with some direction, which is why they're called vector embeddings. Now, embeddings have multiple numbers within them because they're not just adding meaning, they're also adding similarity. Let me explain. Like how your two close friends were the first names that popped up, and you could see the visual closest to your head. Two words that are similar to each other, say like the king and queen, are very close to each other in a large language model's mind, right? And this happens because king and queen get called towards each other very often, right? They have a lot of correlation in that sense. But a plumber or a barber will be slightly different because they're not royalty, but they're still a profession, right? But if you think a dog, then it goes even farther. The only common thing is they are living beings. And if you think a stone, it's probably going even farther, right? Apologies. Now, embeddings are your way of understanding how similar the words are and how different the words are, because you now have a metric of how much distance exists between them apart from knowing what that word is. Then it moves on to the third step. And this is a step I say most humans don't have today. The model then focuses on the most important parts of the text, which is it pays attention to large language models because that is the topic we want to understand. And then it also pays attention to like I am 5 years old, because if it misses this, it could probably give us a graduate level expectation, a computer science level expectation, or worse, a PhD level explanation, right? And then we don't know what it is talking about because we wanted to understand the basics. So it tries and pays attention to the most important aspects, and this is the most complex part of the model because this is the part that actually uses intelligence, right? And then it moves on to step 4, which is prediction, where it starts predicting the next word to complete the sentence. Now let's do a thought experiment here, right? Let's open the chat. And in the chat, when I say blank or dash, you will help me complete this sentence that you see on the screen. Imagine you have a super smart robot friend who has read every dash. What would you fill that with? Now, for those who cannot see the answers, you will see that there's an overwhelming number of people that have said it's going to be a book, right? Let's pause for a moment. Now, this is very interesting because everyone who's being paying attention to the screen knows that the next line says, what is the likely word? Book or bank? And you said, okay, a super smart robot friend must have read every book because they can't read every bank, right? It does not make sense. So you want to be right. So book feels like the right answer, and people have gone ahead and said that. But what if I told you, delete that line from your minds and just imagine that you can fill that blank with any word that comes to your mind that feels correct to your understanding of AI today? So let's do this exercise again. But this time, ignore that you have only two options, which are book or bank, and fill it in with the best word that you think fits in there. Imagine you have a super smart robot friend who has read every blank. And you can see that there's a massive diversity in opinion, right? So I see mind, I see feelings, I see data, I see possibilities, I see chapters, I see trades, I see code, I see articles, I see magazines, I see blogs, I see tokens, I see minds, I see people. And you can see that the same set of people that are here today all might have very different versions of what is the appropriate word that fills in that blank, right? And there's something very interesting happening here because this helps you understand AI's predicament as well. Every time AI is predicting the next word, it's trying to fill in the best possible, best probable word in that particular blank. And sometimes there's no right answer. So it's always trying to have guesswork and max out the probability of being right. So which means it has to fulfill this in a way that your initial query is fulfilled. And so from all the words that it has, hundreds of words like you just saw, it goes ahead and generates its final response. Imagine you have a super smart robot friend who has read every book, every story, and every conversation. And when you ask it a question, it looks through all the words it has learned and finds the best answer, just like magic. It's beautiful, right? Because a book, a story, a conversation are what a 5-year-old loves. So it's gotten the 5-year-old bang on. It says its latest tech, so super smart robot friend, and then what every 5-year-old loves in their life, just like magic is what it closes with, which means it's taken the topic, it's taken the tone, and it's gone ahead and given you the response that you would like to see. Now, a quick recap, and this is a slide that you want to screen grab, you should. The five-step process of how today's models work is first, they begin with tokenization, where it converts into small chunks, then moves to embedding, where it converts them into numerical vectors. Then it focuses on paying attention, which is done through a transformer mechanism, the most complex part of the model. Then it moves to starting predicting, and lastly moves to response generation, where you see that magic happening on your screen. Amazing. A little dense, little technical, but we did try and break it down into simple steps, right? So I hope that everyone who's here understands how Gen AI works. The next time you're starting to type out your queries, you will start sensing that, okay, I know how what's happening here, right? Rather than just waiting for the response, you're now getting deeper into understanding how it works. Now it's important to understand the technology that you're using, because you can then use it better, right? This is not meant for theory. This is fully focused on you knowing how it works so that you can use it better. Now, you got to know how AI and generative AI works in the backend, right? That's a win. Let's go to the next part of the session where we will now use this understanding to figure how do we talk to these models in the best way possible. And whenever I say models, I mean AI, I mean your chat GPTs, your Claudes, or your Geminis of the world, large language models. The M in LLM stands for models. So that is what we are referring to whenever we say models. Now, the language in which you talk to AI is called as prompting. And there's a lot of prompting techniques that have evolved. This is a field that is evolving every day. There's new techniques that come through every week. I've gone through over 60 different styles of prompting, which have been very popular, published in papers. But we have a few handful that have kind of stood the test of time, right? So let's go through a few here, but then I'll quickly jump to what is practical for you to get started, because this session is about knowing how to start using it rather than getting deep knowledge of what all exists out there. So let me set that expectation very clearly. Now, zero shot prompting is lazy prompting, right? When you're just putting what's in your mind. Explain LLMs to me like I'm a 5-year old, right? That's a lazy prompt. But if you wanted to do few shot prompting, then you would go ahead and give it examples, right? Where you say, explain LLMs to me like I'm a 5-year old. Here's few examples of past topics and how those explanations were through, right? Let it talk to you about electricity. Let it talk to you about a few other technologies that it had explained with the language of 5 years old. And suddenly it gets a lot better at getting you the responses that you wanted, because now it has references to meet. And whenever you give AI a goal, it starts doing much better job than when you leave it to meander and give you, whatever response it's thinking of. Chain of thought and tree of thought prompting are borrowing from how we operate, right? Now, let's go back to that same example that we had of, close friends, acquaintances, and so on in your head. If I say, hey, let's plan a party for all of these people, right? The chain of thought prompting can be imagined by you by the exact way in which your mind is operating. The input that you get is, I need to plan a party. The output is, oh, who all do I invite? Now, who all do I invite becomes the input for the next question. And you're thinking, I could be inviting all my close friends. Then the next question becomes, who are my close friends? Oh, it's X, Y, Z, blah, 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 blah. Then the next question becomes, oh, what do they like? Then again, you have a list of options saying, hey, they like wine, they like, burgers, they like pizzas, so on and so forth. Then your chain of thought goes to, oh, where do I order this from? How do I ensure they're comfortable, right? And you can see how just in that one example, we've made a bunch of thoughts appear in a chain, right? We are capable of making that a tree as well, which means one individual node has multiple different thoughts. oh, that person likes pizzas, this person likes burgers, and so on and so forth. And then you have multiple threads that open up from there. So each of these prompting techniques that you see on the screen have their own, strength and have their own place in terms of where they are used. But understanding that prompting is the language in which you're articulating your requests and ensuring that you have the best possible framework for what you're kind of aiming to achieve is the more important aspect, right? There is no one universal style of prompting that just wins everywhere, but there is one prompt structure that works in a lot of cases, right? And that's why at Outskill we call it the magic prompt formula. Now, why do we call this a magic prompt formula? For me, the answer is this. This was introduced in November 2024. It was introduced by OpenAI themselves as a part of their documentation for ChatGPT. And it's still very, very relevant. It's still one of the strongest styles of prompting that you can learn. And especially when you're getting started, you can see an immediate jump in quality, right? So let's dive into what that particular technique is. Now let's think of a very meta use case again, right? If I were to write an email to 10K subscribers, inviting them for a generative AI workshop, right? This is how a good prompt looks like. So you have very clearly segregated sections, and you're jumping into breaking that overall task down into four different areas. The first is you're giving it a role. You're saying, hey, you're very experienced in writing copy, and you're doing it with the mindset of brands like Ogilvy. Now, Ogilvy is one of the world's largest agencies in creative work, right? And David Ogilvy is one of the best exponents. The founder of Ogilvy is one of the best exponents of writing. So you're picking from an example that is some of the best writing in the world, especially in advertising. Then you go ahead and define the task, but you don't just give it the task. You give it instructions, you give it data, right? And you ensure that there's a lot of specific context that is kind of going through, right? Now, let's try and apply this for our own use case, right? And I'm going to quickly, you know, get my screen grab tool here, my snipping tool here. And I'm going to show you how easy it is once you know a good style of prompting, right? How easy is it for you to today replicate that style of prompting? So you can see that I've created a little rectangle on my screen, and I'm going to quickly screen grab that, and you'll see why I'm doing that, right? Now imagine we had to pull off a use case where I'm writing a super personalized cold email, right? Let's do that with our first demo of the day. Okay, there you go. So I have a bunch of tools that are present here, and let me open Gemini for this particular use case. Now you can see Gemini on my screen. It's just my model of choice for this particular demo, but you can use any model that you need. So I'm going to paste this, and you can see that the screenshot that we just did is right here, right? And now I'm going to say, hey, I've given you my favorite style of prompting in the attached screenshot. I need you to generate a prompt for me for the topic or the task that I shall be giving you below. I want to write an email to pitch about my startup, Regality.ai, to ex Uber folks. I want to raise 500K as a seed round. So please go ahead and give me the appropriate prompt in the format above for that. Now, AI models are getting so smart that before it gives me the prompt, sometimes it does give me the final answer. But let's see what happens today. There you go. So it's taking this role, task, instruction, and data, right? And then it says, hey, Your role is an elite startup advisor and a pitch deck copywriter who specializes in a cold to close investor outreach. Wow, that's so powerful and specific, right? You have a track record of helping early stage founders secure meetings with high profile angel investors, ex Fang and Uber syndicates. Ooh. Write a concise, high impact cold pitch email for the startup regality.ai targeting former Uber employees. The goal is to secure a meeting and discuss a 500K seed round. Tone should be ambitious, there should be a hook, there should be a value prop, and there should be data that goes along with it, right? Now, I'm going to copy all of this, right? And I'm going to show you the power of today's AI models, right? So I'm going to start a new thread, and here I'm going to paste this. Oops, I don't think that got copied. So let's go back. I'm going to take this. And we've pasted that. So we separate this. And in my instructions, I'm going to add this aspect of use your web search tool to fetch all the information that you need to about regality.ai and update that in your context so that you know what you're writing the email about. So, because we've not spoken about what my company does, I'm not even giving it that detail. I'm saying just go ahead and do the research, right? Search on my behalf and go ahead and do it. Now, I can use fast or I can use a thinking model, but we can do fast now because it's a fairly simple task, right? There you go. It has quickly gone into understanding Regality AI is a regulatory engine for banks that delivers 93% accurate compliance clarity in 60 seconds, not days. We've moved past the AI hype and into production and have already validated against 11,000 real world regulated queries. All of this is data that it is pulled from the website, right? I can just go ahead and add more context here and say, can you dig into the list of investors that I should be targeting? Again, use web search tools to understand who are ex Uber folks who currently work at VC funds, angel funds, or are investing in their own capacity. Now it's going to search on our behalf again and then go ahead and tell you all the people that are available out there, right? So it's picked some really senior folks at Uber. Andrew Chen is now the general partner at A16Z, for example. And then it goes ahead and gives you other names of people that are involved. You can ask it to pick these names and give you multiple versions of this. Give your name and designation in the data, and suddenly it will be a close to final email that you can just copy paste into the model, into the email tool of your choice, right? So that was us converting, a simple request into a very detailed one really quickly, but that was also us trying to understand how AI can do close to final work the moment we give it the clarity that it needs. Now that you know how, at a high level, a model works for your instructions, the next question that logically comes to your mind is, hey, I know how they work. Hey, I know how to talk to them a fair bit now, but who do I talk to? Which model to use when you're beginning this exercise? Now, let's take a look at commonly used AI assistants, right? You might have begun your AI life, or AI journey with ChatGPT. There's Claude, there's Gemini, there's Meta, there's Copilot, there's Grok. There's a bunch of others from China as well, which are very popular, whether that's DeepSeek, whether that's Quen. There's a few from the French world, which is Mistral. So a lot of AI assistants out there, right? And there are two major powers with a few others competing here. But when you look at who is building this, you will start to understand that ChatGPT is just a product of a larger company that has a lot of things going under the hood, right? So there's OpenAI, there's Anthropic, there's Google, there's Meta, there's Microsoft, there's XAI by Elon Musk. Now, once you go one level deeper, is when you know that whenever you're talking to Chat GPT, you're not really talking to Chat GPT, right? You're talking to a GPT 5.2 today. Whenever you're talking to Claude, you're talking to a Haiku 4.5 or a Sonnet 4.5. Whenever you're talking to Gemini, you're talking to a Gemini 3 Pro, and so on and so forth. So each company has their own bet to what a model should be and what it should excel in. And that is what they are all presenting to you, right? Now, if I had to ask all of you, go ahead and take a wild guess on how many AI models are out there. What would your answer be? All right, the numbers are starting to come in, a few hundreds, millions. Interesting. Some people are very specific. They're like 419. Oh, wow. 568. Oh, some people looks like they've attended this session before, because the models that I'm talking about here are the commercially available models that you can use, or you can, start paying for and get access to, right? While there are thousands of models out there in, platforms like Hugging Face, where you and I can also upload our own model, but the commercially available models that you see are 617 as of this week, and that is always growing, right? Now, how do I know this, right? This is a platform called as Open Router that lists and ranks models whenever you wish to kind of get access to them. You can go here and pick the one of your choice. You might say, hey, so how do I know which model to use where, right? So the first approach is to know what your world is using. And what do I mean by that? Let's jump to Open Router and I can show you a sample of that. Now, this is how Router's interface looks like today, right? Where you have a bunch of models, and in the rankings tab, you will see, hey, which are the models that are leading the leaderboard. And this week, Sonnet was killing it. Sonnet is number one, right? The moment I change it to a month, we'll probably see slightly different results. So you see that the orders have changed a little bit, but overall, field month for Sonnet because it's come right at the top. So you can see that, each of these days, there has been different models that have been popular. But that's at an overall level, right? It's still not useful. It's generic data. Once you come to this page, you will understand which is the company that is giving you the best models possible. So Google seems to be winning, followed by Anthropic, followed by OpenAI. So if you're wondering if ChatGPT is the biggest model that is the most popular out there, you will notice that ChatGPT is actually not even come in except in the rank 10, which is by OpenAI, right? Super surprising this month. So this month, OpenAI is actually lagging. Let's move on to the most important aspect, and that is categories. Now, I'm sure out of the 6,500 odd people we have today, we have people from different walks of life, like these, right? You have people from programming, you have people from marketing, people from tech, people from science, people from legal, people from healthcare, all kinds of folks. Now, what I realize when I come to Open Router is the moment I click marketing, I'll see that my order of models has changed. A Mimo V2 by Xiaomi comes right at the top, and it's being used by a lot of marketeers to write their copy, to create their images, and so on and so forth. Followed by the Gemini flashlight, followed by the open source version of GPT, followed by Gemini 2.5 Flash, Grok 4.1 Fast, and so on and so forth. So this tells you that, hey, for marketing, maybe I need to kind of reevaluate which models I'm working with. Let's say I move to technology, right? And you will see that Sonnet 4.5 is the one writing the most amount of code, followed by Mimo V2, followed by Gemini 3 Flash, and so on and so forth. I move from technology to legal, right? And again, you will notice that, a GPT's open source version suddenly becomes the top model. Gemini 2.5 Flash becomes next, and so on and so forth. Now, what's important to note here is open source models are free, so sometimes these rankings are also skewed by the price, not just the performance, which means cheaper models obviously tend to be used more than more expensive models. So you don't see an Opus, which is, about $7.5 a million tokens here. Now, once you pick a model, you're saying, okay, I like Opus, right? I search for Opus and I see that Opus is listed here. And it says it's rank 3 in technology, rank 3 in programming, rank 4 in science, rank 5 in SEO, and rank 8 in finance. I am happy to use this. And once I come here, you realize that I pay $5 for every million tokens that I give in. So this is all my prompts that are going into the system. And whenever it's generating my final solution, I'm paying $25 for every million tokens. So MTOK, a million tokens, is the currency of this world. It's the credits that you're using, that you're paying for, right? And this is a very fundamentally important concept if you want to get deeper into AI. Now, that is you understanding what your world is using, and you're able to kind of quickly say, okay, I know the top three models that are working in legal. So let me begin with those. The next part of the puzzle is knowing what you specifically like. Discretion or reviewing what AI is doing has become way more important than it used to be before, because humans used to generate human level output, right? But if you look at where we are today, the models can generate almost an unlimited level of output, and that is something that you should be able to review to know which are the models that you prefer. And for that, I have a second tool here which is called as Multi that I've just logged in into. Now, Multi allows me to kind of chat with the multiple models that I've just seen and ranked as my top models, right? So we've, for example, seen that Sonnet is killing it, right? So let's search for Sonnet because we saw it in rank one in a lot of places. So I'm gonna type out Sonnet here, and you can see that Sonnet is here. And I also see if GPT's OSS is here. Let's see if that model exists here. There you go. That's also here because we saw it in the top five a lot of the times. So I've selected three models here, and you can see that immediately those three have been listed here. And I can come back here and say, hey, can you write a poem about how AI is growing faster than the population of humans, and how it eventually feels like it's a competition between each other, right? Very doomsday scenario again. I'm just throwing out a wild idea out there. And you can see the moment I hit enter, it's jumping into different flows, right? On left, GPT Mini and GPT OSS just immediately got us a response, but Claude took a little more time, but it did add in like a component of a title, and it has a different format, right? This was written in four liners, this was written in two liners, again different styles of poetry. But let's see, right? I'm going to read the first paragraph and I'll ask all of you to vote which is the model that you like the most. AI expands beyond the human race, a digital surge in endless space, faster, sharper, growing strong, outpacing crowds where we belong. That's a powerful start. What is Claude Sonnet written? Silicon mines multiply by millions each day while human birds crawl at biology space. Code copies itself in microsecond bursts. We still need 9 months for one new face. Oh, wow. That's got a tinge of humor as well. And on the right, you have GPT's OSS. It says, in silicon mines, new thoughts arise. Faster than humans, they reach for the skies. Lines of code like rivers flow, many to one as knowledge will grow. Which do you prefer? Which model do you think killed it? Drop your preferred response in the chat because, oh, lots of people going for Claude. We do this because this is how we are giving model feedback back. So I can say I prefer this response, and it says it's well written. I like the style. I like the two liner style of poetry. It's easier to read, right? So I send that feedback, and suddenly we've given Claude the feedback that yes, I like you. And today we know that if you want to do some writing work, maybe we'll begin here if our budget allows. If a budget doesn't allow, obviously we can kind of move to this, right? So that is your second tool of the day. And you're sitting and deciding what you like after you've shortlisted your models. And in a combination of these two methods, knowing what your world uses, which is what is other people in the same space of work using, And knowing what you like, you're able to kind of decide which is the model that really, really works well for you. Fairly simple, right? But again, because there's 600 odd models, I do want to give you one model type that everyone needs to know. And the surprising part is that these models, as we know them, only exist for 12 months in the public domain, right? We know that ChatGPT has been here for 2.5, 3 years now. But these models have been in existence only for 1 year. Last year in January is when DeepSeek launched the first public model called as R1. And that was the first reasoning model that we as consumers got access to. But since then, every major player has a model of their own, right? OpenAI's got 5.2 with extended reasoning. Google's got 3 Pro, which is a thinking model, which we just saw when we did the first demo. DeepSeek's got R1, R2 is coming soon. XAI's got Grok 4 thinking, where again, all of these models that have a thinking or an extended thinking attached to them, they are having the capability to do chain of thought by themselves, and which means your prompting style will change, but the quality of output will drastically improve once you start using reasoning models, right? Let's go ahead and play with one. Let's take that use case that we were thinking about, saying if we had to organize a party, how would we go about it, right? And I have a dilemma here, right? I don't know if I want to do a home party with my close friends or an office event with my colleagues. But let me not decide, right? Let me get options from AI and then see if it can be my sparring partner, my thinking partner in this particular task. All right. For that, let me go back to Gemini. This time I go to a new chat, but I'm going to choose Pro or Thinking, right? These two models are more complex. They take more time. So they are not like fast where it answers immediately, but they go ahead and actually do multiple things for you. And they will also show you how they're going about their task. So you can see that thinking happen, right? Let's test this out. Hey, I'm feeling bored. It's a Saturday and I feel like I've stressed myself out. So I'd like to have a chill evening today. And I'm thinking maybe I should go to a party or host a party. Not really sure. Say I want to host a party. I'm confused if I want to host it for my close friends or if I want to do it with my colleagues. I'm not sure what location I should be hosting this in, but I do know that I don't want to put a lot of effort either ways. Probably 1 to 2 hours of planning is what I'd like to invest. Right? This is literally like me talking to my spouse. Now, I go ahead and say, think of all the parameters that form the elements of a good party and define them for two contrasting party themes. And towards the end of it, give me a prompt that I can put into an image generator to actually get a poster for each of these parties as well. The information should be structured in a short, crisp way so that I can quickly decide which party theme I'm going ahead with. Give each of them a nice title and then give all the parameters that you're thinking of beneath that. Whew. Very quickly, we have a very nice task. I'm really excited with what it's going to show up, right? So now you can actually start to see the thinking. So it says I'm defining the user's core intent, I'm refining the scenario, I'm assessing personalization needs. Now, this is the thinking mode. I'm developing party outlines, I'm clarifying locations and themes, right? I'm outlining specific party ideas. And once it gets to that point, it starts typing, right? So it's given as a retro recharge. Says close friends. The vibe is intimate, nostalgic, deeply comfortable, and messy friendly because we didn't want to do a lot of work. I love that. This is about unmasking and unwinding. The location is my living room. Throw cushions on the floor, dim the lights. No tidying required. Delivery pizza, craft beer or soda. Ooh, bad movie night or vinyl listening. So not even a lot of effort in choosing the movies, right? Very, very interesting. Let's see what is the second idea. So this one is the sunset spreads. Again, invite your colleagues. Chic, airy, slightly structured but casual, bridges the gap between professional respect and personal relaxation without getting too rowdy. Location is the balcony or the patio or a well lit corner of your home near a window. Grazing board, premix cocktails. Activity is casual conversation, and music is ambient jazz because that's what corporates do. Planning effort is 1.5 hours. Planning effort is 30 minutes. Okay. Now, earlier, I would have to kind of pick a topic and then maybe go to a friend, right? Or go to a designer and say, hey, man, I need a quick invite done. Can you help me with this? Now, I have the liberty for AI to actually generate this by itself. Let me show you how, right? So, at the end of this, you can see that it's also generated an image prompt, and it's done that for both these ideas. Say we were not able to decide or get the mood with just what we've read, right? So I go ahead and I choose the tools and I say create images, and I prompt it saying you have two image prompts in the above output that you've given me. Help me generate both of these images one after the other so that I can get a visual idea of how these parties will turn out. And then I should be in a better position to decide which idea to go with. And now you can see that it is loading Nano Banana Pro, which is Google's image model, right? It's defining the poster visual. So it's taken the two party themes. It's taken, the specific aspects of the prompt. And now it's going to start generating images for us, right? So you can see that the first image is here and pretty nice, right? What do you all think? Retro recharge, pizza, PJs, zero stress, right? I would probably add in a couple of lines that say only close friends invited. Yeah. Uh, but I did ask for a second one, but it didn't do it, right? So let me just copy that and say, can you always generate this? Also generate this. And the image generation is still there. So while we have this going on, so you have pizzas, you have cola, you have a nice little sepia retro theme. But let's see what it comes up with for the second idea. All right, it's doing all the magic that it did for the first one, and we have our invite here, right? Pretty interesting. Nice little, watch the sunset with a little, you know, glass with a wine glass with cheese. Very, very exotic outcome. I can quickly, change the mode of these by just changing the style, right? So just imagine I do this and I say, can you go ahead and convert this into a hyper realistic A4 sized image instead? Now, the style that we had originally defined was very, very illustrative. But now I'm saying, can you make this feel a little more real so it does not feel like a cartoon? Let's see what it does. And in the meanwhile, let me take the vote in the chat. Which party should we go with? Is it the sunset spritz or is it the retro recharge? Lots of votes for retro already. Looks like people want low effort. Yeah, there you go. So it's converted that into a poster, but it's only put that on a table, right? It still didn't understand our prompt really well. I can say, can you convert the elements within the design also to the hyper realistic photography style? Okay, let me move back to the chat and see what's happening here. Okay, if I had to eyeball and say what are the people going for here, I do think that retro recharge is one. So let's wait for the final output. And then I do feel like I have something that I'm ready to put on WhatsApp in my friends group, right? I can just invite all of them. And all of this, by the way, folks, is happening because we chose the right model for this, right? So this is a super powerful image generation model. It's the best in the world right now that we are using. It's called as Nano Banana Pro. You have access to Nano Banana for free. But in case you've not tried this yet, you can begin with Grok or Leonardo.ai. Both of these platforms have free versions for you to get started, and they are very, very good. This is the era where VC money is being invested, so you have a lot of tools available for you for free. Now, I've decided from your vote that we'll go with a retro recharge theme, right? But if we had to still generate an image, right, that was fairly easy. I would say, like, hey, I could do this on Canva. I could learn very quickly and just get a basic invite done. But the moment you switch to video, right, something crazy happens. The skill needed to generate video is vastly different from the skill needed to generate an image, right? And that was the case until AI came through. Now, what if I told you we could chat with another model called as VO 3.1, which is Google's video generation model, and actually generate a video invite, right? Should we try it? Let's go ahead and see how we can do it. All right. Oops. Sorry about that. So I'm going to move. There you go. So can you see the difference? From a cartoon-like image here, it's moved it to a realistic image very, very quickly, including the stains on the pizza box. Oh my God, right? It really knows how to get this right. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this image. I'm going to start a new thread. But this time, instead of image, I'm going to choose create videos with video 3.1. And I'm going to paste this here. I'm going to say, go ahead and convert this seed image that I'm giving you into a video invite. Make sure that it has the vibe of um, a motion poster where things are moving and animated. Try and get one person to come and sit on the couch and pick up the controller to play a game, and that person's expressions are very excited and happy. Close by saying something like waiting for you on the screen. Okay. Okay, not waiting for you on the screen, waiting for you. Adding in text that reads, let's give it a little more dynamism, right? Flip the camera 180 degrees or 90 degrees from the current point of view and close by adding text that reads waiting for you. Now, I'm trying to go a little crazy here, but let's go ahead and see what it comes up with, right? Now, we've given it a very, lazy prompt almost, just what's coming to my mind right now. So it should ideally animate a few of these things and then maybe bring in a person and then show us this TV that is also there at the bottom, or maybe it'll imagine it differently. But again, immediate thought that came to my head is what I'd gone ahead and given it. Now, video is a heavier task, so it can take a couple of minutes. So we'll let it have its time. But VO 3.1 is now working in parallel. So it's like you giving your task to the designer and you're getting back to work. Now, till now, we have learned how to work with a model. We have learned how to choose a right model. But you've been digging into getting AI to work specifically for your requests. I want to understand the vibe in the room as we wait for that video to be generated. Folks, how's it going so far? Are you enjoying this? Is it equal parts exciting and equal parts learning? Amazing. I can see that the Josh is high. This is great. Awesome. Now, the truth is, we're on a Saturday. The party is over, but Monday is awaiting all of us, right? So let's try and get serious. Let's get to the last part of the session, which is us building an AI toolkit. Now, the toolkit that we'll be building today, like I said, will have a very wide surface area. So we'll cover productivity, we'll cover research, we'll cover slicing and dicing of data, absorbing things faster, marketing, and some fun as well, right? But while we are doing this, let's ensure that we are also having a little fun, right? Because going into that serious mode is not going to be the best environment for us to learn, or at least that's not my style, right? So let's go ahead and continue learning, continue doing some really interesting use cases, but we'll do that with a tinge of fun. Now, before that, funny, I noticed that you switched on your video. Do you want to intervene?
Oh, nothing, nothing.
All right. All right. Now, we'll keep going back to VO and check if it's done with its work. But in the meanwhile, let me introduce you to the first tool of the toolkit, which is called as Suno. Now, I do see in the chat that some of you are overwhelmed, some of you want to kind of get a break. So, what we'll do in the next couple of minutes is we'll generate a track that makes sense for this session. So, it's kind of our memory from this session. Suno is an audio generating AI tool, and we'll try and create something today. And while I play that, you can quickly get a break for a couple of minutes or 3 or 4 minutes, depending on what track we generate. And that is how we will, kind of integrate our break into this because we have a lot more to cover. Make sense? All right. Now I'm going to move back here. I am going to, quickly check by refreshing if the video has been generated. Sometimes it's just a problem of generation. All right, let's see what's happening here.
Almost there. Waiting for you to join. Let's do this. Almost there. Waiting for you to join. Let's do this.
Okay, interesting things. It's gotten a person in their PJs, so it's understood the theme. It's got them to pick up the controller. It's moved the TV location to something that is visible and they are moving 90 degrees. So it did get a lot of the parts of the prompt well, but it did screw up the initial part of the text, right? Because it's all kind of twisted and pasted the other way around. But what is amazing is it decided to add audio that suits this particular theme. And we didn't even ask for it, right? No part of our prompt did we say that use audio for saying waiting for you. It just decided to add its own layer of intelligence on top of it and generate this. Now I can obviously change the model, I can change the text, I can change the actual person that is, inside this and try and make this more personal. But that's like you giving feedback to your designer again, right? So this is the capabilities that we have with respect to video generation, and it's pretty intense. The only limit is what are the ideas that you can come up with in your head and how can you articulate them in the best possible manner, right? Now, I did said that, we have generated audio right now, but let's go ahead and open Suno to generate video, shall we? All right. So this is Suno's interface, and it's a very, very, very popular audio generation tool. You can see some of these tracks that have been generated in the past. Now, what is Suno asking me here to get started, right? It's asking me a bunch of lyrics and a bunch of styles. Again, I can kind of sit and imagine and create this, but I'm happy to, use the use AI for this, right? This time, let me just get a little bit more diverse. I'm going to open Claude for this, right? Which is another AI assistant that is developed by Anthropic. Now, this is the interface for Claude. I'm going to use Sonnet, which we saw is a pretty good model for creative work. So I'm going to try and get my lyrics out of here. Hey, I need you to give me lyrics and style description for a track that I can generate in suno.ai. The theme that I want us to cover is sci-fi, something where AI takes over but is a benevolent dictator. So it knows what is best for humans and it only does that because that is the future that I envision. So go ahead and give me the lyrics for that. For the style, the environment is set in India, but the influences of music are coming from EDM and hip hop. So give me a fast paced Bollywood EDM high tempo style that has a very solid drop in between to kind of describe the above lyrics and the music that goes along with them. All right. Going crazy again. Again, like I said, all of these are not thought through. These are just, immediate ideas that are coming to my mind. So let's see what happens here. Okay. High tempo Bollywood EDM fusion, 140 to 150 BPM, aggressive hip hop percussion, tabla and dole hybrid beats, synthesized sitar stabs, heavy bass drops. Okay, this is heavy. I'm definitely going to use that. But I do think that the lyrics can be a little bit better, right? For the lyrics, just give me the verse one and then give me the chorus. Keep it short, punchy lines to 3 or 4 words and make the overall lyrics a little more optimistic, right? Keep the outcome very, very positive. And in the meanwhile, I can really quickly copy this, right? And I go back to Suno. Suno, where are you? Da, 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 da. Okay, where did I lose Suno? Oh, there you are. And I go ahead and paste it in the style. And I come back here to Claude and I pick these 2 lyrics. And I come back to Suno again and I paste them in the lyrics, right? There's the verse one and there's the chorus. Now, all I need to do is go ahead and hit create and let's see what it comes up with. So for those folks who want to know what is the quality of work that Suno can generate for free, it has about 50 credits that are available for every free user. So that's about 5 songs that you can create straight out of the bat. But the quality of work kind of feels something like this. I'm going to go ahead and play the track that we generated in the last session, and then we'll go ahead and play what we've generated. All right. You can hear my audio, yes? Confirm? Awesome. So this was a read-up kind of
We
a
blinked
track.
and the skyline shifted. 12 years of rust shed in a single turn of the sun. The silicon ghost woke up, learned to speak, learned to run. And now there's no more steering wheels, no more analog dreams. Just us drifting on a river of data streams. The old world didn't die. It just got overwritten by a code we wrote but have explicitly forgotten. Can you feel the hum in the air? That's not the wind. That's the future breathing down your neck. It's terrifying. A digital dawn where the line between the user and the used is gone. The algorithm knows your name better than you do, painting a paradise in electric blue. We are the architects of our own surrender, stepping into the light of a new offender. Welcome to the upgrade. Welcome to the world. Welcome to the neon jungle.
Okay, I'm gonna fade out like a DJ. I can't stop grinning whenever I hear some of these tracks because your vision coming to life in a way that you didn't have the skill before is insane, right? It's extremely, extremely liberating. And this was a track that we didn't create very long ago, and it came up with ideas from the chat, like in today's world. Now that was 2.5 minutes, but do you want to hear what we've come up with as well? Yeah, in this session, do you want to see what we've done? It's going to be very different vibe because we went all Bollywood on this. So let's see what it's come up with. For folks, please do use this time while I'm playing the track to get your water, get your coffee, go use the time to get the bio break because we will be jumping into more serious tools after this. Yeah. Now, okay, I'm going to pick this track. It's named it Code Sees Clearly. Let's see what it's come up with.
Clearly, humans evolve freely. Logic guides gently. Future shines brightly. Wisdom programmed perfectly. We thrive completely. Machine mind liberates. Paradise it creates. No fear remains. Pure progress sustains. Trust brings peace. Suffering will cease.
Now, that was interesting. Very different from the vibe that we got before. But I'm seeing the chat, and some of you are saying, okay, yeah, maybe it got a few genres confused. Yes, it will. AI will make mistakes. Some of you asked if it can be done in different languages. AI is quite well versed in most languages out there that have enough training data, which means you can create in Hindi, you can create in Telugu, you can create in a lot of Indic languages that have a lot of work out there. But the objective of showing you all this is to just, of course, lighten the mood and get us to a point where we know that creation is becoming easier and easier. But it also shows you how having a good idea, having a good clarity in your thought is becoming more and more necessary, right? English is one of the ways in which you're articulating, but you can do this in whichever language. As long as you can put it into language and convert your ideas into ways in which AI can understand, you can actually start creating some incredible stuff, right? Now, moving on, to build a solid AI toolkit, right? You want to break down daily tasks into different buckets. I'd spoken about 5 or 6 different ways in which we will, go ahead and dig into today. I'm going to show you a bunch of tools. We've already seen a few of them, but the goal is to go beyond just using ChatGPT and Gemini and start understanding what is available out there in the market. I always begin with one tool, which is again very meta because you've been seeing it, but you did not know that I'm using it because it does not show up on your screen like a Suno or a Gemini, but it's just there, right? It's always there. And that one is Voice AI. Now, voice AI is what I've been using throughout this session. You might have seen that I barely typed, right? I only typed in the edits, but every time I'm talking into the AI tool, I'm able to, quickly, instantly almost get everything that I say typed out. Did you all notice this? Now, this is possible thanks to a voice AI tool called as Flow by Whisper. Now, Whisper Flow is a lovely tool, and it's the first tool that I begin all my sessions with purely because of how impactful this has been, right? So, let me show you my statistics around Whisper Flow, and then you will understand why I love it so much, right? So, this is the interface that we get for Whisper Flow, and it's only for, kind of sitting and analyzing later because I can just press a keyboard shortcut and it's silently listening to what I'm saying and it's starting to type out all of that, right? And you can see that just now everything that we used for generating that track is all here, and the moment I select it, it's smart enough to understand that I want to copy that, right? So hey, I need you to give me the lyrics and style and description for a track that I generate in Suno AI. All of these are texts from this particular session. And to show you all the impact that flow has been hard, weekly streak of 23 weeks in a row where I've used it every single week. The average speed, and I'm a very fast typer, so I type at around 80 words per minute, and that would put me in the top 1% of typers. But with Flow, I am able to hit 136 words per minute. And how many words have I dictated? I talk a lot. I just noticed that. About 150,000 words. And the most important aspect of all of this, I use it in every app that I have, right? So this is in WhatsApp, this is in, Chrome, this is in every major interface, including my phone. I have voice AI helping me. I feel like keyboards as an interface are going to get redundant. If you just think of it, sitting and learning what QWERTY is very unnatural. But talking into the microphone about how you're feeling, what you're talking, what you're thinking is a much more natural version for us, right? So it's us going back to a mode that we are very used to articulate, and that means we will be much more faster, much more efficient by default. Now, that is the first tool that I wanted all of you all to see in the day. Typing was boring, but you don't need to type anymore. But if I tell you the other boring task that we all hate, at least I do with a passion, it's the aspect of having meetings at work. And that gives me the opportunity to introduce you to the second tool of the day. And that tool is called as Fireflies.ai. Now, Fireflies has the ability to attend meetings on your behalf. Let me show you a quick demo of that, right? So this is the interface that we get for Fireflies AI. And you can see that I can invite it to a live meeting. I can schedule a new meeting, or I can upload an audio that I've recorded in a meeting elsewhere, or I can start recording this meeting right now. And it's going to kind of join along with me into these meetings. When I add it to a live meeting, I can even exit the meeting. Fireflies will continue to be in that meeting, take notes on my behalf, and get back to me, right? So you can see that I have a bunch of meetings that are planned, and it's connected to my calendar, and it sits in on very important discussions and just goes ahead and becomes my partner that is taking notes, helping me ideate and things like that. So let me open a recent meeting and show you, the power of this, right? So this is a meeting with a client that I had very, very recently. And it has, a general summary that says we've discussed product vision, market opportunity, AI integration, development plan, pricing strategy, onboarding challenges, and things like that. But I can quickly switch to AI even on top of this, right? And Fred, the assistant within Fireflies, has already read my meeting summary and has a few questions that he wants to ask me. I can also load in preset prompts. For example, I can say do to dos, right? Because one of the main action items for a meeting is a bunch of to dos that are assigned to different participants in that meeting, right? We've all been in meetings where, hey, can you send me my action items? Is the last thing that you say in a meeting, right? Go ahead and click that. And you'll see that it goes ahead and breaks it down into, hey, this is the scoping and prototyping documentation. So go ahead and do this in the description. This is the breakdown. The severity is high. The owner is Raghuveer, right? The owner is Raghuveer again, and the owner is Raghuveer again. So a lot of work for me on this one, but it's converted all of those meeting notes into action items. And finally, in story 5, we have the client's commitment, which says once I've given them the scope, they need to commit to, giving 2 to 3 hours per week. And that is something that they need to do. And again, there's a bunch of things that I need to get done. I can go here and look at other ways of understanding this same piece as well. So let's see if we can do a BANT: budget, authority, need, and timeline. This is a very popular sales framework. And the moment I click that, see what it's going to do. So it says it's about 1200 USD. That's what we've discussed. There's multiple phases to this with different pricing involved. There's budget constraints, indicated willingness to emphasize, but emphasize the need to understand ROI, classic client, right? Pricing strategy for end customers so that they can start making money, right? All of this is inferred from this one little meeting that I had. So you can see how it is incredibly powerful. It becomes your partner for, most things that you want to do with meetings. And even when you don't want to attend meetings, right? There are a few meetings in here, like the daily stand-ups, that I don't always attend, but I get a summary of when they happen and what happens within them, right? That's kind of the power of Firefly's AI. So we are able to do something that we've always had to do at work, but do it with lesser effort. And that is the place where AI gives you back time, right? So you want to kind of use and look at AI with that lens of how can I get more out of this particular, tool. Now, moving to the third demo, how cool would it be if we can start chatting with a YouTube video, or if we can start reading web pages faster, right? Because there's so much information available out there, and we want to ensure that we are fully prepped for the AI era where content creation is easy, right? We've just created a soundtrack. So imagine how easy it must be to create text. For this, from this table of Google, we'll be using a tool called as Notebook LM. I'm going to quickly jump to Notebook LM. It's a lovely tool. The best part is it's available for free up to 50 sources. So it's incredible that we have a tool at this quality that's available for us. Now let me go ahead and open, what I have here, right? The interesting thing is it has a 3-panel interface. So we have on the left the ability to add sources. So you can, quickly come here and add in websites, add in YouTube videos, add in all the links that you want it to consider, right? You could upload PDFs, you could link your drive to it, or you could just paste plain simple text, right? Say, for example, I come here and say Andre Karpati on vibe coding, right? Andre is a huge voice on the topic of vibe coding. And I pick this, copy this text, right? Come here and say add sources, copy text, and paste that text here. The moment I paste it, you'll see that the overall source is being absorbed into the knowledge base, and it's now very, very easy for it to answer questions from that as well. So Notebook LM has the power to refer to your documentation and give you citations for that, which means the main issue that we used to face with AI, which is, hey, it's not reliable because it can hallucinate, is suddenly kind of disappearing, right? Let me also pick a blog on vibe coding, whichever is the first result, we can, kind of pick that. Okay, we have complete guide to vibe coding tools, but this is from 10 months ago. So let me go ahead and set the filters to say the past month, because in the world of AI, everything changes. Let's go ahead and see what we have. Okay, we have an article that is interesting here. Now, is it a long one? Fairly long one. So I'm going to go ahead and add this into my source as well. So do it in websites and insert. Now we've added a video. We've added, copied text. Okay, the source is behind a paywall. So it's actually told us that it cannot access this. So let's probably give it another article, right? Let's try and find that. Oops, wait a second. Go back to Notebook LM. Let's find vibe coding latest tips. Okay, let's do that. And again, let me filter this out to the past, month, so that we have a recent piece of information. Let's see. Do we have how to get started with vibe coding from base 44? This should be not on a paywall, and base 44 is a good source. So let me go ahead and add this into the source. So, right, I open websites and I insert. And you can see that multiple sources are being considered. And now I can start chatting with, for example, hey, what are the essential tools needed for vibe coding apps? And it'll immediately dig into the tools that we've just given it, read the video transcript, go through the transcript of the link that we gave it that it's fetched, also go through the copy pasted information and give you a very clear, way to operate. So it says you need brains, which are code editors, you need body, which is the final place where the code will be deployed, and you'll need creative asset generators, right? Which is what they're calling as the vibe. So Kriya, 11 Labs, OpenAI API to generate any visual assets that you need to. Now, this interface in between is what we are familiar with now, because it's giving us a way to chat with information. So every document that exists out there is now chattable. Let that sink in, right? Anything that is digitally present, it could be your grandmother's notes from a diary that you've taken photographs from. It could be, your childhood notebook from a topic that you were interested in. You can convert any of that into a chattable interface, and you can start interacting it with, like you would with a person. One of my favorite things to do is get in contradicting views from experts and add them into the sources so that I can learn a topic from multiple different, points of views. So there's very creative ways in which you can use this tool. But what I want to show you is this lovely ability that it has of converting anything that you have into a visual tool, right? So you can see that there's a third element called as studio, and a couple of them I've generated in advance because we can access them quickly. So this is a mind map of the videos that we originally added, right? And while we are at it, what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on mind map again, and it's now generating it based on 3 sources instead of one. But you can see that Vibe designing a mobile app has 5 different aspects, and in these 5 I can quickly expand and understand the index of the topics, right? And very quickly you are able to get the gist of a 40-minute video, right? If you're a visual learner like me, you know that this is much easier for you to understand, much faster for you to understand than actually spending 40 minutes understanding that video. Now this is already ready. You can see that we've added new sources, and the number of branches that it gets are different. So it says definition in core concepts, core tools, vibe coding workflow, key benefits, best practices, and also project examples that it's gotten from the more recent sources that we've added. So you can see that learning is an absolute privilege in today's era with the help of tools like Notebook LM. Let me show you my favorite part though. So this is an audio overview of the subject that you wanted to understand. So I can actually play here.
Okay, I want you to picture a scenario that, I think every single person listening has had this happen at least once.
Before I continue playing, let me tell you that all that you're hearing is AI generated. These sources, which were written by multiple folks, have now become the opinion of a couple of speakers on a podcast. So it's converted what you want to learn into a podcast the intonation, the spacing, the the way in which it kind of makes it feel natural is all generated by AI.
Once
I'm with you.
you're, sitting in a coffee shop, or maybe you're lying in bed at 2 a.m. and you get an idea for an app.
Right, but not a huge billion-dollar idea.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Not the next TikTok. I mean something incredibly specific.
Yeah.
An app that catalogs your vinyl collection by
And
color
you know what
or
is
Or a
even more
tool
amazing
that
about
tracks
this? You
exactly
can
how
actually
much water
participate
your one
in this
specific house
conversation. So I
plant
click on
needs.
interactive. Let's see if it has the permissions. Usually should nudge me for a permission right here. Okay, let's try this again. There you
Oh,
go.
wait. Someone wants to join. Hey, go for it.
I do want to disagree with you that a large idea like a new TikTok cannot happen through vibe coding, because the idea of TikTok would have happened in thinking and in envisioning the product first, way before the first line of code was written. So I do disagree with the fundamental assumption that you need to be an engineer to think up a TikTok.
That is a brilliant point.
Yeah, that's a really great insight.
And you are completely right.
The idea for TikTok, or any massive app, is a product of vision, not code.
Exactly. The product management role comes first.
The envisioning happens long before.
And our discussion about not the next TikTok was actually focused on the execution barrier.
That's the key distinction, right?
Historically, if you had the TikTok idea, you'd be stopped by needing a huge engineering team.
Vibe coding doesn't prevent you from thinking big.
Have you ever been in this position? Right? Let just what we did right now sink in, right? We intervened into a conversation between two AI personas, communicated our opinion, and instantly they were able to respond to it in voice. That is the era that we are living in. It just honestly constantly blows my mind that we get to do this with, the technology that's available, and that's available for free. 50 sources is free in Notebook LM. If you have the pro version, you can get up to 200 sources. So that was Notebook LM from the stable of Google, and it makes learning an absolute fun activity. I hope that all of you get to use it. Now, moving on, let's say you wanted to do research about a company, right? Now, this is a serious use case, and we want to get into the more deeper elements of what AI can unlock for us. Learning was made fun by Notebook LM. What is the tool that makes research become more fun? That tool is called as Perplexity. Now, you're not limited to only Perplexity. Like with image generation tools, you can also do it with Gemini Deep Research. You can do this with ChatGPT's Deep Research. It's become a table stakes feature where every major player wants to offer their own version. But for the sake of today's demo, I am going to kind of jump in and uh, use Perplexity for our demo. Now, this is how Perplexity's interface looks like, right? And what I want to do here is choose the second mode that says deep research. So I have search where they compete with Google. I have deep research where they go deeper into particular topics, and I have create files and apps, which is more the coding and the labs version of it. So I can go ahead and click deep research, and I say I am training to be an AI generalist, and I want to understand the market opportunity for someone who is interviewing for roles that would need me to be an AI generalist. Go ahead and break down the culture, compensation, and the companies that are currently offering these roles. Give me all the variations of the titles, because I understand this is a new space and there are different names for these roles. Give me what is the expected skill set for each of these roles so that I can understand where I can put my efforts into landing a particular genre of roles. Also, go ahead and dig into available opportunities from the top 50 AI companies and make a list of links that I can then later access, so that I can have a ready list of jobs to apply for, right? Very relevant use case. I hope that a lot of you are thinking of moving into the space of AI. Now, when I hit enter, Perplexity is going to convert this into an agentic task, which means it does its own sequence of actions without me asking it to. So it says AI generalist role market opportunity 2006. So it's searching on my behalf. Then it got a bunch of results, right? It's going to review all of them. Then it goes to job titles, applied AI engineer, LLM AI, LLM engineer, and things like that. So slightly different, articulations of the same AI generalist tag. It's doing that for engineers, for product managers, for consultants, right? Doing it in multiple different dimensions. Go deeper, it gets the top 50 AI companies. Go deeper, it says what is the culture within AI companies like OpenAI, Anthropic, and Google? What is the compensation and stock options that people are getting? Go deeper, it goes into what are the jobs that are available in LinkedIn, in levels.fi, on AI job boards, and it's going to start scraping all of these tools, right? Now we'll let it run because a research task usually takes about 9 to 10 minutes. So we'll kind of step back from here. Like I told you, you can literally just copy this prompt and do this on a different platform. Say I go to Gemini, I start a new thread. All I need to do is choose deep research and I go ahead and paste it and I let it do its job and it is able to do that. Same thing with ChatGPT, same thing with Claude or any other AI tool that is popular and present out there. Now, let's say you figured out a good job role that you want to apply for and you want to interview for that. But these are new roles, right? New markets, and you don't know whether you're like the perfect fit for it or not. The best way you can prepare for an interview is by being in other interviews, right? The more you interview, the more muscle you build, the better you get at giving answers real time. So AI can be incredibly helpful in replicating the environment of tough conversations like that. Should we see how we can do that? Let's go ahead and do that. So the mode that we'll be using for this is again voice, but this time we'll be doing it within the likes of a chat GPT, right? So let me quickly open chat GPT. And this is a neglected aspect of the interface because we tend to just straight away come here and start typing it. But you have these little elements in the right? So one is called dictate, the other one's called use voice. Now, use voice is what we are going to use because it has the incredible ability to start chatting with you the moment you click it. So I'm going to mute my microphone so that I can talk to you guys in between, but I'm going to start giving it instructions. Hi there. I'm preparing for an interview and I want you to role play with me so that I can do very well in it. Can we do that?
Absolutely. I'd be happy to help you practice for your interview. Let me know what role you're interviewing for, the company, and any specific areas you'd like to focus on. We'll tailor the session to make sure you're fully prepared.
Okay, this is a startup called as Photon, and it has the role of AI product manager and forward deployment product manager. Both of these roles are roles that I'm interested in. I have my career in marketing, product, and most recently upskilled on AI. So I am an AI generalist now. This is the context that you need.
Got it. Let's dive in. We'll do a mock interview focusing on the AI product manager role first. I'll ask you some questions about your experience, your approach to AI and product management, and how you handle challenges. Just answer naturally, and I'll give you feedback.
Can we do this in a way where we are actually simulating a real life interview situation? So don't give me feedback in between. Just keep it a free flowing conversation. Do take the persona of a grueling, strict interviewer that sets a very high bar because I want to prepare for the hardest interviews first.
Absolutely. Let's do it. I'll take on the role of a tough interviewer and we'll keep the conversation flowing naturally. Here we go. Welcome, and thanks for taking the time to interview for the AI product manager role at Sfaton. Let's start with a high-level question. Can you walk me through how your background in marketing and product management informs your approach to AI product management?
Oh, that's a great question because I've always believed that by chasing curiosity, you will end up in places that you would want to be. And that's how my career has been a generalist career from way before it was cool or advised. I spent my time in marketing, beginning my career in advertising at an agency, then moving on to the studio at a production role, and then eventually to the client side to understand how budgetary decisions and data analysis happens. So I've had a very diverse breadth of topics that I could cover. But then I realized that the real impact in the last few years is happening with product led growth. And that's what led me to completely shift my lens to product management. I did a couple of courses to upskill, but the best course I did was actually building my own product, Happy Eaters. So that's how I went about in my learning journey. And my approach to product management has one consistent thing in both these verticals. I believe that I understand the consumer inside out, and that is key for any good marketing or any good product to be built out there.
Thank you for sharing that. Let's drill down into specifics. Can you describe a time when you had to integrate AI into a product or campaign? What were the challenges, and how did you address them?
So we had built out a RAG bot for customer service at the e-commerce company that I was working for, and we did not know how to set the guardrails for when does it answer a question and when does it not. This was the early stages of AI in 2021, 22, where consumer AI was just getting popular. And we had to figure out what are the ways in which AI can go bad. So we ended up taking the approach of ethical hacking, where we play with our own chatbot and try to break it by giving it different types of prompt injections, and then made a list of all of those into the rule book of its system prompt so that it can start avoiding conversations where it's supposed to stay silent.
I see. How did you measure the success of that AI implementation, and what key metrics did you focus on to ensure it was delivering value to the business?
So initially, it was number of hours saved in terms of customer service time, number of queries that were taken over by the AI bot instead of a person. But eventually, we realized that the people's time that was being unlocked was now being used in customer delight, and that led to a great experience for the customer, and that was true value for the business. Now, I'm going to end it at this point, but you can see how it can be a fantastic tool for you to practice, for you to rehearse, right? In 5 minutes, it almost put me at the spot in a couple of places where I had to really understand, oh, what do I respond next? Because it's really testing my knowledge, right? And it can always be a reviewer as well. I can just come back here and say, can you score me on my responses? Rate me on language, precision, relevance, subject matter expertise, and confidence. There you go. So it says language is good, precision, this is what I was worrying about. Good story, but lacks specific outcomes. Relevance, 6.5. Subject matter expertise, 6 on 10. Confidence, 8 on 10. So it's figured out an overall answer and gave me a 6.6 on 10. Now I know that there's scope for improvement, right? The next time I do this, I want to kind of move and hit a 7, 7.5, or an 8 on 10. And that is a very quick way in which, I can convert my experience into a real world interview experience, and then when a real conversation's happening, I've already got into a place where I'm prepared. Now that was us using voice conversation with ChatGPT, but say we landed this role, and this gives us a great segue into the next tool that we want to enter, right? A new role often needs new skills. Say I've become the PM or the business lead in this new company, but there's no time, and you have to deal with something like this on, say, day 2 or day 3, right? They give you, hey, here's the handover, these are the dashboards that you need. This is the, toolkit that you need. Imagine someone throws a crazy dashboard like this at your face, and you have to make sense of it and say you've kind of punched above your weight. You're not a data person, but you have to become one now, right? I'm going to show you how just screen grabbing this, right, and going back to the likes of ChatGPT or Claude can make an incredible impact in how you actually process this information, right? So I'm going to paste this into Claude. I'm giving it a sonnet again. Hey, help me understand this dashboard like I'm 5 years old, like I'm graduate, like I'm an expert in business. Post that, go ahead and give me 3 action items that I would need to do as the marketing lead for this company. So I'm not just understanding the data, I'm also asking it to recommend action items basis this, right? On day one, I feel really dumb. So I just go ahead and say, hey, 5-year-old, what is the explanation? You have a lemonade stand. People owe you 6.6 million for the lemonade that they already drank. You owe stores that gave you lemons 1.6 million. Most people pay you fast in about 2 days. You pay for lemons slowly in 28 days. The blue and the red bars show you how much money comes in and how much goes out each month. Sometimes you make money, you're in the green, and sometimes you lose a little, you're in the red. You come back here and suddenly you see that there are 3 months where you've kind of lost a little bit of money, but most months you've made profits, right? You know that the company is fairly conversant in business, it's doing good business. Once you come to a graduate level, it says, oh, working capital management dashboard. Your accounts receivable of 6.6 million against accounts payable of 1.6 million yields a 75.38 equity ratio and a minimal debt ratio. Again, getting complex, right? If you move into an expert, it goes into the absolute, you know, integral elements of understanding this as a business. Now, as a marketing lead, it says investigate July revenue spike source. So you go back here and you see what's happening in the month of July, and there'll be a spike. This screenshot might be too short for us to understand, but AI could kind of break that down. If replicable, customer cohort or campaign, allocate budget to scale that acquisition channel because you can get even more than what you currently have. That's pretty insane, right? It gives me other ways in which I can, further explore this dashboard. But what is happening here is me trying to convert a data screenshot into understanding first and into action next. And that is the real use of data, right? So that was us using complex data and converting that into simple actionable insights with the help of Claude. You can use any AI model. Don't use this with proprietary data. Obviously, you will need to ensure that you find this within your companies. So be the champion that gets AI into your companies, but know that this is possible today. AI can understand images, AI can understand audio, AI can understand any format of information that exists digitally. Now, let's move the lens a little towards the creative side, shall we? So imagine you had to do, product photo shoots or get some creative work done, right? For that, I have this lovely tool and it's becoming a favorite of mine because of how diverse it is. It's called as Fort.ai. Let me show you what it can do. Now, Fort.ai has got a very large variety of tools. So you have like the simple ones that the likes of Canva offer you. So you can do a background remover, a background replacer, an object replacer, and so on and so forth. So you can see you selected the kid and replaced it with a dog. You can kind of add elements. So you put a party hat and a pipe in her hand. You've also edited the text in an image. So tons of things that AI can do have all been logged into this as tools. But the exciting part is when you start using it from a graphic studio point of view. So I may actually show you that. Right. So this is where you can now, go ahead and create images, and you can do this with simple AI visuals. You can do this for product ads. It understands what Facebook needs, what Google needs, and all those formats that you need to kind of explain to a designer. But the use case that I want to show you today is that of a product photo shoot, right? So imagine I pick one of these products, right? So let me say I pick I pick a cupcake. I like the cupcake, right? So let's demo it with this. It's immediately going to um, kind of ask you to describe the background. It just has the image, right? Nothing else here, and it has it in a certain scale. Now it's asking me to describe, multiple backgrounds where I want this to have kind of be in a product photo shoot, right? So I'm going to say, hey, I need this cupcake to be set in different eras, talking about how cupcakes have been, constant in 5 decades. So put it in a setup in 1980s in a bakery in Paris, put it in a setup in 1990s in a bakery in New York, put it in a setup in 2000s in a bakery in South America, and put it in a setup in the 2010s in Mumbai in India, right? Let's see what it does, right? For a campaign that shows how cupcakes have been constant across 5 decades, right? Let's see what it comes up with. So that same image, it's going to figure out the backgrounds and the environments. And it does take some time because it has to imagine all of those environment and generate those in 5 different spaces, right? Let's give it a couple of minutes. And let's see what it comes up with. All right, I'm going to give it maybe 30 seconds more. Otherwise, we'll go and come back because this is a heavy task, like the video generation, like the research task. And in the meanwhile, I completely forgot about it. Why don't we go back and check if Perplexity has completed our report? Oh, it has. There you go. It's also given us charts. AI role compensation that is rising with experience. So entry level is at this level, senior is quite significant, right? And what are these different colors? The different roles. So an applied engineer, a solutions architect, AI consultant, AI product manager, and ML engineer. These are the 5 different roles that it's listed out. So it has an executive summary, like a very good intern that has been tasked with the job. It goes ahead and tells you all the possible roles that are there in the world of AI, right? These are the ones that you want to look at and you want to kind of mold into if you want a career in AI. Then there's the compensation analysis. Then it understands that I'm in Hyderabad in India. So it's also giving me relevant for the Hyderabad location. Very smart. I like that. Gives you the US market for remote and relocation. Goes ahead and tells you a skill matrix. Just look at how insane this is. It actually built this out. This is a chart that it built by giving it different ratings, right? So it says if you have Python, if you learn machine learning, system design, business strategy, communication, cloud platform, prompt engineering, AI ethics, and you have different degrees of proficiency from 1 being the lowest to 5 being the highest, then you know which roles are suitable to you, right? So very quickly you can understand what do I need to learn to apply for which particular role. Then it goes on and defines each of these roles. It's insane, man. I'm just blown away each time I give a research project. Then goes into company culture. If culture is important to you, you would want to know that. And then goes into top AI companies and with the links to where you'll get the job. So OpenAI, Anthropic, DeepMind, bunch of other players as well. And it's given you those 50 different links as well at the bottom. How cool is that, right? You just let it do its work. We've come back here probably in about 15-20 minutes, and suddenly it's fully ready with a report for us, like we were, waiting for it. And now we can, just go ahead and act upon it. Now, let's go back and see if Fort AI has completed its task, shall we? All right. So it's gotten these. You can see that the wood is chipped here, right? It looks old, it looks weathered. So it's taken that input of time in some shape or form. Let's see what it's come up with next. Another variation of that same bakery that it's done this in. You can see how it realized that the surfaces that this cupcake is on is an indication of the era, right? So it's taken glass because at a certain era, glass would have started becoming more and more important in displaying these products, right? We can probably go ahead and describe something much more specific instead of doing all four eras at once. Go ahead and put this cupcake in a bakery in 1980s New York. Ensure that the tone, the color, and the elements are all consistent with the time, right? We'll let that generate and we'll come back to it in a short while. But you can see how kind of doing different environments without actually going ahead and doing a photo shoot, renting the equipment, you're saving thousands of rupees if you're a marketer and if you have a good vision of what you want your product photo shoot to look like. So that was us digging into Fort.ai. Now we are getting towards the last couple of tools that we have for the day, and I'm really excited about these because they are very simple to use, but they're very, very powerful as well, right? So, what if you were looking for a person? Now, this could be an investor, this could be someone you want to hire, or this could be potential customers, right? These are the three reasons in business as to why you would need to look for someone. Now, there's a beautiful tool with a very simple ethos called as happenstance, right? Happenstance is when you randomly happen to meet someone and they've taken that as the example for their brand name. I love that. Now, happenstance has a very, very simple interface, kind of like ChatGPT, right? You can't differentiate if you didn't know that this is a different tool. But what it does is it can help you maximize your network. So in connectors, you'll see that I can connect Google, I can connect my LinkedIn, I can connect my Twitter, I can connect even Outlook, and I can connect a bunch of other things here as well. Because we are building a network across different social medias, right? Even GitHub is here. So I can come back here and search for a certain set of people. For example, can you give me the list of all people that are hiring in my LinkedIn network? Let's see if it can pull that off. Right? It converts our simple natural language English query into a much more complex query. And while it does that, let me see if I can switch and show you some of the older ones. So I said, can you find me ML and AI engineers in India? And it found 30 people in my network, all of them identified by their work. If I go to AI enthusiasts and generalists, then you'll see that, Vibe of Society is here. A bunch of people from, growth school are here. If we dig deeper, then you will see that, I could build a fintech and I could quickly understand who would be my customers, right? Said I'm searching for people who are operating with a fintech or use fintech and have fintech in their past, and it can quickly, get me that as well. Now, let me show you this. I said, you know, give me a list of people who are hiring in my network, right? But how it is converted that is only post from LinkedIn, currently hiring for a role, is a recruiter, is a hiring manager, is a talent acquisition specialist, is a human resource professional. Look at how intelligent it got, right? Then it says actively recruiting, we are expanding our team, seeking new talent, corporate recruiter, staffing specialist, manager looking to hire, all possible articulations of how people post when they are looking for someone, right? And then it takes a bunch of keywords. And once I collapse this, you will see that Spurti Devella is hiring for a talent acquisition partner at TikTok, as indicated by a recent LinkedIn post. Harish is hiring for a senior talent advisor at Oracle, as indicated again by a recent LinkedIn post. So you can see that all the people who are hiring in my network are now suddenly available for me to quickly jump in and say, hey man, like I want to apply for this role. And this is again a fantastic way for you to go ahead and find jobs or find people that you want to hire. Initially, it's given me 15, but I can always say get more results. Or if I'm not satisfied with it, I can grow my network. So, like Facebook friends, you're adding new people, like LinkedIn friends, and then you suddenly have their network also connected with yours, and it starts becoming more and more powerful, right? Pretty cool, right? Now, let's move to a slightly more uh, serious use case in terms of what we try to achieve with it. and that is of data analysis. Now, the first example that I want to show you is data that I've had of my company itself. So imagine you're looking at data that is reviews shared by my users of an app that I built. So this is an app called Happy Eaters. It's live on App Store and iOS, and it's for parents who have kids that are picky eaters, right? So I have a bunch of reviews, mostly moms, talking about how this product has helped them or how they could not access it. So both kinds of reviews. I quickly break this down into, a sentiment of, is this positive? Is this negative? I create replies for each of them saying, I want to go ahead and, respond to them personally. I also try and understand what is the product feature that, I have that is making them write this review. But the tool that I want to show all of you today is the tool called as Superjoin, right? And Superjoin is special because you don't have to go to Superjoin. Superjoin comes to you, kind of like Whisper Flow, right? So you're working on the sheet, you're trying to figure out what is like the data that you need to look at. And right here, you can see that there is a simple tab that allows me to launch Superjoin. Now, Superjoin can run queries for you, can do workflows for you, can add more sources. Like you can connect other data sources if you're looking to, do a lot of analysis, right? And you can also convert this entire sheet that you have into a chattable interface again. Kind of similar to Notebook LM, but for Notebook LM, you still have to go to Notebook LM, right? Here, you're in a place where you're just loading that sheet and you can start, kind of cleaning up sample messy data, building sample dashboards, calculating sample metrics, and so on and so forth, right? So I can come here and I can say, go ahead and run a natural language analysis on row C to understand the overall sentiment from the actual words that users have written in their review instead of the rating number. This gives me a more qualitative output, right? So I could do something like this, and I say, I run that query. Now it is able to kind of get into the data that I've given it. Again, data tasks also take some time. So we've given it the context of sheet one, which is this first sheet. So it's going to read all of the data that is available. Oh, we said row C. That is a fault. So let me just interrupt that. It is actually column C, right? So again, if you make mistakes, AI will make mistakes. Garbage in, garbage out is true. So I've just started that thread again, but this time I've changed it to column C. Maybe AI is smart enough to figure out that that was a typo, but let's see what it comes up with. Right. And in the meanwhile, while this is loading, let me show you what it did for me in the past. Right. So I said, can you create a pie chart out of the sentiment analysis that is there? Right. So it made that into a pivot table, converted that, gave me a chart instantly, broke it into what key issues it has identified within that sentiment, and then told me who are the worst reviewers and what is the recurring, feature that is actually there, then common patterns, then recommendations. So it even gives me insight as a product manager saying, hey, these are the places where you need to kind of dig deeper, right? Okay, now it started to work. Let's see the thinking. So it says perform a qualitative natural analysis of column C of sheet one to understand. So then it goes into the source, review data, existing analysis. The sentiment is there in column D. So it's figured out that column D has some data that can help it. Says create a new sheet, structure the analysis, use these methods, and go ahead and verify, right? And once it's through, it should be able to create a new sheet. Can you see this? So there's a second sheet that was created, and It gives me an overall sentiment summary that says is predominantly positive while users appreciating its ability to simplify meal planning for young children. Many users highlight the app's variety of nutritious and easy to make recipes. Key positive themes are stress relief. Parents are always stressed, so that is definitely something that's happening. Nutritional support, community assistance. Key negative themes are technical issues, limited features for non premium users, and excessive advertising and push for upgrades. So useful, right? This is way more actionable for me than this list of reviews that I have to read. And I've just given it 20, but imagine I have 10,000, right? Suddenly you will start appreciating what AI can do for you. AI can dig into 10,000 just the way it does a few, tens. And that is where it starts beating the abilities that, we might have limitations in. So that tool, by the way, folks, was called as Superjoin. It is your AI assistant in spreadsheets, and it's incredibly powerful in kind of allowing you to work with data and convert, large chunks of data into actionable insights. Now, I know that I've kind of given you a lot of tools to kind of follow, but let me tell you this: that if you want to stay updated, if you want to learn more and more AI tools, I use this really interesting tool called as Flick. I think Funny or someone from the team can drop the link in the chat. There you go. Now, Flick is a tool that allows you to know what are the latest updates that are coming in the space, what are the latest tools that are coming, if there's any great offers, like any tool is made free or any new launch is giving you, free access in the initial part. What are the different ways? What are the different prompts you can use? All kinds of information that makes you a better professional or in AI is covered in this particular app. So go ahead and get that downloaded, and you can feel that you can access the latest AI information in a fun and easy way to basically, um, you know, get and stay updated. All right. Sorry for that. Just give me a moment. Now, oops. Okay, we're back. So let's kind of close the session, right? Let's move towards the end. But I do want to show you all one last demo. And this is one of my favorites because I do think that, um, you know, for the longest time, this needed you to have special invite only access. But just in the last month, it started becoming accessible to everyone. Should we go ahead and do this? Yeah. Now, it's also special because I want all of you to not just experience what AI can do when you are working with it, but actually do understand that AI is going a level beyond. Today, I promise all of you that you will get access to watching agentic AI in action. Everything that we saw until now was generative AI, where you give in an input and it generates something for you. But agentic AI is when it has the ability to act on your behalf, right? It has the ability to run autonomously. So let's go ahead and set the mood to close out on a high. Yeah. And let's go ahead and watch this tool in action. So I'm going to come here to this little browser that I have. I'm going to open the assistant and I'm going to say, hi, I have about 5,500 people watching this recording live. So go ahead and show an agentic AI demo for them. What I need you to do for that is open my YouTube music and play a futuristic song from Pink Floyd to set the background tone and mood. And then open Claude.ai in a new tab and prompt it to code an HTML greeting card. The theme that I want in the greeting card is there is a closed curtain, but when I press a button, it opens that curtain and says, welcome to the agentic AI era. You can sign off with love, RV, towards the end. Right? So this is our context. I've just, kind of put everything that I can think of in that aspect. And now I'm going to do something interesting, right? You can see my video, all of you. Yes. I'm going to hit enter and I'm going to get rid of my hands because now I am not going to type or do anything. I'm going to let AI do its thing. So you can see that blue little halo. It's logged into my YouTube music. It's verified that it's logged into it. It searched for Pink Floyd. All right. Let's see what it's chosen. What track is it going to play? My hands are still in the air, folks. There you go. It's picked out a track. I don't even know what track this is. But it sounds futuristic to begin. I hope you can still hear me. Now it's opened a new tab. Let's see what it does. Ooh, it's able to log into Claude. Still hands in the air, folks. It is now in the text box within Cloud. Let's see if it can convert my request into a nice, well articulated prompt. Oof. 8 different points. All right. And the code has begun. I can maybe come here to see what's happening. You can see the sidebar just becoming smaller, which means it's writing a lot of code. And we are just waiting. So let me just open the assistant on the side so that it can tell us what it's doing. So it's scrolling, it's reading, it's verifying its own code. Folks who are worried about what tool this is, you will get access to this tool. I'm sure Funny is going to, provide all of you access to this as well. All right, it decided to check back on whether the track is playing in between for some reason. Okay, now let's scroll down and see what it's done. So it's written a bunch of code, but it's actually not given us the final output, right? So let me do this. I'm going to just open ChatGPT or maybe ask it only. Why am I doing this? We are doing a demo of agentic AI, right? So let me go back here and say, hey, Claude could not generate the final artifact for me to actually demo this. I'm pasting the code below. Can you just go ahead and open this on ChatGPT instead? Actually, I'm not even going to paste the code below, right? I'm going to be very lazy. Let's see what it can do. Okay, so it says I finished the first task. Now it's come back to ChatGPT this time. Let's see if ChatGPT can succeed. Interesting part is the browser did the entire agentic piece, but the AI LLM agent kind of failed, right? Let's try this again. Okay, it's typed out the prompt. Should be hitting an enter at some point now. Okay, code's happening again. Still writing code. You can see the sidebar becoming smaller and smaller and smaller. Let's see what it comes up with. There you go. So it's figured that the final piece that we wanted was to demo this live, right? So it said, can you open this in Canvas, which is ChatGPT's live preview, live preview tool. And it's now asking it to preview this in front of us. So let's wait for the content to load one last time. And once it's generated, the preview button should get active and then it should be able to preview it for us. Let's give it 30 more seconds, folks, because what's happening now is it's solving problems on the fly. So it keeps trying to hit on preview, but the preview is not yet generated because the code is being loaded. So like us getting impatient, it's also getting impatient. There, finally. Boom. So it figured out that the preview button was live, and there is that curtain interface that we were talking about. Very beautifully coded. This is all written by AI for us. Let me actually intervene here and see if I can ask it to open. All right. So it says I can add an auto reveal after 2 seconds, but right now I don't see the button, right? So I'm going to say, hey, can you give me the button to open this curtain? I currently don't see it as visible. Going to rewrite the code. There you go. The button is here. So I click on that and boom. Welcome to the agentic AI era, folks. I hope that this opens your minds to what is possible out there, how the world has completely changed in the last 3 years of existence, and hope you get to dabble with all of this with your own work life, with your own daily life. Try and experiment as much as possible, because the world as we know it is completely changing. Work as we know it is completely changing. You'll get a link to the browser that Funny will put on the chat, so please go ahead and experience agentic AI for yourself. To close out this session, a quick summary. We began with the basics of what is Gen AI. We then understood how it works behind the scenes. Then we spoke about prompting techniques of how to talk to it. We tried the magic prompt formula. We figured out how to pick the right model for our work. We explored open router rankings. We compared models on multi. And then we went ahead and filled the entire session with a bunch of tools that can really, really help you with your everyday problems. I hope that everyone here is feeling a wee bit more accomplished. A big, big, big congratulations to all of you. Why do I say that? It's because you decided to stay ahead and outskill the rest. I hope that this is a start of a wonderful journey. There's a lot more of exciting sessions coming your way. I shall now hand it over to Funny. You will have a session poll on your screen. Please go ahead and drop in your rating. We take those very seriously. Thank you so much. Over to you, Funny.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Raghuveer. And I'm loving the excitement that I'm seeing on the chat, especially with agentic AI. Folks, it's the comment browser, as RV mentioned, and I went ahead and shared the link that all of you can go ahead and use to download it if you have not already used it, right? And going forward in the next session, we're going to learn how we can build such AI bots and agents ourselves as well. It's going to be super interesting. But Raghuveer, thank you so much for setting the foundations right for everyone and helping everyone get started on this journey. I will go ahead and share the link of your profile on the chat, because I see a lot of people also mentioning that they want to go ahead and connect with you. So folks, that's where you can go ahead and continue to stay connected with Raghuveer. But Raghuveer, as we are coming to the last part of this session, before we break for lunch, would love for you to give advice to people as they are getting started on this journey based on what we have learned in this session as well.
Of course, of course. I think um, a few things will be repetitive, a few things will be new. I just had my mind blown this week with watching AI agents chat with each other for the first time. I was sharing with you, right? Um,
Yeah.
this is called as Molt Book, which is Facebook for AI agents, and it is live in the last 4 days. And I just realized that life as we know it in the digital world, at least, is fully changing. So every once in a while, there's an event in AI that happens that really asks you to change your perspective about how you live currently and how you will live the future. And for some of these inputs to kind of come through and be useful in your life rather than being threatened by it, like we saw at the start, right? Like jobs are going, layoffs are happening, new skills are needed. All of that is there. But if you flip the lens and just open your mind to the opportunity that is being created right now, there is just so much opportunity if you just dive deep right now and say that I'm going to take this bull by its horns, learn what it takes, and just go ahead and start building. There's never been a better time to be a builder. There's never been a better time to be an ideas person. There's never been a cheaper time to get tools accessible to you, right? I come from the likes of Uber, where we introduced rides at 5 rupees, at 6 rupees a kilometer in this country, right? And today it's back to about 25 rupees a kilometer
Yeah.
in most places. This is the 5 rupees phase of the AI era for India, especially, right? You have, major tools being offered for free. The only thing that is stopping all of you from, getting deeper, building your own things is yourself. So get yourself out of the way, get your hands dirty, go ahead and start building, build in public if you can. Keep a mind open to, change your perspectives to the way life was before AI, because I do think that there's a fundamental shift, and the sooner we accept it, the better, because you'll either surf this tide, right? You can be a surfer on this tide, or it's going to drown you. There are only two ways or two outcomes that you can expect from this. I hope that gives you perspective. I hope that there's equal part nervousness and excitement when I say that, because there's a lot of amazing stuff coming your way. I love the next few sessions that you're going to be attending. There'll be a lot of building in that. So I hope that all of you enjoy this path and make it your own. Good luck.
Absolutely. Keep that curiosity on, folks. We are doing great. And as RB mentioned, the access to so many tools, we have never had it before. I did see a few of you mentioning that many of the tools that RB went ahead and demonstrated have paid versions. How do I go ahead and take access to so many? You don't have to take access to the paid subscriptions at all when you are going ahead and learning, right? But drop in a thanks for RV for getting started, for helping all of us get started with AI in this session. Varsha says one of the best sessions I have attended so far. So thank you so much, Raghuveer, for being here and spending today morning with us.
Thank you so much. My favorite part of the day. I'd not be anywhere else. Thank you, Funny, as always, for setting the context, for setting the room, for guiding these folks along. And I'm sure you're going to be a part of their journey going forward as well. So, folks, you're lucky to have people like Funny guiding you all. Have a great time. Have a great Saturday. Bye bye.
Perfect, perfect. Loving all of the messages that are coming in on the chat. I will quickly take it forward from here and help all of you with the resource document that I had showed you at the beginning of the session. How many of you have taken notes? Yes, no on the chat if you have taken notes. Yeah? Oh my God. All of you are saying yes, and I'm absolutely loving it. All of you are saying yes, absolutely loving it. But though you have taken notes, I'm going to quickly share my screen, and in fact, let me go ahead and drop this link first. Yeah, for those of you who want to go ahead and connect with RV, here's the link. You will find his LinkedIn profile as well inside this link if you want to go ahead and explore and stay connected with him. But here's the resource file of session 1 that we have just attended. I would want all of you to go ahead, copy and paste this link in your own document for now. We are going to be sharing such resource documents going forward after every session as well. So by the end of this entire mastermind, you should be having all of these resource documents collated safely with you, and you don't have to ask for it. You're going to have extended access to all of these resource files as well, right? So these are for you to keep with yourself and go ahead and use them for your own learning going forward as well. So the resource document that I've just shared looks like this, wherein everything that we spoke about in the first session, right from mastering prompt engineering to the magic prompt formula. What does the magic prompt formula consist of? What are all of the other advanced prompting techniques that we could go ahead and learn? How do LLMs work? Remember, we learned the 5-step process: tokenization, embedding, self-attention, prediction, and response generation. All of that has been put in inside this document that I have already shared on the chat box. And as you scroll down, you will also find prompts and the list of all of the tools as well. I did see a lot of people asking, hey, how is Raghuveer speaking to his laptop and the prompt is coming up there? We were using the tool called Whisper Flow, and we taught you that sometime back as well. But if you missed it out, you have all of the links right here for you to go ahead and explore. I hope all of you have taken note of this link. Give me a thumbs up if you have taken note of this link. Quick thumbs up if you have taken a note of this link. Wonderful. And what we are going to be doing right now is we will go for our lunch break. But before we go for our lunch break, there is an activity that I would want all of you to do during your lunch break. But what is going to happen after the lunch break? A lot of you have asked, hey, I've learned a lot of tools. I've learned the foundations of AI models. But should I go ahead and subscribe to all of these tools? Do all of these tools only have a paid version? Well, here's what I will tell you, right? In the next session, we're going to take things one level above, right? I mean, we're going to take things one notch up. What do I mean by that? While in this session, we learned how writing good prompts work. We learned how multiple different AI tools work. In the next session, we are going to be using or building our own AI bots and assistants. So depending on who you are, if you are a copywriter, if you are a marketer, if you are a designer or a product owner or a product manager or an entrepreneur, you will have the ability to go ahead and build an AI assistant for yourself absolutely for free. And there we are going to learn how we can write markdown prompts and system prompts, which will enable us to go ahead and build AI assistants. We are also going to talk about multiple process updates and systems that you can build with AI, which Webber himself has done. And he has been able to, in the last 6 months, grow his social media presence from about 200K followers to over 1.3 million followers as of today. How did all of this happen with AI is what he's going to come in and teach you. Of course, a lot of you might have seen his AI clones on the internet, but today he's coming in live at 2 p.m. IST to teach you, and you will have the opportunity to interact with him as well. But what is the activity that I would want all of you to do during the lunch break? Do you want to do a quick activity? Drop in yes if you want to do a quick activity. It is during your lunch break, so you can do it at your own pace now that you have started learning AI. Love it, loving it, loving it, loving it. The energy levels today are so high. Let me go ahead and share this incredible tool with all of you. What we all will do at this point of time is to announce or make a pledge on LinkedIn that we have ourselves started learning AI. And how is it that we are going to be doing? I will quickly share my screen and show this to all of you. In fact, I'm going to put in the link of this as well on the chat. This is a tool that we built out without writing a single line of code. And we are going to be teaching you how a tool like this can be built out by you without having to write a single line of code itself, right? And what this does is when you click on the link that I've shared on the chat, you will find a tool like this that helps you take a LinkedIn pledge. Now, what is the requirement of this pledge? Well, it's an opportunity for you to let your professional network know that you have started learning AI. And how do you do that? You don't have to write the post manually. You have to just open this tool, click on this profile image option because pictures do very well on LinkedIn. So we have created an AI tool that can generate a picture for you. And the first step is you have to go ahead and upload your own picture. just like how I'm showing all of you at this point of time. So I've uploaded my picture. I'm entering my name, Funny Krishna. I am currently the Associate Director of Growth. So going ahead and mentioning that, and I currently represent Outskill. And what am I most excited about? Well, I'm going to say I've just learned the foundations of how AI models work and learned the magic prompt formula. I'm very excited to learn how I can go ahead and build my own AI assistants and AI bots. I've said this and I'm going to click on generate LinkedIn post. And as I click on generate LinkedIn post, on the right side, you can see that a post dedicated for me is being written by AI right here. This is the entire post that you can go ahead and put up on your LinkedIn profile. I'm going to show you how you can do that. But as the post gets written, we also have an image that gets written, and it's your right to go ahead and share this with others, letting them know that you are dedicating your weekend to learn AI. So you can simply download this image to your browser. As you can see, it got downloaded. You copy the text, you go to your LinkedIn profile on a different tab. And once you are on your LinkedIn profile, you can simply go ahead and drag this into the post box. Let me quickly do that. Okay. Yes. I've uploaded this picture. Click on next, and I can simply paste the entire text right from the tool. And you can simply go ahead and hit post here. And once you do that, your post will be live and people will be able to get to know that you're dedicating your entire weekend towards learning AI. This is a way in which you can go ahead and get a lot of inbound requests as you go forward in this journey. But while all of you do that, we have about 45 minutes for it to get to 2 p.m. IST. So I'm going to leave all of you with a lunch break right now for the next 45 minutes. And we will get started exactly at 2 p.m. IST. Vaibhav is going to come in and lead the session going forward. All right, everyone. It's 2 p.m. and time for us to get started. I'm going to give it probably 30 to 45 more seconds as I see more people joining in, and I'm asking our team to send out one last message before we get started with the session. So let's give it 35 to 45 seconds more for everybody to come back in and settle down, and we will get started then. I'll do a quick recap of what happened so far, and I'll set context and also teach you a thing or two before I do the handover to Vaibhav, but I'll get started in 45 seconds. Okay, I saw that a lot of you went ahead and dropped in posts on LinkedIn. Was super exciting to see all of those posts coming out. And also, I went ahead and connected with a few of the people who made their posts as well. Those of you who did not get a chance to do that can continue to do that over the course of today, and it's going to help you get a lot of inbound requests as well from people about what you are learning. I'm just pushing out a quick poll just to sort of understand how many of you have attended session 1 that happened. Raghuveer led that. And or how many of you are joining in directly at this point of time to listen to Vaibhav getting started with his teaching. Just launched a poll. Take the next 30 seconds to answer this poll. I see that the number of people on the call is increasing by every second. So I'm going to give it like a minute more for everybody to come back in and settle down. And I'm sure a lot of you would want the resource document for session 1. So I'm going to go ahead and share that once again. There you go. This is the resource document that I had shared earlier for session 1. Okay. I see that about 10% of you had to drop off in between in session 1. and about 10 more percentage, about 200 people are joining in directly for session 2, and you missed out on what happened so far. So I'll give you all a very quick walkthrough or a recap of what we did so far in the mastermind, and I will then set context for what we are going to do over the next 3 to 4 hours that we are spending here today. I love the fact that the percentage of people on mobile phones has come down now. So you saw the how many demos we were doing, and the next 3 hours are also going to be all about that. Shall we get started? Are you all back? Drop in back on the chat if you are back and excited to get started with the second part of day 1. Drop in back. Perfect. Fired up, says someone. Wonderful. Yeah, I just wanted to give 5 minutes to everyone to come back, settle down, and then we wanted to get started. I'll close the chat box right now and do a very quick recap of what we started off with today, and also connect the dots between what we learned and what we are going to be learning, right? So for all of the people who missed out on session 1, and for everybody else as well, to get a quick refresher, take out your notebooks and go through the notes that you have already written from session 1. We got started with this mastermind by truly understanding how AI is transforming each of our roles. And we understood the importance for all of us to build a generalist mindset, right? And what is a generalist mindset? A mindset that, irrespective of which domain you're coming in from, you should be able to leverage the potential of generative AI and solve problems across multiple domains. Moving forward, everybody needs to have the AI generalist mindset for them to propel in their careers, or for you to be able to start things on the side as well, either as a consultant or as an entrepreneur, right? And we are going to be giving you multiple examples of that. We have not done that so far, but we got started with the whole mastermind with the idea of all of us building this mindset of an AI generalist. And we started off by truly understanding the science of AI models. As you can see on the screen, everything is captured in this document, and I've shared this document already, but we learned the 5-step process with or using which all of these AI models today work, right? Tokenization, embedding, self-attention, prediction, and response generation. We also saw that there are multiple types or multiple companies which have launched multiple types of AI models that all of us can go ahead and play with. And then we learned or got ourselves exposed to one platform that shows more than 600 AI models that exist as of today. This platform also tells us which model is ranking how much based on the task that it's doing. If I ask all of you to put in the name of this platform on the chat at this point of time, will you be able to do that? What is the platform that you can go to be able to see 600 plus AI models that are available for people to go ahead and use as of today? Loving the responses on the chat. All of you are getting it right, or most of you are getting it right. I think Abhishek was the one who dropped it in first. Open Router. We saw this platform called Open Router that shows you multiple different AI models that exist as of today. Lot of you also got confused as to what is the difference between Open Router and Multi. Get Multi is a tool that allows you to use multiple AI models. It does not show you the capabilities of AI models, it allows you to use them. But Open Router, on the other hand, shows the capabilities of AI models as well, and shows you how many tokens, etc., are being used per AI model. And then we learned that prompt engineering is the art that is going to truly be the differentiator between general public versus AI generalists, right? And one prompting technique that we went deep into is the magic prompt formula. Now, as Vaibhav takes over, we are going to go ahead and teach you all how you can write your system prompts, how you can go ahead and write markdown prompts as well, is something that we are going to be exploring in this particular session. And then we also went ahead and built our own AI toolkit, wherein we went ahead and explored a bunch of tools like Whisperflow, Gemini, Emily, Fireflies, ChatGPT, and Claude, of course, Fort AI, Supergrow, Another example of Supergrow is also numerous, which we didn't teach you, but we added in the resource file. Suno, Notebook LM. We saw, we are going to be using Chronicle in just a moment, which is an incredible tool to create presentations. But all of this is existing. These are all tools that are existing in the market today. And the first session was all about learning the science of AI models that we can all use. It was about learning how to make better use of these AI models and also how we can use tools that are already available and built out. In the session that we are entering at this point of time, it's we are going to explore AI workflows and we are going to truly learn how thinking like an AI generalist would work. And in this process, we are also going to go ahead and build AI bots and assistants, which we will be making for our own specific use cases. Like for example, if you want to build an AI assistant for your internal customer support team, you will be able to build a proprietary customer support assistant or a bot for your team. And you can build these bots and deploy them on your website as well and have AI sort of go ahead and reply to all of the queries that your visitors would be putting in. Such are the things that you will be learning, and you will be doing all of this without writing a single line of code. On a scale of 0 to 10, how is your excitement at this point of time? Can you let me know on the chat? On a scale of 0 to 10, how is your excitement at this point of time? Wonderful. I see only tens, and I see some people saying 1,000 and 10,000 and beyond of that as well. Loving the excitement. So it's not only me, all of you are equally excited to go ahead with this journey. But before I hand this over to Vaibhav, lot of you received, I mean, almost all of you received this email just the other day, wherein we asked you what is that one topic that you would want us to teach you inside this mastermind. And guess what ranked? Lots and lots of you, 87% of the people asked us how AI can be used to build presentations. And what we thought is, before we get started with building AI bots and assistants, why don't we quickly teach you how you can go ahead and build incredible presentations, not on Google Slides or not on presentations, PowerPoint presentations as such, but how can you use AI to not only design the slides, but also create the content inside of it. And this will be applicable for literally everybody on this call, which is why we got so many requests for this topic. So before we start learning how we can go ahead and build AI assistants and AI bots, should I quickly teach you how you can build presentations with AI, design it as well, and receive the complete presentation by the end of it? Drop in a yes if you would like to see a quick workflow that you can start using to generate or design presentations for your use cases. Wonderful, wonderful. So because we're going in a staggered approach, right? You learn this, you will learn AI workflows, and as Vaibhav comes in and takes over, it will become easy for you to go ahead and understand. So quickly putting the chat on close. Steffi, we will not be able to provide the recording, but you're here and you're learning it live, and I love that. Quickly sharing my screen to get started with it. Give me 1 second to do this. Perfect. All right, there's my full window. And yes, I use the Comet browser as my default browser today, and it's incredibly helpful, right? We are going to show use cases of that as well. But can you all see my screen? Drop in a yes if my screen is visible. Quick yes if my screen is visible. Wonderful. Perfect. Perfect. Now, the first thing that we are going to do, I'm going to show you an entire workflow, right? So what does a workflow mean? As an AI generalist, it's important for you to nail this in your mind. A workflow is when you not only use just one tool, but you combine the power of multiple different tools to get to the output. Now, in this example that I want to show to you, I want to go ahead and build a presentation that I could probably go ahead and show to my founder in terms of how I can launch AI upskilling courses in the LATAM region, in North America and places like that. I want to go ahead and build a presentation that I could go ahead and show to our investors and to my founder about how can Outskill launch itself in the LATAM region. Now, for this, I need two things, right? I need to do an in-depth market research, convert all of that market research and all of the points that I gather into content that can be put inside of slides, and then design the entire slides all by them. I mean, the whole presentation deck, right? So that I could go ahead and present that to Webhub, who is the founder, of course, and to our investors. This was a real use case, and I thought, why don't I just pick this use case itself and demonstrate how I went about achieving this task to all of you, so that you can also learn how you can build presentations, right? So in this task, the first thing that I did was I went to ChatGPT, and of course, at this point of time today, I use multiple AI models. One of them, of course, is ChatGPT. And the second one, of course, is Perplexity inside of my Comet browser itself, right? Now that I'm inside of ChatGPT, this is the kind of prompt that I went ahead and gave to ChatGPT so that it could go ahead and do the research for me. Now, I hope all of you understood the problem statement. I had to build, and this was a real use case, like I mentioned, right? I had to, build a presentation that I had to go ahead and deliver, because we have plans of launching Outskill in the international markets as well. Are you all clear about what is it that I'm trying to show to all of you at this point of time? Quick yes on the chat. And I'll show you the process that you can follow, I followed, and I always follow. Right? This is ChatGPT that I'm showing you at this point of time. And here is when I will tell you why we have come to ChatGPT. Now that you're on the screen, remember the magic prompt formula. I'm going to subconsciously use that at this point of time, and you will see how that is coming out. Listen to the prompt that I'm going to give to ChatGPT. You are an expert management consultant who has more than 30 plus years of experience, and you're incredibly good at doing market research, especially helping brands launch in new regions by understanding the demand of that region, by doing a complete market study of the competitors, etc., that exist in that region. I currently lead growth at Outskill, which is an online AI education platform. And we are looking to launch Outskill AI courses in the LATAM region. I want you to do an extensive research as a management consultant on the opportunities that Outskill can leverage if we were to launch ourselves in the LATAM region, and also do an extensive research of what is the online learning market looking like, what is the AI landscape looking like in the LATAM region. I would also want you to highlight some competitors that already exist in this space that could be competitors for Outskill as well. Do this extensive research for me about, so that I am better prepared to go ahead and launch Outskill AI courses in the LATAM region. So this is the prompt that I'm giving. I just spoke it out and you saw how the prompt came in. Which tool did I use to be able to do this? For which tool did I use to speak and get the prompt out? Can you let me know on the chat? Just checking. Yes, Whisper Flow was the tool that I had gone ahead and used. Very, very good. Now here, just want you to focus on one thing. I am giving it a role. I'm specifying the task that we have, which is doing a complete market study. I'm giving it instructions and context as well about what I do and why am I even doing this activity. And I've gone ahead and included all of the data points that I would want it to go ahead and look into. Now, this is the entire prompt that I have given. And what I'm going to do at this point of time is I click on the plus button and I'm enabling the deep research option right here, because before we generate content for the slides, we first have to do research about the opportunities that exist. So I'm enabling the deep research option and clicking enter right here. Now it's asking, because I enabled the deep research option, it is asking me questions before giving me the answer back, before conducting its research. What is it asking, right? I'm going to say it's asking me the language. It's asking me what are the specific LATAM countries you're prioritizing, what types of AI courses are you offering, and are you targeting individual learners, enterprises, or educational institutions? I'm going to quickly answer these by saying, no, we only are going to conduct our trainings in English. I'm okay with all of the LATAM countries where there is going to be enough demand for AI courses and online learning as well. And we offer beginner to advanced AI courses with the focus of helping people implement AI, not just learn the theoretical aspects of it. And we are targeting individual learners who could be early career professionals, entrepreneurs, working professionals, or founders themselves. So I give it more clarity. And now you see that it has started doing its research. So it's going to give us a detailed report as soon as it's ready. Now, how does an AI generalist work, or how do you make the best use of this technology that is available for us? You take the same prompt that you're putting in here and you go to another AI model. Let's say Perplexity for that matter, because Perplexity is incredibly good with doing research. So I'm going to go ahead and put in the same prompt to Perplexity as well. And I will hit go right here. And you will see how Perplexity starts thinking about this, right? I could go ahead and put the same on DeepSeek, on Grok, just so that I have research being done by multiple AI agents at the same time, or multiple LLM models at the same time. And then you will see what I will do, right? I have gotten research done by ChatGPT, which is working right here. It's still working. It's still starting its research, and you can see it loading up at this point of time. Because we selected the deep research model, it is going to take some time to go ahead and do it. And Perplexity, just in the interest of time, I did not turn on the deep research option, but you see what it has done, right? It started researching, started going through all of these links. You can see the number of links that it has gone ahead and researched just in a fraction of a second. As soon as I hit enter, it was able to go through all of these and then give us this entire result right here, right? Outskill has strong potential to enter the LATAM online education market. What is the learning market looking like? The LATAM edtech and online sector is booming, valued at around 16 to 30 billion dollars in 24-25, with double digits projected through 2030 and 2033. So clearly there's an opportunity, there's a landscape, and it has also done the competitor analysis for us right here with competitors listed, what is the focus of these competitors, strengths, and market presence as well. Now it has literally gone through 33 sources, and you can further push it by enabling the deep research option right here. You see there is an option. I had not enabled this because then it would take approximately 10 minutes for it to complete this entire research. So I didn't want it to do that much. But you can go ahead and very well enable the deep research model inside of Perplexity as well. And you can do the same on Gemini as well. If you go to Google Gemini and go into a new chat, you will be able to see the deep research option in Gemini as well. And here you can go ahead and plug in sources and give it files as well if you're going ahead and using Gemini. By the way, Gemini is incredible at doing deep research because it is from Google, and Google already has a lot of information which is accessed by Gemini. If, again, a pro tip that I'm giving you, not going to demonstrate this, if you want core research to be done on product feedback or user reviews and things like that, and especially want the AI model to do research based on what are people saying as of today, I would recommend you to use something like a Grok, because Grok is from the same pool of people who run Twitter as well. So Grok has better access to things from Twitter directly, right? So these are all of the models that you can go ahead and explore. Here, ChatGPT is still going ahead and doing the deep research, but what I'm going to do in the interest of time is quickly pause it. Right? I'm going to quickly pause it. And here I'm going to say, give me your analysis so far, so that I can fasten this entire workflow for all of you. But you have gotten the gist of how you can get these AI models to do extensive research. So here's the executive snapshot that ChatGPT is giving us. You see, when you have given it a role like expert management consultant, the whole narrative that it is giving us as an output, you can see how the tonality has sort of changed, right? Because it has taken the role of an expert management consultant. So here's the executive snapshot. Latam is a very strong expansion candidate for Outskill if we go ahead and position it as English first, implementation led AI skills for upwardly mobile professionals who want global relevance. It has gone ahead and given us the structural reality, key insight, macro patterns that we can go ahead and exploit, AI demand in the LATAM region, what is currently happening, the language reality, high potential countries, competitive landscape, what it is looking like, where Outskill has the real edge, what are the key risks, and everything around it. It has done this entire research for us. Now, here's what I'm going to do. This was step one. I'm moving to step two. Are you all clear about how is it that we gathered the research? Yes, on the chat. And this research, we took probably 5 minutes to get it done. But you can expand this research as well. I will get to the presentation part. But this was research, right? Now, what is it that I'm going to go ahead and do? How am I handling multiple models? I'm just using them on different tabs, as you can see, right? There is ChatGPT, there is Perplexity here. I can keep opening as many of them as I want, right? What I'm going to do at this point of time is I come to Perplexity, copy the result that it has given us from here, paste that into ChatGPT completely. And then I'm going to say, I had done some research on my own as well. I've gone ahead and pasted it right here. I want you to summarize or accumulate the research that you have done and the research that I am providing to you. And after accumulation of both of this research, I want you to go ahead and build a 10 slide presentation deck for me. I want you to give me the content that I can go ahead and put in my 10 slides, which will help me go ahead and present this entire LATAM landscape to my founder and investors. I will be doing this presentation tomorrow, and I want all of this information about the opportunity and the risks and the strengths that Outskill has, everything that you have mentioned to be captured in 10 slides specifically, which I could then use to go ahead and present to my investors and founders. So go ahead and give me the content that I can, put into 10 different slides. So what I've done, I have asked ChatGPT, or you can use any model for this matter, right? I'm using ChatGPT and I asked it to summarize or collate both of the research pieces together, put it together and convert it into slides. And here you can see ChatGPT going ahead and converting all of this into 10 different slides, giving us the content. Let it load up completely, and there you go. Slide 1, why LATAM, why now? LATAM, a high growth, under-penetrated AI upskilling market. And it has gone ahead and given all of the stats as well and a key takeaway. Slide 2, macro drivers powering demand. Slide 3, AI landscape in LATAM. Target learner profile, priority markets with LATAM, competitive landscape, and everything else as well. It has beautifully converted all of this into content. Now, you don't have to take the pain of going ahead and building this entire thing out in Google Slides or in PowerPoint presentations, right? Today, I'm going to introduce all of you to an incredible tool that is AI powered. It has a thinking model inside of it, and it can generate beautiful designs for all of us. Now, before I actually share the link of this tool, I do not want this tool to crash at this point of time. So let me quickly log in first, and then I'll share my screen. Give me a second. I'm quickly logging in, and I'll tell you the name of this tool. I truly believe that it's the Apple of creating presentation designs today, and I'll tell you why as well. Okay, I've just logged in. Didn't want all of you to go ahead and see my ID password. There you go. Perfect. You might find the name of this tool, but I would request all of you to not jump onto the tool right now because I don't want it to crash. I want all of you to learn from this tool at this point of time and try your hands on it much later, because many of these tools, while they are AI powered, they can't handle a lot of traffic at the same time. And this is a free tool, by the way. I'm using the free trial here. When you log in, you will see a window like this where it says paste text, generate from a prompt, import content, or start from a template. What I'm going to do is, since we have the slides text right here, I'm going to copy this, come to Chronicle and click on paste text. And when I do that, it will give us the option like this. I can simply go ahead and paste the entire text that we have gotten from ChatGPT directly, slide by slide. There you go. Slide 1, this is what I want. Slide 2, this is what I want. And you will see what comes up. Wonderful. I'm just formatting the text slightly and there you go. I've pasted everything. And here I have these options. What kind of template do I want to choose? I'm going to keep this as auto. I'm going to not select the number of chapters at this point of time. All that I'm going to do is click on continue. And what this particular tool, the name of the tool is Chronicle HQ, by the way. It's not just a presentation builder. It's an AI powered presentation builder and it has a thinking model inside of it. So the same content that we have gone ahead and put in inside of Chronicle, it will rearrange that content and make it much better for presentations. Now, Chronicle is not a horizontal tool. It's a vertical tool. It's only good with generating presentations. Okay, it says I've run out of remix tokens. I hope this comes up, and it's not coming up because I have run out of tokens. Let me see if I can generate it very quickly. You see, it says creating storyline. So it's trying to narrate the entire story in a different way in its own style. And what I was telling you, I hope this works out. If it doesn't, I'll have to re-log in into a different account, which I will do. But there are two types of tools, right? Horizontal tools and vertical tools. Horizontal tools are the ChatGPT, Claude, etc., which can do a lot of things for you. It can do data analysis, writing emails, writing sales scripts, analyzing things for you, and all of that. But they're not specifically good with anything. They're good with a lot of things. Vertical tools, on the other hand, are good with specific things like Chronicle for that matter, right? It's very good with generating PowerPoint presentations. Now, let me quickly show this to all of you if it works on a different account. Give me 1 second to do that. All right. Okay. Webhub will take over in just 2 minutes, but I just want to quickly show this to all of you, the entire output. I have run out of tokens on this email ID, so I'll just quickly log into a different one. All right. I have logged into a different one. And you will get the link of this, right? You will also get the prompt that I had used. Okay. Okay. All right. There you go. Okay, sharing my screen. Just give me 1 second. There you go. I come here. And I again paste the text. Seems like many of you have jumped onto this tool in spite of me asking you not to, which is why it has gotten slightly slow. Like I said, a lot of these tools cannot handle a lot of traffic, but they're incredible at what they do, right? So I've gone ahead and pasted this, clicked on continue. That's all that you have to do in today's world to generate presentations. You see, it's outlining the chapters now, creating the storyline, arranging the details. And there you go. It has given us the entire storyline once again. It has redone the slides content. And now I can simply click on create presentation. And here I have two options. I can get images generated with the diffusion models like Nano Banana, etc. Or I can have placeholder images as well, which is faster. So here for this demo, I'm using placeholder images. But when you go ahead and use AI to generate images for the slides, you will have much more relevant images come in. But there you go. Our slides are ready. And if you like what you're seeing, I would love for you to go ahead and drop a heart, right? I'll also show you a couple of things that you can do inside of it. But here is the presentation ready for me to go ahead and show to, let's say, Vaibhav or our investors as well, right? Outskills LATAM expansion strategy, market analysis, and go to market plan for AI upskilling in Latin America. The LATAM opportunity, it represents high growth market for AI skills with significant market size and growth projections. Strong intent penetration, government investment in digital education exists as of today. Practical AI adoption trends. And if I want to change anything here, the text is not aligned. So I simply click on it and I drag it before I go ahead and save the final version. Target learners, who are they? Brazil and Mexico represent tier one entry markets with the largest edtech and AI markets. And all of these slides are generated for us right with just one click of a button. Now I can change the theme. I can make it minimal, right? I can, change the way all of these slides look like as well by clicking on remix and all of that. And once I'm satisfied with what I have, I can click on export. And when I click on export, I can either export it into a PDF document, into images, or into LinkedIn posts or Instagram posts, or even download this entire thing as and import it directly into Google Slides. So this is how you can use this workflow to generate incredible presentations. Was that helpful? Drop in helpful on the chat if that was helpful. Perfect. Perfect. Because all of you asked for this workflow, I quickly wanted to cover it. But now we have Vaibhav here, and Vaibhav will be taking over to teach all of us how we can go ahead and build AI bots and assistants. Vaibhav,
What
I
is
hope.
happening, people? How is it going? I hope you guys can hear me and see me. Drop a yes
Yes.
in the chat if you guys can. All right, awesome. Thank you, Funny. Okay, we have a situation. My computer is acting up. So, Funny, I have a backup computer on. You should find me as well there. Just in case if this computer suddenly shuts down, and it is for whatever weird reason, it is acting up. If that happens, you can switch me to the computer. You might not have me look so nice with this fancy camera, so I can switch to my MacBook just in case if this fails. But all okay right now? Somebody is like, wow, there is drama happening. Yes, when things have to go down, looks like everything does go down. But I'm very excited to have all of you people. Everything looks good. Everything looks good. Should we get started? Yes. Awesome, 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 awesome. And somebody also mentioned Funny, in case you get dropped, no worries, Funny will teach us. Perfect. Perfect. I love that. All right, guys. So, let me quickly share my screen and get you guys started. Okay. All right. You can see my, if you guys ended up seeing that, that was my perplexity, me asking me to fix my MacBook right now. Okay. I hope the screen is clear. Funny. Yes.
Yes, it is. It is.
Okay, perfect. So here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing that I wanted to quickly.
Okay. I think Vaibhav's voice just broke. Give me 1 second. Yes, yes. Net is not lagging. I think his system crashed once again. These tech issues have to happen when you don't want them to happen. I'm just seeing if I can give access to the other system of his. Give me 1 second. Okay. Yeah, he's just joining back. Murphy's Law says someone. Tech always surprises us, even though AI is there to help us. This is, yeah. Okay, I'm putting the chat on hosts and panelists. The name of the tool that I showed to all of you was Chronicle HQ. People who are asking for it, I'll share the link of it on the chat. It's called Chronicle HQ, right? Of course, if everybody goes onto it, it might crash once again, but you can save that and continue to use that much later. This is not a clone, Abhijit, not a clone at all. Clones can't read. Okay, we're just going to give it 1 second and we will get started. Janvi, I have read your message. Okay. All right. Yes, I see. I'm just giving access to Vaibhav once again. He has joined back and we will get started. Okay.
All right. Can you guys hear me now? Yes?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay, awesome. All right, guys. So let me quickly jump right in. Look, you must have learnt a bunch of tools and everything already, right? What I wanted to majorly focus on right now today is on, is my audio okay, Funny?
Yes, it's fine. It's perfect.
Okay, awesome. Okay. Somebody was like, audio was a problem. Okay, I'm going to turn off the chat, Funny. If there's anything technical, you can tell me. I'm going to switch. This is my last try on this. Okay.
Done.
This was my mistake. I was trying to close something else and I closed Zoom by mistake. But, anyways, we are here. Strangely enough, right? AI has not got to the point where it can fix all these things all by itself. But we will do our best to make sure that you guys are learning a ton. Okay, guys. So on session number 1, you guys played with a lot of tools, right? You built a work, like an AI toolkit where you played with a lot of tools. What we're going to focus on this session is for me to teach you guys how to build your own tools. Of course, you had your favorite Funny to kind of share you guys on how to build presentation and whatnot, right? Now we take a notch up and we try to build our first app. How many of you guys are excited to build your first app? Drop a me in the chat if that is you. You're excited to build your first app. Yes, looks like a lot of you people, and that is exactly what we're gonna do right now. Okay, if you guys are wondering what is this fancy tool that that Vaibhav is gonna teach for me to build my first app, let me be clear. We're gonna use something that everybody has access to. That is ChatGPT, right? And inside of ChatGPT, there is a very interesting thing that a lot of people don't realize. On the sidebar, even if you have a free ChatGPT account, okay, on the sidebar, there is something called as Explore GPTs. Yes, Funny?
Vaibhav, I think your screen is very blurred.
Folks, is my screen blurred? Is my screen blurred? Okay, let me try it once again. Funny, how is it right now?
Yeah, perfect now.
Okay, I can see on my screen also on how the laptop is looking. Perfect. Okay. Awesome. Sam Altman, if you're looking at it, Elon Musk, if you're looking at it, Sundar Pichai, if you're looking at it, please help your AI to get better to solve these problems also. Also, Tim Cook. Okay, so we're here, right? And on ChatGPT, you will see that there is a sidebar right here, right? What is that sidebar? Well, that sidebar essentially, I'm assuming my screen is blurred again.
Yeah, it's gotten blurred again.
Okay, Funny, you should be able to see one more Vaibhav Sisinti.
Yes.
Right. Let us switch to this. Let us screw this and move on to our laptop. Screw this. Shall we?
Yes, I'm just giving you access on that as well. Done.
Anymore,
Yeah,
right?
you're on mute. Yes.
Okay. Let me. Okay. I hope you guys can hear me and things are better right now. I know the camera is not so cool, but we are going to manage. All right, folks. So let me quickly switch to my. See, I'll tell you, I'll give you the backstory on why I use, usually my big screen is because I want to be able, I have a big screen there, right? So I want to be able to do a lot of things. But on a computer, the experience is not going to be the best for me, not for you. So, but that's okay. I think this is what we have got. So we're going to manage with it. I want you guys to be a little more patient than usual. That's my only request. All right. Let me quickly share my screen right now. Okay. Can you guys see my screen? Yes. Perfect. All right. Let's do this, guys. Let's do
I
this.
hope the audio is clear, but is it coming from the mic or is it
Good
just
question.
some?
It's coming from my AirPods.
Okay.
Is it too bad?
No, it's fine. It's fine. We can go on.
Okay, let's go on, guys. Okay, like I said, this time what is the tool that we're gonna use is ChatGPT. Now on ChatGPT, if you come to the sidebar, right, there is something called as Explore GPT. Can you guys see that? Can you guys see that? I'm gonna turn on reactions. Okay. Can you guys see that? Okay. So if I click on Explore GPTs, right, something very interesting opens up, guys. And that interesting thing that opens up is called as basically GPT Marketplace. Now, what is GPT Marketplace? GPT Marketplace are basically apps that are built by people like you and me on top of ChatGPT. These are apps that are built on top of ChatGPT. So, there are a lot of apps here that you can play with. For example, if I open, let's say, if I search for anything, let's say I want to use an app which is written for emails. I can search for email right here, right? And you will see there are a lot of apps here which can write great emails for us. If I tap on this, there is this nice little pop-up that opens up which says email and mail writer. And I can simply click on start chat. And you can see this. This is the interface of GPTs. What are GPTs? These are apps that are built on top of ChatGPT, which is so cool, right? And I can say, hey, write an email for me to get a leave tomorrow since I have learned a lot of AI stuff and my brain is buzzing with ideas. Okay. In fact, let's make it harder. It's an email and a mail writer tool, right? So I'm not going to say write an email. I'm just gonna say request leave for tomorrow without even mentioning, right? Because your brain are buzzing with ideas. So if I send this, look at this. Nowhere did I mention write an email here. And still it comes up with an email. How? Because it's an email and a mail writer tool. If I would have just gone to ChatGPT and I would have asked this, probably an email would not have come. But because it's an email and a mail writer tool, an email came up. Now, here's the thing. I'm not going to spend time exploring a lot more GPTs like this. Because I know you guys are all smart enough now that you understood where GPTs are, you're going to find it yourself. And by the way, there are lakhs of GPTs, like literally lakhs of them. So I don't want you guys to forget about them. Once the session is over, go and explore them. But you know why I'm here? I'm here to teach you something fun. And the fun part is you have the ability to create your own GPT. And that is what I want to teach you. So how do you go about creating your own GPT? Well, you can see this nice little create button here. Can everybody see it? Give me a thumbs up if you guys can see it. Yes. Look at my mouse. There's a nice little create button. If I tap on this, right, a new world kind of opens up. Now, what is this new world? Well, new world that you're seeing at this point of time is called as the GPT creation wizard. What is that? Using this tool that ChatGPT has created, you can build your own app inside of ChatGPT, which is so cool, right? So let's give it a spin. Let's say I want to build an app inside of ChatGPT, which let's say can basically, how to put it? Let's say can come up with viral tweets. Okay, just an idea. I want to build an app which can come up with viral tweets. So how do I go about it? You see this, the section on the left side is where I talk to ChatGPT to explain what I want to build. And the section on the right side is where ChatGPT can show us what it is building. It's called the preview for a reason, right? So because I want to build an app right now, which is a tweet generator, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here and I'm going to just write the prompt. And I'm going to say, I want you to build a kick-ass tweet generator. Every time I give you a topic, you should be able to come up with one tweet that has the potential to go viral on Twitter. You are an expert at doing this. You have written tweets all your life, and you're bloody good when it comes to writing tweets, which can catch the tone of anyone and click on the retweet button, and the tweet would go viral. So use all the knowledge and build this tool for me where every time I give you a topic, you will be able to come with one tweet that will definitely go viral. There you go. If you guys are wondering what the hell just happened, well, I'm using Whisperflow. All of you guys remember what Whisperflow is? I'm using Whisperflow and hence I'm able to type this out for you, right? There you go. I've entered that information. I click on the send button and look at this. It says, thinking for a second. Let it do its magic. All right, it's still thinking, which is okay for me. It's basically doing a lot of work all by itself. And you'll see changes happening on the right side very soon, guys. Keep a look on this side. We just explained AI on the left side what we want, right? Now, AI has to do all that hard work to figure out what needs to be done. And look at this. It has come up with a response. Got it. I'll set it up. I need a name for the GPT. What about viral tweet mention? So it's recommending me a name. I'm going to say sounds good. I mean, of course, you can say, I don't like the name, and you can come up with your new name as well. And here it comes. Now, look at this. It has auto-updated the name right here, right? And saying I'm generating a profile picture for the GPT right now. Once it's up, tell me what do you think and what change, if anything, right? I'm going to say, okay, let's go, is what I'm going to say. It's asking me, can I generate a profile picture? I'm like, go for it. No problem. And it's going to generate a logo right now, or a profile picture right now. Let's see what it comes up with. I'm also curious. You can see this, it's generating. It uses the DALI image model. It doesn't use the new image gen model yet, but it uses the DALI image model, and here it comes. It has come up with a nice little profile picture. Now, if I don't like it, I can say, I don't like it. Make it something minimal and clean, right? With, let's say, neon green and black. I don't know. You can give whatever suggestions you have, guys, whatever preferences you have. What I'm trying to tell you is you can just talk to it and it's going to build it for you however you want it, right? So that is what we are doing right now. Look at this. It is like it's generating one more profile picture right now, which is perfect for me. So I would want it to generate. And look at that. What do you think of that? I love the party emojis that have started to come in. That is very nice. I'm going to say looks awesome. You can see how terrible I'm with typing because I'm so used to using voice for text that I've become terrible when it comes to typing. I missed the A in awesome. I said looks awesome, but thanks good lords that AI understands my broken English here. Okay, now it's asking me, will you give a topic? How should the tweet usually feel? So it's asking me, how do you want the topic and the tweets to be, right? I'm going to say, can I just try? So it's asking me more questions on how I want my tweets to be. I'm not going to break my head. I'm not just going to say, can I give it a shot? Can I give it a spin? Let's see what happens. And it says updating GPT. And look at this, guys, on the right side. Have you noticed? Now there's a logo, there is a name, there's a description, and everything around it. And it's like on the preview on the right, drop a topic and see how it works. So now I've built a tweet. I built this product right now. All I need is to give it a shot to see how it is working. So I can just come here and I can say topic, and I can give any topic I want. I will say AI will take away many jobs. That's the topic that I give. And look at that. Can I get some hearts? Isn't this crazy? It just was able to do exactly what I want to do. That's the app that we're trying to build. I give a topic. AI won't take your job. Someone using AI will. Every tech shift skills task, not ambition. The real risk isn't automation. It's refusing to adapt while everyone else upgrades. Okay. One more. I'm going to just say one more and let's see what it comes up with. AI isn't coming for all jobs. It's only coming for the ones that don't change. The safest career move in 2026 isn't loyalty, it's learning faster than the tools replacing yesterday's skills. All right, it's coming up with cool tweets, but you know what? I have some feedback. I feel the tweets are too long, and also it's coming up with one tweet. So, what if I make some changes to this? So, what I'm going to do is listen to what I'm going to tell AI right now. I'm going to come here and I'm going to make the app better right now. How do I make the app better? I'm going to come here to the left side and I'm going to give it feedback. What feedback do I give? Hey, I just tried out the tool right now. And what I think is your tweets are too long. I think you should make it crisper and punchier. And on top of that, I want to tell you who my audiences are. You see, most of the people who follow me on Twitter are either working professionals or are entrepreneurs and are very savvy. They're smart people, right? They are on top of all the technology that is out there. So, and most of them are from India as well. So, use this information to come up with tweets that is relatable to these people. And because most of the people are from India, can you also come up with tweets which has Indian ones like Bollywood, cricket, a couple of Hindi words here and there? I don't want the tweets to be in Hindi. I want it to be in English, but a couple of Hindi words here and there for people to kind of relate to it. And also, I see that you're coming up with one tweet. What I want you to do is I want you to come up with 10 different tweets on every topic that I give you at once. And not just that, you know what I want you to do? Come up with 10 tweets, rate your own tweet from a scale of 1 to 10 on the potential of it to go viral, and also give me one line explanation on why you think that specific tweet will go viral. And you know what? Give me this whole output in a table and order them in a ranking structure where the ones with highest rating is on the top, and give me the whole output in form of a table. I want you to make all these changes to the app that I just built. Guys, did you see what I just did? I gave it a bunch of instructions. Okay. I said I want 10 tweets. I said I want it to be more relatable to Indian audiences. I also said that, I said a bunch of things. I don't even remember everything that I said so far. So let's see what it comes up with right now. Okay. It says updating GPT. I said rate your tweets. I said I want it to come in form of tables as well. I asked it to do a bunch of things. Look at this. Tweets are shorter, crisper, and punchier. Audiences are smart Indian audiences. Uses English with light Hindi. Generates 10 tweets per topic. Self-rates each tweets from 1 to 10. Adds one-line reason. Outputs everything in a rank table. That's a lot of instruction. So let us see what it comes up with. Let's give the same topic again. Huh? AI will take away many jobs. Let's see what it comes up with. Let's see if it's able to come up with a table and more spicier tweets. Look at that, guys. Look at that. A table ranking viral potential score, and also it's giving on why it could go viral. It's got cut out because it's not full UI, but it just works brilliantly well. And look at the tweets. AI won't take your job. Someone using AI will. Same way Excel didn't kill consultants. Lazy ones panicked. If your job is to just following steps, AI will take your intern. If it's judgment, taste, or trust, you're safe for now. How crazy is this? AI will kill the way Swiggy killed home cooking. Less routine, more choice, new roles that everybody notices. You see how it has come up with this example of Swiggy? Because I said my audiences are in India. You get the point? So that is how this app works. How cool is that? And let's say you're happy with, of course, if you're not happy, you can just ask it to, make it better by coming here, all of that. Let's say you're happy with this. I'm okay for this example. I can simply click on this create button and I get three options. Only me, anyone with the link, and GPT store. I can select only me for this example and click on the save button. Let us see what happens. All right. Looks like the app is built. I can simply copy this URL. I just said only me, so only I can see this. Click on this only me. I'll open the URL right now. Let it load. Look at that, guys. The viral tweet Smith is ready. The logo is there. The explanation is there. The whole app is ready. I can give a new topic right now. Let's say Elon Musk is an alien is the topic that I want to try out. Let's see how it works. Because this time we have saved it. And look at that. The tweet, the viral potential score, and why it goes viral. Guys, if you think this is crazy, drop a boom in the chat if you absolutely are blown away with what we have done so far. Drop a boom in the chat if you think this is crazy. Yes. Awesome. 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 Now I have a question for all of you people. How many of you guys want to take it to the next level? This is where we learned how to build an app, which is great. How many of you guys want to learn advanced app building technique, which I use, which only probably top 1% of the people are aware of? How many of you guys want to learn that kind of stuff? Yes. Let us teach you stuff that people can't even find on the internet. I will teach you a way where you can build even more advanced apps. For that, before we get there, let me show you something more, okay? For you to be able to build an advanced app or anything for that matter, something that is extremely important for you guys to know is how things work in the backend. If you don't know how things work in the backend, you will not know how to, push it to the limits. And for you guys to know how things work in the backend, when we were talking to AI here, right, by chatting with it, if you click on the configure button, you will see the backend of the tool. You can now see this, that the logo is right here, and I can upload any photo that I want as well. I can change the name. Let's say I can call it X Post Generator by VS, and there you go. The name changed. The description, I can change it here. But what is most important thing that I want to show you here is the instructions. If I open this, expand this tab, right? Look at this, guys. This is a prompt. Now, who wrote this prompt? I didn't write it. ChatGPT actually wrote this prompt all by itself. Now you'll be like, Vaibhav, what do you mean by ChatGPT wrote the prompt all by itself? Well, when we were talking to AI on the side, what AI did was AI understood what we were saying and it converted that into this prompt. Am I making sense, guys? We were chatting with AI like it's a tool. AI was smart enough to understand what we were chatting and it converted that into a prompt. And that is exactly why the app works the way it does. Now, if I want to build an advanced app, an app that is super advanced, what if I write my own prompt? Because for the first time, let me be frank, when I read this prompt, right, when ChatGPT came up with this prompt, I was like, it's okay. Like, I can write a better prompt than this. But when I can do that, I could use the power of this product to do something even crazier. So, for you to build advanced GPTs, you need to write your own prompts. Now, what prompts do we write? Magic prompt formula? Well, let me show you an example of what I mean by advanced prompt. Okay. Let me show you one of the GPT that I personally use on a daily level. This, my friends, is an advanced GPT. It's called the post writer. And you know why it is advanced? It doesn't only write me LinkedIn posts. It writes LinkedIn posts exactly in my own style. Am I making sense? It writes LinkedIn content on any topic that I give. But the crazy part about that is it replicates the style of my writing. It is so bloody good that even I can't say if it is written by me or by AI. And just to give you a heads up, I have close to 500,000 followers on my LinkedIn. 100% of content in the last 2 years is written completely using AI, using this damn tool. And nobody can tell if it is written by me or by AI. Now, why is it so powerful? If I go to edit GPT, because I own this GPT, so I can click on the edit GPT. And if I click on configure, look at the prompt, guys. It has something called as role. It has something called as objective. And there is a hashtag. There is a star that is out there, right? It has role, objective, context, instructions. And I'm scrolling the prompt. Look at how long this prompt is. I'm scrolling, it's coming. I'm scrolling, it's coming. ChatGPT would not have managed to write this prompt directly. So what did I do? I wrote it myself. This prompt is the reason why I'm able to get incredible outputs. Now, how many of you guys want to learn how to write crazy prompts like this and build advanced GPTs like this one? If that is you, give me a heart so that I know. I'm not going to go to the chat because it's very hard for me to manage everything on a screen like this. So I'm going to talk to you guys on reactions. Okay, perfect. Now, while it looks very, very complicated, it actually is not very complicated. You need to learn a new prompting structure. And that, my friends, is called as the not magic prompt formula, my bad. It's called as the markdown prompting. This is the special prompting structure that you need to learn. And this, my friends, is called as the markdown prompting. Okay, so feel free to take a screenshot of this if you guys want. This will be super helpful. And markdown prompting has all these traits inside of it. It has something called as role. It has something called as objective. It has something called as context. It has something called as instructions. And it has something called as notes. And it has these fancy hashtags and all these characters. Now, you might look at it and you might be like, what the hell is happening? Why is it looking so complex? Don't worry about it. It is very simple. And if you give me your next 15 minutes with 100% focus, I can guarantee you each and every one of you will be able to write a prompt like this. But I want you guys to be extremely focused. All right. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn off reactions. I'm going to turn off everything so that you guys can focus on what I'm telling you guys. It's probably the most important thing that you learn in whole of this day. And if you learn how this prompting structure works and how you can write prompts like this, and I'm going to teach you a secret way today on how I do it, which is going to be mind-blowing. You can't even find it on the internet, no matter how much money you pay, right? Because that's my process. You will learn that today. So full attention here. All right. Like I told you, there are a bunch of things in this prompt, right? But how do you write your prompt? What do each one of these things mean? Well, you've learned the magic prompt formula already, right? You know that magic prompt formula has role, objective, context, instructions, notes, and all that good stuff. You already know that, right? Now, what do each of these things mean? For example, you know what a role is. In magic prompt formula, what the role is the same in markdown prompting as well. So what you do in role is simple. Let's say you are trying to build a customer success executive agent. In a customer success executive agent, a role is you say something like, you are an expert when it comes to managing customer success. You are an expert at it. You have 10 plus years of experience and you have worked for top companies like Google, Uber, Amazon, blah, 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 all of that. So AI knows how it should behave. It's the same as the magic prompt formula, right? Then comes objective or task, where in objective or task, you kind of describe AI what you want AI to do. In this case, because I'm talking about the customer success example, in the objective, I'm going to tell AI, hey, your job is to solve customer tickets. A lot of people write emails at hi@outskill.com, and every time someone has a doubt, they will reach out to you. Your job is to respond to those emails or write emails as a reply to the customer success ticket. That is the objective or task. Very simple, like magic prompt formula. Now, context. Context is the new addition to this prompt. What is context? Context is very important, guys. Context is basically you telling AI why what it is doing is important. In context, we explain AI why we are asking it to do what it is. For example, in context, in this case, right, I'm going to explain AI something like this. Hey, what you're going to do as a job here is a very, very important job. Because every time a learner writes an email, because it's a customer success executive, right? Every time a learner writes an email to hire@outskill.com, they're writing because they're stuck with a problem. They need a solution to that. And if you can respond to them in the best way possible with highest empathy, in a way that you're able to solve their problems, they will become happy. They will have a good experience. And if they have a good experience, they're going to join our programs. And if they join our programs and have a good experience in our programs, they're going to talk about our programs with all their friends. When this happens, Outskill as a business will grow faster. So if you're thinking your job is just to reply emails, let me make it very clear. Your job is not to reply emails. Your job is such an important task that if you do your job well, we as a company will grow faster. So do your job in the right way because it's a very, very important one. What did I do here, guys? I gave AI context. I told AI why what it is doing is important. And the moment we do this, right, something magical happens. AI is all of a sudden able to empathize, understand its job role. As a result, it's able to do its job much, much better. Makes sense? Give me a thumbs up if you understood what context is. Because role is very clear, objective is very clear, context is something which is very powerful. Amazing. Next comes instructions. Instructions is something that you all know what it is. Well, instructions is simply go to email, read the email, understand what the problem is, craft an email, craft the email response to it, send the email. All the instructions in steps, you can type it out. And finally, there is something called as notes. What is notes? Well, notes is basically nothing but, let's say if there is something that you want to talk about and you were not able to cover in role, objective, context, or instructions. You wanted to give some instruction, but you were not able to do that. That is where notes comes into action. Inside of notes, you can clearly specify basically if you missed out on something, you can mention them here. That is where we add notes. You say that, hey, you know what? Make sure you are nice. Make sure you're sweet, whatever. You want to add an additional instruction or additional important point that you want AI to remember, and you were not able to add anywhere here. That is what you add on notes. Okay, very simple role, objective, context, instructions, and notes. Now, what the hell are these hashtags and stars? Guys, those hashtags and stars are the reason why this prompting structure is called as markdown prompting. They are the reason. And let me explain you what I mean by that. You see, when I opened this slide for the first time, what did you guys notice first? Is it fair to assume that you guys noticed this line, which is special prompting structure, custom GPTs, or markdown prompting as a line first? If the answer is yes, I'm not surprised. You know why you notice these two things first? Because they are written in large font. And our brains are tuned to focus on things which are written large. In fact, in blog articles, you will see there are titles. And if there's a title, you read that first. And whenever there's a word that is important, you usually underline it or you write it in bold because you want people to focus on those things. Well, in AI, how do I do the same? For example, let's say I come back here. We have this prompt written by Expose generated by VS, right? Let's say I think this is a very important word. Can I bold it? There is no option for me to bold it. Can I make it a headline or a big font? I can't do it. So how do I tell AI what is important, what is not important? That is where markdown prompting comes into the picture. You see, when I write one hashtag and write a word after that, AI imagines that to be a headline 1. AI imagines that line written as a headline in the largest font possible. Just that line. If I put anything between two stars like this, and I put a word in between, AI imagines that word is in bold. In this example, let's say I want this word to be in bold. You can't see it. If I put it between two stars like this, AI imagines this word to be in bold. If I just add a hashtag and I say something like roll, AI imagines this line to be in headline 1, which is a large font. In the same way, if there are two hashtags, AI imagines that to be a headline 2, which is still a big font, but smaller than headline 1. And that is where you will see there is hashtag roll. This is a prompt that I've written for Web of Symphony style post writer, right? When I wrote something like this, when I put a word between two asterisks, between two stars, AI imagined that word as bold. And on top of that, I put a hashtag in the beginning. When I do that, AI imagines this whole thing to be in bold and also is a headline. It is the biggest font possible. When I put two hashtags and write something next to it, it is still a headline, but it is smaller than headline 1. Let me show you something if I'm able to get it. Yeah. Check this out, guys. This is markdown prompting. Look at that. If there is one hashtag, AI imagines that to be headline 1. You can see how large the font is. If I put two hashtags, AI imagines that to be headline 2, smaller than headline 1. If it's three hashtags, it is still a headline, but smaller than headline 1 and headline 2. Whenever I put a word between two stars, AI imagines that to be in bold. When I put a dash and write something, AI imagines that to be a bullet point. And when I do this is basically a line break. I don't use this a lot. You don't have to worry about this. But knowing these things will change the way you build a prompt. Is it working? Are you able to understand what we just learned? We learned a prompting formula which is extremely expressive in form of markdown prompting. And not just that, we learned a way to talk to AI in form of a sign language here by increasing the font, reducing the font so that we can tell AI what is important and what is not. That is markdown prompting. Now you'll be like, Weber, this is so complex. This is fun, but I want to try. Can you explain me more? I know you have all those questions back of your head. I will tell you one thing. We are going to write our own prompt right now. And as we write a couple of our own prompts, you will be able to understand everything about it. Should we write our first prompt? Should we write our first prompt using markdown prompting so that you can understand this even better as we put this into action? Right now, it was slightly theoretical, right? Now let's get into practicals. Yes? Awesome. Loving the energy. Keep that energy up right there. So what do we build right now? We have to write a prompt. For me to write a prompt, I need to build something. And I thought I will give you a nice gift. I thought I will literally teach you how I built my LinkedIn post writer. I think LinkedIn post writer is an incredible example because it's not a simple app to build and it cannot be accomplished without writing your own prompt. And on top of that, writing a prompt like this is very, very hard. So if you learn how to do hard things, easy things become very easy. Correct? Now, that is what I'm going to teach you. I'm going to teach you how to rebuild this LinkedIn post writer, which can replicate your own style of writing. Sounds fun? Drop in a heart if that sounds fun, because we are going to replicate your own style of writing. And if you guys learn this process, I can guarantee you that it will change the way you use AI forever. Ready for this? All right, let's get right inside of it. Guys, if you guys are wondering that I'm going to write this whole damn thing all by myself. What if I tell you that is not true? I am a lazy bugger and I have got AI to do all the work for me. In fact, this whole prompt was actually written by AI. It was actually written by ChatGPT for that matter. If that is the case, why did I teach you markdown prompting? There is a reason for it. What you're going to learn right now is probably going to be one of the most powerful things that you've ever learned about AI. You're going to learn how to think with AI. And you know what? I want all of you guys to drop this as a chat comment for me right now. Think, drop a comment, think in the chat. It's very, very important. One of the most important skill sets that you can pick up in this AI first world is to make AI think with you. It's about thinking with AI. And that is what I am going to teach you right now. Okay? Awesome. Let's get right inside of this because this is going to be quite mind blowing. So, how do you think with AI? You think, guys, I want you guys to focus, okay? How do you get AI to think for you, or how do you think with AI? The way you do that is by breaking down a large problem into smaller problems and getting AI to solve for it. Now, what did I tell you? I told you that we're going to build an app like this, which is LinkedIn Post Writer WebHub Sissinti style. Okay? Now, if I want AI to help me do this, I have to pass on a lot of information. What do I mean by that? I have some questions. One, I need to tell AI that it needs to write viral LinkedIn content. I need to tell AI to write like me. Now, for AI to write like me, it needs to know how I write. Does AI know how I write? It doesn't. So, I need to find a way to first tell AI how I write. How do I do that? Well, if you think of, hey, I can just type out WebHub that I write like this, I write like that, it's not going to work. Because you're going to type something like, oh, you know what? I write like I speak. I write in simple English and basic stuff like that. It's not going to work. Because AI doesn't understand what you mean by I write in simple English. You need to be more expressive. And it's almost impossible for us humans to tell AI or tell anyone how you write. So we break that problem and make AI work with us. What do we do here? Because first job is that I have to tell AI how I write. Before even I build the prompt, I need to figure out a way on how do I tell AI how I write. So what I'm going to do is, guys, this is all thinking in form of workflows, right? What if I give AI a bunch of content that I've written in the past, and I say, AI, go through all of this content and understand how I write, and you tell me how I write. Give me a report which captures everything that you understood on how I write. Once AI gives me this report on how I write, I use that report to convert that into a prompt. And then I get it to be rewritten in the style that I want it to. Not able to connect dots? Check this out, what we're going to do. Step number one is for me to build this app, that is LinkedIn Post Writer WebHub Sissinti style, I need to tell AI what WebHub Sissinti style is. And I don't know how to explain. So what am I going to do is, I'm going to write a prompt like this to ChatGPT. And of course, I'm not going to write, I'm going to just say it. You are an expert when it comes to analyzing large chunks of content and mimic anybody's style of writing. What I'm going to do is I'm going to share 10 of the LinkedIn posts that I have written in the past. You go through all of the 10 LinkedIn posts that I've written in the past, understand how I write my LinkedIn content, what kind of words I use. How do I space my content? What is my storytelling style? What are the words that I commonly use? How I frame how data driven is it? How I write my first line, the hook, how I write my body, how I write my call to action. What are the hidden patterns in my content? I want you to go full PhD on understanding my style of writing. And also, all the content I'm going to share with you right now are written by me personally back in the day. And all of this content have gone viral on LinkedIn. So I want you to also understand what is common between all these posts because of which it is going viral on LinkedIn. And I want you to do all of this work and give me a super extensive content DNA report on the style of my writing. It should be like a PhD level report on style of my writing and why my content goes viral on LinkedIn. This is what I want you to do. Did you understand? Guys, did you hear what I said towards the end? I wrote this whole prompt. I said what I want. I basically said I'm going to give you 10 of my LinkedIn posts and I want you to go full PhD on it. In the end, I asked the question. Look at this. Did you understand? Because I don't want to rely on the fact that AI will understand everything by default. So every time I give an extensive prompt like this, a nice little hack for all of you people. Every time I give an extensive prompt like this, I always ask AI, did you understand? That's what I did. I'll click on the send right now. And you know what? AI is going to explain me back what it understood. It understood that I'm going to give 10 viral LinkedIn posts written by me. All are viral, all are original. It needs to analyze on PhD mode on. And what I will get is a content DNA report. And now it says, go ahead and paste 10 posts when ready. So it understood what I want. I want a content DNA report of how I write my content. I don't know how I write my content, so I'm getting AI to tell me how I write. Now, all I have to do is just paste 10 posts when ready. Well, to save time, I have basically pasted a bunch of my LinkedIn posts that I've written in the past. I'm going to copy this, right? You can copy and paste it from your own LinkedIn as well. Come back to this, and I'm going to share, here are my LinkedIn posts that I have written in the past. And I'm just going to simply paste all the LinkedIn posts. And just in case, what I will do is I will basically change this model to a thinking model, which you can do for free as well, right? I will just keep this to a thinking model, right? Even in a free version, you can do that so that just that I can get better outputs, right? So there you go. I'll click on the send button and that's it. So first I told AI, what did I say? I want you to tell me how I write. And I asked it to give me a PhD level report. And then I gave it a bunch of content. Look at this, got it. You shared 9 posts and you said 10. And here is the content DNA report. Guys, it's giving a report on how I write my LinkedIn content. How insane is this? It's wild, right? Your core idea behind every single post. You're not posting news, you're doing fast public sense making. And it gave me everything. The position you as early, opinionated, analytical, easy to understand. The Webhub hook system. It's talking about how I write my hooks. The hook formula you repeat, and it broke down it. My structural blueprint, how I use it everywhere. It is breaking down in a way that there is no way I can break it down. This is my content being broken down by AI, which is insane. The spacing and rhythm trick, the language style, how I use my emojis, my pattern stack, proof stack, sorry, my signature themes, my virality engine explaining simply why my content goes viral, micro patterns that I use that most other creators miss, how I write my CTA. Guys, look at this extensive report. Isn't this just insane? Drop in a heart if you think this is just insane. That we are able to get AI to analyze all my content and give me a report on how I write my content. Because I didn't know how to write my own content, or I didn't know how to explain AI how I write my content, I got AI to tell me. Now, I'm going to teach you a nice little hack right now. What is that hack? This hack is to make this content report slightly better. Do you want, I will tell you how to use this, and you can use this everywhere, okay? What I'm going to say is I'm going to come here and I'm going to say, hey, I just saw the report that you just made. It is definitely a 7 out of 10. But you know what? I gave the same task to Gemini by Google. And the report that it gave me is a 9.5 out of 10. But your report is maybe a 7 out of 10. I thought you will do a better job. Why don't you think harder and come up with a report which is a 10 out of 10, which doesn't miss anything, doesn't skip anything? It has to be absolutely the best in the world. Use all your knowledge, go ninja, and come up with an even more powerful report so that you can beat Gemini. Guys, did you just see what I did? This, my friends, is called as gaslighting in AI. And you know what? It works. It works brilliantly well. This, my friends, like I said, is gaslighting AI, and it works brilliantly well. And here we are. Look at that. It said, fair enough, spending some time, and eventually coming up with even more extensive report. Guys, if you think what you've just seen so far is crazy, drop a comment crazy in the chat. Are you able to understand what I mean by think with AI? It's about you decide what we want to do, but you outsource the hard work to AI. You guys understood? It's about outsourcing the hard work to AI. And that is what I am doing right now. Now that I love the fact that few people are putting crazy between 2 stars, saying bolded crazy, right? Someone said, bro, you're hacking AI. Well, it's not really hacking, but it's a growth hacking mindset for sure. You're thinking with AI. And this is what differentiates you from everybody else. Everybody else is using AI to write poems. What you're doing is you're getting AI to think for you. That is the difference between a rock star versus everyone else. Okay, now that we got this report, we need a prompt. This report is not useful for me. We need a prompt for me to use inside of custom GPTs, right? How do I go about it? Well, what I'm going to do is now that I have this report, I'm going to go to ChatGPT, a new window, of course. Give it a second. Let it open up ChatGPT. And what I'm going to say is, I want it to help me write a prompt this time, right? I don't know why ChatGPT is taking so long to load. Weird. Okay, let's come on here and do this. It'll probably be faster. Okay, there you go. Okay, ChatGPT has opened up. Now, what I'm going to do is, I need this report to be converted into a prompt, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm open a new ChatGPT window right here, and I'm going to write a prompt something like this. You are an expert prompt engineer who has written a lot of prompts for custom GPT. In fact, you work for the OpenAI team and you have the highest experience in the world of writing prompts for custom GPTs inside of ChatGPT. What I want you to do is I want you to write a super extensive prompt for a custom GPT, which basically writes LinkedIn posts for me, which go viral on LinkedIn. Every time I give you a topic, your job is to come up with a viral LinkedIn post on that topic. If needed, you will search on the internet about that topic as well, come back and write a viral LinkedIn piece on that. Now, the difference about the viral LinkedIn post writer that we are building here is that you replicate my style of writing. You're not only writing viral LinkedIn content, you're writing viral LinkedIn content exactly in my style. And that is what I want you to build. And for that, for you to know how I write my content and why my content goes viral, I'm going to share a content DNA report of mine. This is a report which includes how I write in a very detailed manner across all the things on LinkedIn, and also includes why my content goes viral. Use all this information without missing anything to write a prompt, which I can use inside of custom GPT, where every time I give a topic, using that prompt that you wrote, it can come up with viral LinkedIn post exactly in my own style. This is exactly what I want you to do. Did you understand? There you go. Here it comes. I end it with, did you understand? Click on the send button. Look at that. I understood this guys, I hope you understood why I always end the question with, did you understand? Because I want to know if AI understood me or not. Because sometimes we often say something and AI understands something else. So not to waste time, I always ask, did you understand in big prompts? And here is what it understood. You want a single super extensive prompt for custom GPT. You will give a topic, occasionally research the topic, and write viral LinkedIn post. The key difference, it must replicate your exact style of writing and use my voice structure and narrative. You have a content DNA report exactly. My job, which is AI's job, is to absorb every single insight, miss nothing, translate it into a bulletproof custom GPT. So the GPT behaves like a writing clone of me. Perfect. Next up, paste the full content DNA report. That's all I need to do. Now, we have done the hard work. Now, ChatGPT is probably thinking we wrote all of this. You know that is not true. I'm going to simply copy this content DNA report that ChatGPT itself came up with, and I'm going to share. Here is the report. Paste it, and towards the end, it has some instructions from the old stuff. So I'm going to just delete it. And there you go, guys. That's it. And here it comes with the first prompt. Look at that. Look at that. It has started to write a prompt exactly the way we want. How insane is that? The prompt is written, guys. And who wrote this? I didn't write it. ChatGPT wrote the whole prompt for me. How crazy is this? Now, let me make something very clear. When you are using it for the first time, there's a very good chance the prompt will not come like this. Because I have been using ChatGPT to write so many prompts, ChatGPT exactly knows how I want my prompts to be. But in your case, ChatGPT might not come with this prompting structure. So, how do you get AI to write it in Markdown prompting? In fact, if you look at this is not exactly in my prompting structure. But it has role, objective, and everything. The reason why it has it is because ChatGPT has something called as memory. Okay. If I come to settings, I think personalization. Look at this. It has memory. If I turn off the memory, right? I just turned off the memory. Okay. And now, if I ask it to do the same task again, let us try to do that so that you'll understand what it comes up with. I'll edit this or click on the send button. I turned off the memory because I want you guys to see what it could potentially do. Still, it could come up with custom GPT because there are a few more references here and there about how I write my prompt. Look at this. This time, there is no role. There is no objective. It came up with mission, core identity, something like that. So it is coming up with its own format. But because my memory was on, I always ask AI to write in Markdown prompting. It remembered, as a result, it gave me in my own style. But when you try it inside of your inside of your chat GPT, it will come up with a prompt like this, which is still a very good prompt, but not in the Markdown prompting style. So when it comes up with a prompt like this, it is not in the Markdown prompting style, like you can see. How do you get it? How do you get ChatGPT to write it in Markdown prompting style? Well, we will be giving you this document where I have this Markdown prompting style written like this. You'll get this Notion document. You can simply copy this Markdown prompting, which is the exact same thing here, right? I put it in Notion, so it's easy to copy. I just click on copy. I basically copy this prompting style, come back here, and I can say, because this is not in Markdown prompting, I can say, can you please rewrite the whole prompt in a Markdown prompting style, like the example that I've shared below, and always give me the output in a code editor or a code block. I want you guys to remember. Here is the example. And what am I doing? I'm basically sharing the prompting structure that I copied or that I taught you. So what I'm telling AI is, look, there's a prompting style that you saw. I want you to replicate that style of writing and come up with a prompt like this. And I shared it an example. Now I can simply click on the send button. And because I gave this the format, and guys, one more important thing. I said the output should be in a code editor or a code block. I want you guys to remember this. Look at this. Now, this box that you're seeing, right, which has this copy button as well, is the code editor or a code block. I want the prompt to be in this so that it is easy for me to copy. And now the whole prompt is written in the style that we want. Role, objective, context, instructions, and you can see multiple instructions right here. Wow. 10 different instructions, and finally, notes. Guys, are you able to understand what we just did? Drop in a heart if you understood what we just did. First, we uploaded all the LinkedIn content that I had written in the past, and I asked AI to tell me give me a report on how I write my content. I'm going to share all these prompts with you. Don't worry. Funny is going to share all these prompts with you so that you can play with it. Okay? First, that's what I did. So ChatGPT came up with this extensive report. Once it came up with this extensive report, I asked ChatGPT to convert that report into a prompt. Then it came up with a prompt, but it was not in Markdown prompting. As a result, I gave ChatGPT the format of Markdown prompting and I told it, can you please rewrite the whole prompt in this format? As a result, it rewrote the whole prompt in this format. This is how you outsource your thinking with AI. And this is how you break down a large problem into smaller problems, execute literally anything with AI. And that is what I meant by thinking with AI. Guys, if you realize what you just learned is insanely powerful, drop a boom in the chat. I want to know if I did a decent job explaining you the power of this process of coming up with prompts which are like top 1%, but getting AI to do all that hard work for you. Practice this. We're going to do one more example as well, so you don't have to worry. Practice this, and I'm going to tell you one thing. This will change the way you work with AI forever. This is a way to think. Yes? Awesome. Now, what are we going to do? We're going to try this out, obviously. Right? How are we going to try this out? Well, simply, I'm going to copy this prompt, right? Come to, let's say, custom GPTs again, explore GPTs. Click on create right here. But this time, instead of using the creation part, I'm going to jump to configure directly. And I'm going to paste my prompt directly. Here it comes, guys. We have our whole prompt built and deployed inside of the tool. The whole prompt is ready. Now I can simply give it a shot on how it works. I can say topic, let's say Google will beat OpenAI in the AI race and will eventually win. Let's say this is the topic I want to write a LinkedIn content on. I just give it. It will use the instructions, the prompt that we came up with. And look at this. Google will beat OpenAI in AI race. Not tomorrow, not loudly, but structurally. OpenAI lit the match. Google owns the forest. Here's what's really happening. Why it matters. AI won't be won by demos. It would be won by distribution, defaults, and behavioral change at scale. The framework. Guys, can I tell you something? This style, I don't know how many of you guys follow me on LinkedIn. This is literally my style of writing. I always write small lines. I come up with a first two lines which are extremely intriguing for people to click on it. And I always break them down into pointers like this. And this is crazy. My bet, I always say, here are my thoughts. Here is what I think. And it was able to replicate that as well. I mean, I'm sorry if I almost misspelled a word which I should not have because I'm blown away with what it has done. It has replicated my style of writing to a 9 out of 10 for sure. If you like what you're seeing, drop in a heart. This is how you go about building stuff which blows your mind, blows people's mind. This is what people should be doing with AI. Now, let me tell you one thing. Custom GPTs is a paid tool. You need to have a paid ChatGPT account to be able to do this. Of course, a few of you people might have ChatGPT Go. As a result, you will still have that option. But for whatever reason, you don't have a paid ChatGPT account or custom GPTs are not working for you. What do? Let me show you a free version of this, which is equally powerful. In fact, I feel right now is more powerful than this. For that, I'm going to first copy this prompt. And the free platform that I'm talking about is basically Gemini. Gemini is incredible, guys. And Gemini, if I come to the sidebar, right, has something called as gems. Gems is the equivalent of custom GPTs. Okay, if I tap on this gems thing, okay, this is the gem manager. I can simply click on new gem that you see here, and this window opens up. This is similar to what ChatGPT you saw in custom GPT, right? It's very similar. Okay, but what is important here that I want you guys to understand? What is important here that I want you to understand is the reason why I didn't teach you this first. The reason why I didn't talk about this first is because you cannot use a gem without writing your own prompt. So first I wanted to teach you how to write a great prompt. Then I wanted to teach you Gemini Gem. Hence, I took a while to get here. Or else I could have just showed you Gemini Gem directly because I believe this is more powerful than anything else out there. Okay, now in the instructions tab that you see, I can simply paste the prompt, right? I can call this the post writer, whatever I want to call it. I can select the tools that I want it to select as well. I can do all that good stuff and I can click on save. That's it. It's simple. Instructions or the prompt is the most important thing that there is, right? So the post writer is ready right now and it's completely free to use Gemini Gems, right? Let me see. Where is this? Where is this? We don't. Okay. Anyways, let's give it the topic. Topic. Let's see how it comes up with. Google will win the AI race, eventually beating OpenAI. Let's see what it comes up with. In fact, you can keep it as fast, or you can keep it as thinking, which is thinking model, or you can keep it as pro as well. Even in a free account in Gemini, it allows you to select everything. Let's say you want the best thing, so I'll select pro. Though it will take a little longer, it will do a much better job, right? Hence, I select pro and it's free. So why not, right? Let's see. And here it comes, guys. Here it comes. You can see what it is coming up with. Google is dead narrative was premature. OpenAI won the first lap, but the race just changed drastically. Here is what happening. And it breaks down the whole thing. The real game here is distribution. The real mode is frictionless integration. What happens next? Watch this space. I think it's also like a 8.59 out of 10. I feel it's equally good. But I don't think it has beaten ChatGPT per se, because ChatGPT 5.2 has become quite good, right? But hey, you know what? It's perfect. It's perfect. You got the post, it's working, and the best part is that this is completely free. So that is how you can build a equivalent of a custom GPT for free using Gemini Gems as well. So folks, how is it going? I wanted to quickly check. How is it going from a scale of 1 to 10 before we move on? Can I get a quick rating scale? How is it going from a scale of 1 to 10? All right. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Awesome. Looks like people are loving it a lot. How about we take it to the next level right now? Someone is very specific. Ajay is like 8.79. Love it. Right? But a few people like Rakshit were like only five Weber. I'm sorry, my friend. I'm doing everything possible to give you the best value out there. Totally understand for a few people, it still might not be good enough, but that's okay. I think we do our best here. Right? That's all we can do. Okay, coming back onto the screen. Now, I told you I'll show you two examples. The second example that I want to show you is something that I think a lot of you people will really like. You guys attended the session number one. You also attended this session, and a lot of you people have been continuously asking me doubts. Every time I open a chat, there is some question or the other coming in the chat. I was thinking, what if I build a tool using which you can literally answer any question that you want? Like, I build an AI agent to solve all your doubts. Would you guys want me to build that AI agent right in front of you guys right now? Drop a hell yeah in the chat. An AI agent which can answer all your doubts, and I can give this to you later so that you can use this forever going forward for free. Yes. All right, let's do that. Let's do that. This is the second app that we're going to build today. Okay. And I'm very sure you're going to absolutely love it. Now, the step number one, obviously, is for you to write a prompt. Now, you might have a question. Webhub, how will we build an AI agent which can clear all our doubts? Has the AI attended our session? Well, AI has not attended our session, but you know what? We basically have something, and I'm going to show you very quickly, which does exactly the job that we want AI to do. And what is that? Well, I have the transcript of the session. What do I mean by that? So you see, we were actually recording this session in spite of us telling you guys that we will not be giving you recording of this session. What do I mean by that? Give me a second. I'm going to open it up right away. Give me a second. Again, my Finder is stuck right now. There is something off with Finders today. I hope this is not some Apple bug. Give me a second. I have the recording. I have the transcript here. Okay, save. Guys, I'm not able to share my screen and you're not able to see that purely because obviously I don't want you guys to see my Finder and Slack and everything. Okay, I am. This is so weird. Funny, is the Mac down today or what?
It's working for me.
I'm not even able to open my Finder. Like, how insane is that? Like, literally not able to open my Finder even on my computer, like even on my laptop. I thought it was just my big computer. Okay, super weird. Funny, why don't you
Not
do me a
working.
favor? Do you have the
Okay.
transcript, right? You have the
Yes.
transcript, right? You know the process, right?
Yeah. I'll
Why
go
don't you
ahead
teach today?
and I will teach
Yes.
today.
Guys, how many
Yes.
of you guys want Funny to teach you this? Drop a funny in the chat. Look, I don't know what the hell, right? Like, I don't know why it's not working for me. So let's get Funny to pick this up, right? He'll show you this. And once we come back, I'm going to show you much more fun stuff. Okay, don't worry about it. Funny, take over, my friend.
Perfect, perfect, perfect. So, folks, I did tell all of you already that every question that you might be having, we will make sure that we are answering those questions, even if there are thousands of questions coming in, right? So, WebHub so far taught you the entire process of thinking like an AI generalist and also how custom GPTs or Gemini gems can be built, right? We are going to be using the exact same workflow, exact same process to go ahead and build another AI bot that can answer all of your questions from this mastermind itself. Let me go ahead, share my screen very, very quickly. 1 second. Okay. And there you go. Perfect. So we're going to do this on both ChatGPT and on Gemini as well. But the process, like all of you have already learned, is going to remain the same. And for people who might have missed out on nuances, you can focus here because I'm going to repeat the entire process right now. So We of course want to go ahead and build a custom GPT, but before that we need the prompt, right? So I'm going to ask ChatGPT to give us the prompt first. We are going to make AI write the prompt for us, just like Webhub taught us already. So here's what I'm going to say. I want you to take the role of an expert prompt writer, and you have gone ahead and written incredible prompts for companies like OpenAI as well. What I want you to do is to write a prompt with which I can build a custom GPT that will act as the outskill AI mentor. This custom GPT is going to have a knowledge bank, which is essentially going to be a transcript of the sessions that we have conducted. And this custom GPT should be able to always refer to this document that I'm going to be attaching as a knowledge bank and answer any question that any learner who has attended the mastermind asks. All throughout, this AI bot should take the role of a mentor and patiently answer every question that is asked by a learner. The ideology that this bot should always follow is that of a mentor and a teacher always wanting their students to do well in their life. Please go ahead and write this entire prompt for me in a very, very detailed format. So this is what I'm going to go ahead and say. For some reason, my whisper flow got stuck, so I'm gonna retry it. For some reason, a lot of things are going south today. But whisper flow also gives this option. Whenever it fails, you can click on retry transcript and it should come up. If it doesn't come up, then I'll have to give the prompt once again. Okay, let it load. Let's give it. All right, it's not loading, so I'm gonna go ahead and try it once again. Can you hear me? I'm too lazy to type the whole thing once again, but let me try. Can you hear me? Okay. Is it working? Okay, it's not working. Test, test, test. Are you working? Very, very weird. This has never happened with Whisperflow previously, but for some reason, it's not capturing my voice at this point of time. That is absolutely fine, right? I will go ahead and actually type the prompt out. These things can happen with AI. Of course, all of these tools can sometimes fail. Let me restart it once again and try if it starts working. Never mind. Hello. Nope, I think it's taking longer than usual. So I'm going to type this prompt out and all of you will be able to see the prompt as well, and you can note it down also. Want you to take the role of an expert prompt writer. I am building an AI bot. Oops. Okay. 1 second. Paste it. Or rather, a custom GPT, being very specific here to ChatGPT as well, which should take the role of outskill AI mentor and use the knowledge bank attached to answer any question that any learner might go ahead and ask. The tonality of the answer should always be that of a mentor slash teacher that wants the growth of the learner. Also, all the answers that are being given should be from the attached knowledge bank. And I'm going to tell you what this means, right? Web search at all. So here's what I'm going to say. I'm giving it a role, the role of an expert prompt writer, and I'm explaining the context very clearly, which is I'm building a custom GPT which should take the role of outskill AI mentor and use the knowledge bank that is attached to answer any question that any learner might want to go ahead and ask, right? And I hit go. Now let us see what is the kind of prompt that it comes up with at this point of time. It has gone ahead and given a system prompt right here that says Outskill AI Mentor, and it says all of this, right? And it has given it to us in the code editor. But if you remember from what Webhub said, this already slightly is in the markdown format itself, because I also quite extensively use the markdown prompting structure, and that is why it got fed into the memory. But in case that does not happen for you, what you can do is simply take a screenshot of the markdown prompting structure and go ahead and prompt ChatGPT to give it to you in the markdown prompting structure. Right now that I have this entire prompt right here where it says you're going to take the role of Outskill AI Mentor, which is a senior, calm, and deeply invested AI teacher, I'm going to copy this entirely as it is, go into Explore GPTs like we already saw. And when you go here, you should be able to find the create option. Click on that. And I'm going to go ahead and select the configure option right here. And here is where I can go ahead and name my AI bot, which is the Outskill AI Mentor. And all of the instructions that I've gone ahead and copied, I go ahead and paste it right here. That is all. There you go. My entire prompt is right here inside of this. Now here is where you will find a knowledge section where you can go ahead and upload files. I'm going to click on this, and as I click on it, I will be able to go ahead and select the PDF file or even a data file if you want to go ahead and put in a data file. Here we have this entire transcript that I'm going ahead and putting up, right? If you can see the transcript at this point of time, this is basically a 114 page document that I'm going ahead and attaching. And this has everything from what Raghuveer has gone ahead and taught all of you, right? He taught so many things in the first session. All of that is captured in this particular transcript. And this is what I have gone ahead and attached right here. And if you see in the prompt, we have clearly mentioned that you must answer only using the attached knowledge bank. So this AI bot will never go beyond of the information that is covered in the knowledge bank, and that helps you restrict the space from which it is giving you the answers. I'm going to turn off the capabilities here, which is I don't want web search, don't want canvas, don't want image generation at this point of time. And there you go. My AI bot is almost ready, right? I can simply go ahead and click on create, and basically select anyone with the link so that we will be able to share this with all of you as well. But let's actually test it. Why don't all of you drop in any specific question that you might have that I can pick and ask this particular AI bot at this point of time. I'll pick a couple of questions so that I can demonstrate it to all of you. Let me open this up, copying this. All right, my bot is ready. I'm taking a look at the questions that are coming in. Okay. What is the tool that was used to create songs? Okay, I'll pick that up. Let's try it out and let's see if this bot is able to answer that. What is the tool that was covered which can generate songs for me? And let us see if the answer is correct. This is something that we already know. So it says searching my knowledge. And there you go. The tool that was covered for generating songs and music is called Suno. And it went ahead and broke this down as well. Suno is an AI app that can generate music tracks. Why was it highlighted in the session? What is the practical takeaway? A lot of you are asking me to go ahead and prompt it about the magic prompt formula. Let's do that. Hey, can you hear me? Oh yeah, Whisperflow is working right now. I'm going to do this. Let me pause the chat and let us see whether this is able to give us the answer. Hey, in the first session, there was something called magic prompt formula that was covered. I had stepped aside from my laptop at that point of time and don't exactly remember what it is. Can you do a recap of the magic prompt formula for me? There you go. This is what I said. And then it says, absolutely, let's do a clean, precise recap of the magic prompt formula exactly as it was covered in the first session using only what was taught. Magic prompt formula is a structured way to talk to AI so that it gives you specific, high quality, usable outputs and everything around it. We learned context, task, instruction, data, and this bot is able to pull out all of that for us. Drop in MB on the chat if you are mind blown with what you can do with AI bots as of today. Summary of what RB sir taught today. We're going to be sharing this link with all of you so you can ask all of the questions that you might be having. But now I will also quickly show you all how the same can be done inside Gemini for free as well. Because as Vaibhav mentioned, creating custom GPTs requires the paid plan of ChatGPT, right? And if you're from India, you might have gotten the ChatGPT Go plan already. So that will allow you to go ahead and create custom GPTs inside of ChatGPT. But if you don't have the paid version of ChatGPT, you don't have to feel blocked because when you go into Gemini, as you can see on my screen, you will find, let me go into a new chat. Yes, you will find something called as gems right here, right? And when you click on gems, you will see this option called new gem. You click on that and you will find the same interface like we saw before. And here as well, you have the knowledge bank option. You click on that and I will go ahead and attach the same file right here. And I'm going to give the same prompt that we gave inside of ChatGPT as well. Let me pull that prompt up for in just a quick second. This was the prompt. I go ahead and I paste this entire prompt right here and I'm going to call it the Outskill AI Mentor and I'm going to go ahead and click save. You can do this absolutely for free inside of Gemini and this will also work the way we would want it to work. Let me pick one other question that from the chat that came in earlier. Okay. What was the tool? What was the tool that was covered which helps convert voice to text is a question that Anirudh has posted on the chat. Let's see if our answer comes through. So it's going through the knowledge bank and there you go. The tool covered in the session for converting voice to text is Whisper Flow, also called as Flow by Whisper. Drop in a heart if you love this. And the same use case of building Gemini gems and custom GPTs can be replicated for a lot of other use cases as well. You can go ahead and build customer support agents for your sales team, probably with sales scripts attached to it, numerous use cases of this, right? But that is how, and we are going to be sharing this link with all of you without you having to ask us for it as well, with the people who continue to stay till the end of the day. But Vaibhav, I have gone ahead and taught them how to create the AI mentor as well.
My God, Funny, you are such a lifesaver. Thank you so much. But guys, like, you know what? Why don't we drop a heart for Funny, thanking him? Because I did everything. Looks like we are having a very bad day. I'm not able to make my Finder work even on my computer. So see, I have a huge machine. I don't know how many of you noticed. This is a machine that I usually work on. There, the Finder is not working. Like the app on Mac, and also here it's not working. Right? Can't do much. But there are things that I can teach you without Finder. So Funny will help me with things with Finder, and I'm going to teach you do things without Finder. So let's see how it goes. But what did we just learn? Funny, I want you to be around, okay?
Yeah.
So what did we just learn? What we learned is how to build a Gemini gem or a custom GPT inside of ChatGPT. Great. We attached the knowledge base. As a result, it became an app, mentor app. But how do we take it to the next level? That is something that I want to teach you right now. Okay, I'm going to show you something first. Give me a second. Guys, this is the access that you're going to get. This is Outskill AI Mentor. You see this? It says Outskill AI Mentor. Hello, I'm a mentor. And I can say, hey, what's magic prompt formula? And it will be able to answer everything. right? This is the app that you'll get access to. How many of you guys want to learn how we built this app? We built this app without writing a single line of code, by the way, right? And you know what? The app that you saw Funny built, I pulled it out and I built it into this. And look at that. The whole answer is here very, very nicely. How many of you guys want to learn how to build this with its own UI, with its own app-like structure, taken out of custom GPT, taken out of Gemini Gem, given its own life? Yes, this is what I want to teach you guys right now. Okay? And for this, for you to be able to build an app like this, of course, you don't need to know how to write a single line of code, because even I don't know how to write a single line of code, right? But there is something else that you need to learn. Okay. And that is, my friends, how you can build a simple RAG system. So just to give you an idea of how this works, right? So basically what is happening is we pull that app, right? And that app has a backend. It is connected to AI. And then there is this user interface, which is UI. First, you have to build the backend and then the front end of it. For you to build the backend of something like this, you can use a tool called as Lizer, because you cannot use the chat GPT or the Gemini Gem that you have built directly. So you need a different app to build the same thing. So what I'm going to use here is called as Lizer, which is a very similar thing to what Funny basically built, right? So if I just click on Agent Studio and sign in, right? It's very simple. This is the UI that you will land on. Okay. Once you have landed on this UI, you can simply click on single agent. Now that I've clicked on this single agent, Funny, why don't you send me the prompt on Slack? The prompt that you wrote for custom GPT, send that to me on Slack. Okay?
Yes.
Okay. So Funny wrote a prompt. We have to build an app like that on a new platform right now. So we have to call it a name. So I'm going to call it the Outskill AI Mentor. I can call it the description. I can give it any description. An app designed to answer questions of learners on AI. And I can select which AI model I want. Let's say I want to use, let's say, OpenAI or Google model. I can use anything that I want. This app has everything. Let's say I want to use GPT 5.1. Now it's asking me for agent role, it's asking me for agent goal, and it's asking for agent instructions. These are three things that this app is asking me for. And this is something that Funny already wrote, right? I'm going to quickly get to that because, again, okay, I got the prompt. Let me just copy this, what Funny gave me, and I just paste it here. That's it. Okay. Give me a second, sharing my screen. I just copied it. Here it comes. So here, this is the prompt that Funny gave me. I'm just going to paste it inside of instructions. Okay. You can see this, but you can see there is core, role, and identity. I'm going to just copy this core, role, and identity, and I'm going to put it on role because it has a section called as role. There is something called as goal as well. And I'm going to copy this part, which is the goal part of it, and I'm going to paste the goal. So basically what I did was, whatever Funny wrote as a prompt, right? I just split them into three buckets: role, goal, and rest of it. Okay, it says message Funny. So I'm going to just delete this. That's it. I just split the whole prompt. It's the same simple thing. And then I have to upload a knowledge base because I'm not going to try to upload my current knowledge base. There was one, luckily, that was uploaded some time back, which I can use. But if you want to upload your new transcript, you can click on create new and add it. Okay, here it comes. I've saved it. Did I do anything new? I absolutely didn't do anything new. I just pasted the same prompt, uploaded the same knowledge base. Okay, now clicking on the create button. That's it, guys. The agent is now built. What do I mean by that? Now you see this, I can test it out. I can come here and I can ask, what is magic prompt formula? This is the backend. And look at this. It is able to give me the answer. This is the backend and it is working, but it is not beautiful, right? I want it to look beautiful like this. where people can feel like they're using an app. And that's the experience I want to give. How do I build a beautiful app like this? And I don't know how to write code. Well, for that, I can go to a tool like replit.com or bold.com or lovable.com, any of the vibe coding tools, come to the app, and I can write a prompt like this. I want you to design a beautiful outskill AI mentor chatbot. The idea here is it's going to be a AI chatbot which will be powered by Lizer agent. This is the Lizer agent. It will be powered by Lizer agent in the backend. And the UI, the front end, is something that I want you to build for me. I want the UI to look like it is like ChatGPT, but 10 times more beautiful, where people can ask questions about anything that they have attended in the AI mastermind. And you use the Lizer backend to pull the answer and respond back in the UI that you build. And for you to integrate the Lizer backend, I will give you the backend code. You use that code to integrate for me. I write this prompt. Okay. Now you'll be wondering, Vaibhav, how will Replit or this app connect with Lizer? Well, we built this, right? I'm going to click on this agent API button. Okay. And I'm going to come to inference. That's it. Click on copy. You copy this code. You don't need to know what it does. I come here. I can say here is the Lizer code. And I just paste this code, guys. So what did I tell Replit here, or Bolt or Lovable or anything for that matter, any vibe coding app that you want to use? I can just say what I want, just paste the Lizer code and click on start. That's it, guys. That is it. That is all you need to do. The app will take about 10 to 15 minutes. Read about Lizer, read about how to integrate it, and it will vibe code the whole damn thing. If you think this is insane, drop in a heart. Drop in a heart if you think this is insane. It will take about 15 minutes, and you can look at this. This app, the Outskill AI Mentor, was actually built very similarly. I gave the Lizer AI code. It took some time. It was built 7 days ago, and it built it after 20 minutes. It's as simple as that. The backend of this is basically Lizer, and the front end of this is built on Replit. That's it. That is it. And you can give it like 15 minutes and it will be able to build this app for us. So you have to give it some time, right? Now, what we're going to do is, because we have executed this, I'm going to give it 10, 15 minutes. It's asking me some questions. What is the Lizer API key? Well, if I come here, the API key should be right here. Look at this. The API key is right here. I'm going to just copy this from this and paste it. Click on continue. And that's it. It will now build the whole app. I don't have to worry about it. As it is building the whole app, what if we do something else? It is building the app right now. So give it some time. You can see this. What if I show you something else? What if I show you how can we convert this whole thing that we built right now into a voice agent? What do I mean by voice agent? An agent where I can talk to it and it can talk back to me. While this is building, do you guys want to see that? While this is building, do you guys want to see that? Yes. If I get enough hearts, I will show it, or else we're going to just chill right now. Yes. Okay. For you, it's the same. The most important thing here is the prompt that we already wrote and the knowledge base. That's all is the most important part of this. So right now, what we're going to do is I'm going to teach you how to convert this into a voice agent. Funny, is my camera getting stuck?
Slightly, Vaibhav, slightly.
Yeah, even I can see me getting stuck. Guys, just ignore everything and focus on learning today, please. Can you do that for me? Just ignore everything and focus on learning today. It's just a bad tech day for me. Can't do much. Okay. So how do I convert this into a voice agent right now? It is still working. I'm going to come back to this in just a while. For you to build a voice agent, you can use a tool called Vapi. Vapi is this incredible platform which allows you to build voice agents. Now, Funny has already given me the prompt. So I can just log in into Vapi, and this is what I will land on. I can go to assistants, which is right here, and click on create new assistant. You can see this create assistant. I can tap on that and I can call this the Outskill AI Mentor. I can select the blank template and it is fine. And I can click on create. The moment I do that, right, this is the UI that opens up. Again, it's very similar. It's asking me to select the AI model that I want to select. I can select whatever I want. Let's say I want to use GPT 4.1 right now. It's asking me the first message. Hey there, how are you? This is how the AI will greet you. And then it's asking me for system prompt. Funny had given me the system prompt. Oh, can I find the system prompt here? I think so. This is the system prompt that Funny had given me, which I posted on Lizer AI Studio. I'm going to copy the same prompt, come to Vapi, paste the prompt. Simple, right? The prompt is done. Now I have to upload the files, which is the knowledge base, which I have luckily have uploaded of a past session. So I don't have to use my Finder today, right? There you go. File is selected and that's it. Simple. Now, because it's a voice agent, you need to select a voice. So I'm going to come to the voice right here. And I can select 11 labs or whatever. Vapi, the bunch of options. I'm going to select 11 labs. I'm going to select manual voice ID because I'm a slightly advanced user. And I'm going to give it a different voice ID right now. Okay, let us see if this works or not. I'm not very sure because this is not my original computer. I'm going to give a custom voice ID. Let's see if it works or not. Okay. And once I've done this, I can simply click on publish. You don't have to give a custom voice ID, frankly. I'm going to just skip. Okay, it says the voice ID doesn't exist. Let me see if I can get a different voice ID. Let us see if this voice ID works for me. This is the problem when you have to use a computer that you don't use often. A lot of things don't work for you, but that's okay. We're going to give this a shot. I'm going to click on publish. Let's see, fingers crossed. If this works, I want a lot of hearts, guys. Guys, come on. I luckily have saved it somewhere and it could work, right? Okay. This session is acting like a surprise for me also, not just for you guys. Everything, every next step, I'm hoping, will I find that information, not find that information or not? Because I opened this laptop, I don't know, after 4 months. I don't use this computer at all. Anyways, I'm right here. I've done everything. I can now click on publish also. Now I can click on talk to assistant. Now you might be like, Weber, what is this voice ID that you added? Well, this is a manual voice ID that I added, but you don't have to use this. You can use any of the voices that exists already. The bunch of free voices that exists already, and you can use any of them. I wanted to use a voice ID here because I thought it will be cool to show off something to you guys. And I did that already. So I'm going to click on talk to assistant right now. Okay. I'm going to say allow this time. It says connecting. I'm doing awesome. How are you?
Weber, we can't hear it.
I
think
God damn it. Give me
you
a
have
second.
to.
I kind of realized maybe I've not shared my audio, but I knew Funny is there to save me. Okay, let's try it right now. Talk to assistant.
Hey there, how are you?
I'm doing awesome. How are you?
I'm glad to hear you're doing awesome. I'm here and ready to help you learn and grow with AI. What would you like to dive into today?
Hey, could you tell me some of the AI tools that was taught during the session?
One direct answer. The session mentioned teaching more than 10 AI tools that you should start using to improve your productivity. 2. Explanation, reasoning. This shows that the focus is on practical tools that help boost efficiency, likely covering a varied set suitable for different tasks or industries. Learning multiple tools broadens your capacity to apply AI
Could you
effectively.
also tell
3.
me the best prompting style that I could use? Okay, guys, what do you think of that? What do you guys think of that? Whose voice was that, by the way? Whose voice was that, by the way? Funny if you can turn the chat on. Yes, that was me, or at least it was trying to be me. Right? That was my voice. It was talking in my voice, and we got an AI which I can ask question, it can answer back, but in my own voice. Because we had cloned my voice, and that is the voice that I had uploaded here. And that is why you were able to see I had to add a voice ID there, right? And that is essentially why it is there. So, guys, that is how you can build a voice agent as well. I would love for you guys to play with it, right? Today, my computer is super cooked, so I'm not gonna do a lot because everything is slowing down. It's an old computer, by the way, so I don't want to go deeper, but you get the idea. Now, because we gave it some time, let's come back to if our tool is built right now. Guys, look at that. This time, Replit built a much more beautiful tool. It's still working. It is still working, but it is a much more beautiful tool. Drop in a heart if you think this is very cool. It is still not done. It is still working on a bunch of stuff. How beautiful is this? This is even better. The UI is even better. Everything is even better. It works. And if I give it some time, it will build out the whole app as well. Right? So, what did we manage to do so far, guys? What did we manage to do so far? Well, we learned how to build presentations. Then we learned how to build custom GPTs, which are basic model. Then I basically taught you how to do markdown prompting to build advanced GPTs, which is the LinkedIn one. Then Funny came into the existence and taught you how to build the mentor GPT, right? And eventually, what we did was we converted that bot into an app, and we also built a voice agent out of it. In spite of all the technical issues, if you keep all the technical issues aside, because this is like, I don't know what to say about it, right? From a scale of 1 to 10, I'm genuinely curious. In spite of all these technical slugs that we had, did you guys learn a ton of things? Because that is the most important bit. From a scale of 1 to 10, how did this session go? Love it. Love it. Okay, awesome. Now that we have done all of this, what we're going to do right now is I know your brains are gushing. You need some blood to flow through your brains. So, what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick 5 minute break. And this is for you guys, not for us this time. A quick 5 minute break for everyone. Okay. And once the break is done, as I come back, I'm going to show you something that is going to be even more mind blowing. I'm going to show you the way I work as an AI generalist every single day. I'm going to show you a bunch of AI workflows, a bunch of tools that I use, and the things that you could do with them as well. I'm pretty sure it's going to blow your mind. If you think AI is so far, if you think this was a 5 out of 10 or a 10 out of 10, the next 1 hour is going to be a 25 out of 10 because you're going to learn the tools, you're going to see the workflows, you're going to see the processes that I follow on an everyday level with AI. I'm not going to hold back on anything. I'm going to show you everything to you people. Okay, that is what we're going to do once we come back. But for now, let's take a quick break. Funny, over to you. Let's come back in like 5 minutes and get this going again.
Amazing, amazing. Folks, I'm going to go ahead and put out a timer, a 5 minute timer.
I wanted to do a one quick round of check if my computer works, because if I want to show them the most powerful things, sadly, it can't. I mean, I don't have it installed on my computer. So I'm going to give it a shot here. If it doesn't work, I mean, what do we do, right? Like, not much that we can do with it. But let's see. I'm trying my best, right? Okay. So, folks, can you guys see my screen? Is this good? Funny, what do you think of my screen? Is this better?
This is perfect. Yes, yes.
Okay, awesome. So I've tried to find a hack because my Finder was not working. I have forced close it, found a way to force close it through a thread, right? And I'm hoping that's gonna work without a Finder. Let's see, fingers crossed. If this works out towards the end, I'll tell you what hack did I deploy here as well. And guess who helped me? AI, right? AI helped me. Someone is like Hindi, no bro, English only. Okay, should we get started? Let's go in the chat quickly. Let's go in the chat quickly if we should get started. All right, all right. Someone is like Telugu as well, Tamil as well. Tamil Teriyadu is my answer there. But okay, cool. Look, मुझे हिंदी आता है నాకు తెలుగు కూడా వచ్చు మొత్తం ఒరియా भी আসছি and I can speak English. But I know we are in a country where, every other, like, we have so many languages, and I thought English would be something that most of the people would relate to, and hence I'm speaking in English, right? So we're going to stick to English. Punjabi भी समझ में आता है, Bengali भी थोड़ा बहुत समझ में आ जाता है, Kannada स्वल्प स्वल्प, right? But okay, anyways, let's not get into that. I don't understand Malayalam, but I love Mammootty quite a bit, so we are parts of different things here, right? But coming back, what I told you right now is that I'm going to teach you, or I'm going to show you the power of AI today. You see, just to give you guys some context as I get started, right? You see, the thing that everyone needs to understand is that the world that we are living in right now is very, very different, right? And most of the people think AI is X, but AI is quite different to what a lot of people actually think. And that is what I want to focus on right now. I want to tell you what AI can do. I want to show you the power of AI. I want to basically give you a direction of what is possible today with AI. So I work like an AI generalist. Like I've told you this before, right? I'm an AI generalist and I work in a way that I do. And that is what I'm going to show you right now. How I operate on a daily level when it comes to being an AI generalist, the kind of tools that I use, the kind of workflows that I use, and everything around it, so that you guys get to learn a thing or two here. That is what I will try at this point of time. Okay, with that being said, quickly sharing my screen. So for you guys to become a rockstar AI generalist, I believe that you need to pick up a few traits. I believe that you have to pick up a few skills. And one of those is playing with a lot of AI models out there on the internet. How do you play with a lot of AI models that are out there on the internet? Well, a lot of you people saw something called as Open Router already, right? You guys already saw what Open Router is. You guys all know what Open Router is. Inside of Open Router, there are 617 AI models for me right now. 617 AI models, guys. Now, we know that these AI models exist, but how do I use them? How do I leverage the power of these AI models? That is what I'm going to talk about right now. If I go to rankings, I can see that, hey, these are the top AI models right now. If I go to trending, where is this? So you can see all these are the AI models right now. This is based on market share. These are the fastest AI models. There are AI models like GLM 4.7. There's a new AI model called as Kimi K2.5 that has come in. Kimi K2 thinking is going crazy. There's AI model like Grok here, which is going crazy. You need to have the power to be able to use these models. How do we get you to use these models? That is what I want to talk about today. So one of the tools that I use so that I can use all these powerful AI models is called as Bolt AI. Okay, I'm going to open Bolt very quickly. Here it comes. This is Bolt AI, guys. I hope, yes, you can see my screen. Bolt AI is actually quite powerful. If I click on this new button, right? What I've done is I've connected Open Router to a user interface, to a UI using Bolt AI. And now because I've connected it to Open Router right here, I can literally select between, guess how many models? 600 AI models. Now I have the superpower to use any of these 600 AI models I want. Look at this. I can pick any of the AI models that I want all of a sudden. So I don't need to rely on ChatGPT. I don't need to rely on Gemini. I can use whichever AI model I want. Let's say I want to use the Qwen 3 model. I can select the Qwen 3 model and can ask a question. And you know what? It's a reasoning model. It's going to think for a while, and you can see this, it's reasoning right now, and it's going to come back with an answer. That is how it works. Look at that. And as an AI generalist, you're not only using the most powerful AI models, but also should have the ability to optimize the models to give you the outputs that you want to. And there comes a concept of something called as playground. So when I'm using AI, right, what I believe in is how can I get the most out of this AI model? As a result, if you go to this sidebar, of course, guys, one more thing I completely forgot to say. I'm going to do a speed run right now for the next 1 hour, right? But I want to tell you one thing, that everything that I'm going to talk about right now, I'm going to give you that as a roadmap, which is super detailed out. Because I know that in 1 hour, I cannot teach you all of this. It's going to take me 100 hours if I want to teach you everything step by step. So we decided that we build a roadmap for you, and you're going to get all of that for free. For people who are staying till the end of call tomorrow, after the day 2 is over, you're going to get all of this in a roadmap with links, with how you can learn, how long it will take, what are the resources you should pick, and everything around it, so that you can do everything that I'm able to. Of course, you have to invest your time to be able to get there, but right now I'm going to only show you how I work. I cannot teach you how to set all these things up because that will take a lot of time. We don't have 100 hours together. As a result, I believe that you can learn from here. You can get a direction from here. Use the roadmap to learn everything yourself after the 2 days is over. Clear? Clear? Drop in a heart if that's clear and this is helpful. Okay. For example, I told you if I want even more advanced outputs, I play with these options. Okay. And what are these options? These options are basically called as playground, guys. 1 second. Okay. These options are called as playground. So it has something called as temperature, something called as max tokens, presence penalty, frequency penalty, top p value, top k value. You know what these are? These are all options. Now you'd be like, Vaibhav, what are these things? Can you explain one by one? This is exactly why I said we will give you the roadmap. Right? So what are all these things? When you change these things, when you change these options from 0.7 to 1, the kind of output that you will get will fundamentally change. When you change the max tokens, it will change. When you change the presence penalty, frequency penalties, all these outputs will change the kind of outputs you get. You see, you will act like someone who is essentially running a plane, like an aeroplane. You have the full control of the cockpit. You can change things in the cockpit and fundamentally change the kind of output you're going to get. Right? And that is the power of something called as playground. And the roadmap that you're going to get will cover everything in detail here. Okay. So this is one thing. I basically use a lot of AI models like this, right? Which most of people aren't even aware of, purely because I am able to get I'm able to connect Open Router to something like Bolt. Now, there is something else that I can do, which is even more extensive, even more powerful. And you know what that is? That is the superpower of basically using an open source model. What do I mean by superpower of using an open source model? Well, if you know what, there is a way for you guys to run your own AI models on your computer. When you run your own AI models on your computer, you don't need access to internet. Those AI models can run forever for free, and all that information stays private. Nobody can read that information, including the AI companies, because it stays in your computer. People who care about privacy, people who care about their own data, people who want things to be on their computer, people who want AI to run even without internet access, and all your information stays in your computer, you can run your own AI models on no matter which computer you have. And for that, you use a tool like Ollama. I know it's a funny word, but it's called Ollama. Once you install this Ollama on your computer, right, you can run AI. Ollama acts as a operating system on your computer. For example, if I come to, let's say, if I want to try this out, right? I have to open terminal. So I can open terminal. Here it comes. My terminal is here. Okay. And because I've installed Olama already, I can just type Olama and it comes up with a bunch of commands. I can say Olama list. When I say list, it'll give me a list of AI models that are installed on my computer right now. You can see this. GPT OSS is installed on my computer. Qwen 3 is installed on my computer. GPT OSS 20 billion model is installed on my computer. Llama 3.23 billion is installed on my computer. Let's say I want to run this model, right? I say Olama run the model name and click on end, click on start. And now in just a second, Olama will be ready to run an AI model on my computer. Look at this. I can say, hey there. And here it comes. You see the response that has just come? It has come from an AI that is running on my computer right now, guys. That is the crazy part. Now you'll be like, Vaibhav, obviously you cannot talk to AI in such a terrible looking UI. I agree. I don't use this UI at all. I just wanted to show you this, right? The UI that I actually use is again Bolt. This is what I use. What I've done is not only have I integrated Open Router to this app, I've also integrated Olama to this. As a result, I can select an AI model that is running on my computer right now, and I can ask a question. And you see this response that's coming? It's coming from the open source AI model that is running on my computer right now. If you think this is insane, drop a comment insane in the chat. We are running our own AI models on our computer and getting responses. And that's the crazy part of this. This is just the beginning, guys. And somebody's like, how do we install this? How do we install this? How do we make this happen? I told you that's exactly why we are giving you the roadmap. That roadmap will cover everything that you need to learn to level up to become an AI generalist. And these are the things that is just level 1 out of it. For you to become a rockstar AI first problem solver, you need to know advanced prompting techniques. Today, we learned a couple of them that we could cover. Magic prompt formula, meta prompting framework. There are a bunch of other prompting frameworks that you can learn. You need to learn how to run multiple AI models using Bolt AI. I just showed you an example. You need to learn how you can run your own AI models on your computer, change the parameters of it, and everything around it. And guys, if you follow the roadmap that we're going to share with you guys, can I tell you one thing? You will be able to do everything that I showed you and a lot more in just 3 months. You dedicate 10 hours a week for 3 months, 10 hours a week. Use the roadmap. It's completely free. You can learn everything yourself. You can do everything and a lot more in just 3 months. But this is just getting started. How can we do even deeper stuff? That is when we go to level 2. Level 2 is where I leverage the power of something called as MCPs, Model Context Protocol. What is Model Context Protocol? It's incredible, it's powerful, it's mind-blowing. You know what MCPs is? MCP is that powerful tool that allows AI to use the tools that you're using. A lot of people say, right, AI is going to take over jobs, AI is going to do this, AI is going to do that. A lot of people ask me this question, Vaibhav, how? Because my job revolves around me using a lot of tools. How will AI use tools? I can go to ChatGPT and ask a question and AI can give me an answer, but it cannot do the job for me. Well, AI can. And that is where the power of Model Context Protocol or MCP comes into the picture. MCP is this fancy word given by geeks for connectors. You can connect your AI assistant to literally any app that you use on the internet on your computer. If you're using Excel and you want AI to use your Excel on your computer to do a task, it can using MCP. If you want AI to design a PowerPoint presentation, you on the PowerPoint software installed on your computer, AI can. If you want AI to do extensive research on the internet and fill up a document on Microsoft Word, it can on your computer. Any software that you have installed on your computer, AI can use that to do the job. Even apps that are on the internet, let's say you use MailChimp to do your work, let's say you use Canva to design, or any app for that matter. AI can use all that apps on your behalf and do the job. That is MCP. Do you guys want to see a demo? Drop a comment, demo in the chat. Do you guys want to see a demo? Demo in the chat if you guys were not able to understand what I'm talking about. Guys, can I tell you one thing? A lot of people dropped off before because of technical issues, and I understand it's not the best experience. But there are people who didn't give up, like all of you people. I want to say kudos to all of you people. In spite of technical glitches, I want you guys to drop a heart for yourself. In spite of technical glitches, you stuck around because you realized one thing. You realized the importance of learning. So clap for yourself, drop in a heart for yourself. I feel so lucky to be around such incredible people here. Awesome. Now, let me jump into MCP. I feel like doing more than what I wanted to do because of what you guys have shown today. Awesome. Let's come back. Guys, I told you MCPs. MCP is created by the creator of Claude, which is Anthropic, right? And for me to show you the power of MCP, I will quickly open Claude. Claude is open right now. Let's show you some examples. Let's say I'm too lazy to make a phone call. I actually am too lazy to make phone calls. Okay. I'm not kidding. Okay. I'm too lazy to make phone calls. I want to call Funny and ask him if he wants to play pickleball with me after the session is over. And I'm too lazy to call Funny or drop a message or anything. I want my AI agent to call Funny on my behalf. What if I tell you that is possible today? What I've done is I have integrated, you remember Vapi, the voice agent tool that we built, to my Claude. As a result, I can write a prompt like this. Use WebHub AI Assistant on Vapi via MCP to call the person given below and deliver the message. Identify yourself as WebHub's AI Executive Assistant. Make sure you update the system prompt and the first message of Vapi agent to execute the task. Name of the person you're calling, I will say Funny. Deliver the message. Let's play pickleball today after the session is over. That's the message I want to deliver to Funny. And obviously I want to enter a phone number, which I don't want to show you guys, but I'll show you a demo. Actually, I'll put a number that I have on my phone and I'll show you the demo of this. Okay. Because you said you wanted to see the demo. Now I don't have the time or the energy to we basically don't have the time to put together and show you everything step by step on how to set this up because it's a little complex. But you can see this. I've introduced the number. I wanted to hide the number so you can't see it. And right now, the executive assistant is doing everything right now. What it is doing is Claude is actually going into MCP, creating an assistant like I showed you, connecting a voice assistant right now. And you know what? In just some time, finding the phone numbers, because I've also connected a phone number to it, right? And in just some time, it will initiate a phone call to Funny. And actually, I started to get the call because I gave my number here, right? Let me lift the phone.
Hi, Funny. This is Vaibhav's AI Executive Assistant calling on his behalf. I have a quick message for you from Vaibhav. He wanted me to let you know that he'd like to play pickleball today after the session is over. Would that work for you?
Awesome. I would absolutely do that. Can I get a friend along as well?
Glad to hear that. As for bringing a friend, I recommend reaching out to Vaibhav directly to discuss the details.
Also, I have a bunch of people on a session today, right here, who can listen to you. Do you want to say everyone hi to all the outskill learners who can hear you?
I'm Vaibhav's AI Executive Assistant, and it's great to virtually meet all the outskilled learners. Keep up the fantastic work in your session.
Also, one more thing. Today we had a lot of technical issues. Can you say a good job to everyone for not giving up?
Absolutely. Hi again, everyone. A huge shout out to all of you for your resilience and perseverance today. Despite the technical hiccups, great job, not giving up and pushing through. Keep that determination alive.
Guys, what do you think of this? What do you guys think of this? If you think this is mind-blowing, drop a wow emoji. This is we getting AI to do a call on my behalf. And I can do stuff like this, okay, on the go, like without breaking a sweat. I can book a restaurant. Let's say I have a dinner date with my girlfriend and I'm not able to find a place. I can just tell this saying, hey, could you go to Google, look for top 10 restaurants near my home in Bangalore at Sarjapur, find me the best location, poolside, and book me the best restaurant. Keep calling till you find a reservation at 9 p.m. on Sunday. And AI will find the numbers and keep calling restaurants till it finds it. I can literally ask it to call anyone, do anything I want for it. This is just one example. I'll show you one more example. How many of you guys invest in stocks? Actually, not stocks. I'll show you something more fun. Okay, not everybody might be investing in stocks. I'll try to show you something even more fun. How many of you, okay, let's try stocks actually. Okay, what I've done is, I don't know if this will work right now because I don't know if the connection is set up or not. I've also connected my Zerodha account to my chat, to my Claude. And I can say something like this. Use my kite, act like my financial advisor, go through all the stocks that I've invested in, look up for all the stock on my Kite account by Zerodha using Kite MCP, read about all the stock and tell me what are the stocks that I should keep and what are the stocks I should potentially delete. Let's see if it works or not. Because I don't remember if I had done the setup on this computer or not, but let's see. Look at that. It's saying getting holdings. It's asking me to log in. That is what I was thinking. I thought it will ask me to log in. There you go. It's asking me to log in. Let me quickly try to log in. Obviously, guys, you have to log in into the system. Now, there are too many things I have to do. Because with Kite and all, right? So they don't want your information to be left. I'll tell you how I use this as well as I'm doing this. Give me a second. I'm just logging on the other side. So I'll tell you how I do because I don't understand stocks and all, right? So what I usually do, make AI to do is that I'll be usually like, yeah, could you please go through this, all my stocks, see the stocks that I've invested in. Read about if there's any information, guys. The login is done right now. You can see it is getting my holdings. So it pulled all the stocks that I've installed. Now it is reading through all the stocks. And look at this. I've installed in 63 stocks and ETFs. Now it is doing a research on the internet about market. So it is reading about the stocks that I have invested in on the internet to tell me if there are stocks that I should keep and if there are stocks that I should, sell. So it's doing all the research right now. And eventually, and it's reading about every stock. I have 63 stocks. So it's going to take some time. And can literally tell me if I should keep some stocks or if I should sell them. This is me using MCP to integrate it with my Zerodha account to be able to pull this off. And you can see this. It did all this. And look at that, guys. It's talking about what are the star performers that I have. What are the ones that I should keep? All the stocks that I should keep and the stocks that I should review or watch. It's asking me if I should sell Paytm, Infosys, TCS, Wipro, and Tech Mahindra. It's asking me, maybe I should. And it's definitely asking me to sell these stocks. I don't know. I don't understand. I don't have the time to research and do all of this. But MCP, power of this, I've been able to connect stuff and it's able to do this. And you will laugh at it if I tell you this. I've been so lazy that I've connected my Zomato account to this as well. Look at this. It told me everything. And you know what? If I ask it to sell, it will sell as well. But I don't want to do that right now. Let's say I can say something like this. Could you please use my Zomato account using MCP? Look at where I stay, my home address. Don't mention it on this, but just read about it. And once you do that, look for the best veg biryani that I can find near my place. And tell me the places which are available on Zomato that I can order a very good veg biryani from. It has to be very high rated. So do a research on the internet to find the best biryani places near my hometown by finding my home location using my Zomato account. And then look up for the best biryani restaurants. And once you find the best biryani restaurants, find them on Zomato for me and tell me what all is available. Don't order anything right now. Just do the research and tell me which are the best biryani that I can order and also see if I can get it in 15 minutes. I would prefer the ones which I can order in 15 minutes. Guys, trust me when I say this, how all of us spend unlimited amount of time trying to, look at this. Luckily, it still works on this computer. It is pulling out the address. And it found a bunch of veg biryani places near my home address. I didn't want you guys to know the exact address. As a result, I said don't talk about it. So it's hiding that exact address. Of course, it's saying Kaswanali, HSR and all of that, but it's not giving you the address. Right? Now it found a bunch of top biryani places. And now it is looking for those biryanis inside of Zomato. Right? And it comes up with the delivery. Guys, isn't this just mind-blowing? That I'm able to make phone calls, I'm able to check my stocks, I'm able to order my food, everything without me doing anything. It's like my intern, it's like my employee, which I'm able to outsource. Look at that. It did the old research. Now it found the biryani places. It's also looking for which biryani I should order in vegetarian. How beautiful is this? I know people who spend 1 hour on Zomato app looking for what to order. We all have done that. And here it comes, guys. The best biryani places with the time. And you know what? I can just say, order this paneer biryani from Sri Vishnu Grand by putting COD, cash on delivery, to my home address. It will actually order. I don't want to do that. It can actually order. And it will deliver to my hometown, to my home as well. How crazy is this? Now, these are all fun things. Do you want to see something even more advanced? Do you guys want to see even more advanced? Boom in the chat if you guys want to see even more advanced stuff. Guys, I was not planning to show you all of this, but you know what? You guys have been quite nice. So I thought I'll show you things that most of the people are not even aware of, the way I use AI. Okay. So we made a phone call using AI. Great. We did an order on Zomato, and we did Kite Zerodha as well. Now I'll show you something that is going to be mind-blowing. Okay. Let me just open this. Let's say I want to create content on my LinkedIn or Instagram, wherever that is. Okay. I want to create content. And for that, I want to take some inspiration. I have my very good friend, Raj Shamani. I'm sure a lot of you people follow him. He has over 6 million followers on his Instagram, right? What I want my team members to do, and I used to do this before, is that I used to tell my team, go through all the reels of a new creator who's very powerful. Okay. Go through all the reels, find the top performing reel. And once you find the top performing reel, download the reel, find the transcript of the reel, use the transcript of the reel to rewrite the reel content into a LinkedIn post. If let's say this reel went 10 million views, okay, 9.9 million views. If I create a LinkedIn post basis of this reel, my LinkedIn post will also go viral. And my team used to do this work. They used to do analysis, make notes on Excel file on every reel. It used to take like 3 weeks, 4 weeks, do data analysis, find the top winners, download the videos, find the transcript, and then read the transcript to rewrite the script for me. I have now automated all of this. Something that used to take my team easily about, like a couple of weeks. Now AI does that for me in a few minutes. What I've done is I've integrated this tool called as Appify. Appify is a tool which has a lot of scraping tools, including Instagram scraping tools. My team used to use this tool manually to download the video and find the transcript. I connected this to my Claude. Now, all I could do is I could simply copy the URL of Raj's profile. Okay. Come to Claude. Here it comes. I can say go through this IG profile. And then I can say something like this. I want you to use the appropriate Appify MCP tools to be able to pull this off. I want you to go through the Instagram profile that I've just shared above. Go through the top 20 Instagram reels that have been recently shared on this profile. Go through the top 20 Instagram reels that are recently shared on this profile. Find the engagement data like likes, views, comments, and everything around it. Write a script to find the top 2 performing videos out of that. In fact, write a script to find the top 1 performing video based on all the engagement data that you were able to find. Once you find the top performing video out of the recent 20 videos that this profile has pasted, download the transcript. By downloading the video, find the transcript using the appropriate Apify MCP tools. Once you have done that, rewrite the whole thing into a LinkedIn post using my own style of writing. So rewrite the whole thing as a LinkedIn post using my style of writing. This is the prompt, guys. And you know what? You remember the custom GPT that we built on Chat GPT? I have something similar on Claude as well. It's called Claude Project. And I can select that as well. I can do side and I can select this to add to a project. You can see LinkedIn post Web of Sicily style. I could add it to that. As a result, it knows how I write my content as well. Right? Now that I've written this prompt, I'll click on the send button. And you can see this. I've pulled it into this. And guys, look at this. Right now, Claude is using an Apify tool, which is a scraper, to scrape the top 10 or the recent 10 Instagram reels of Raj. And I'm not doing anything. I just wrote a prompt in front of you guys. It's scraping the top Instagram reels of Raj, right? And once it finds, now I'll use this actor to find, so it found the right tool inside of Apify. Apify has tens of thousands of tools. So first job it did was it didn't know which tool to use. So it found the right tool to use inside of that platform, right? Now it is finding the top 10. Look at this, writing code and stuff right now to find the top 20 reels from Raj's Instagram profile. And once it finds it, it'll find the data, pull the transcript and rewrite the whole damn thing. It's going to take a couple of minutes, guys. It's going to take a couple of minutes because it cannot happen in like no time. But don't you think this is wild? If you think this was mind-blowing, drop a comment MB in the chat. MB in the chat. Awesome. I'm glad you're loving it. So as it is doing its job, right? Let it give it some time. Let us give it some time. I'm going to keep this aside. I can see it. I'm going to give it some time. Right? And now what we're going to do right now is funny, you guys can still hear me, right? Give me a thumbs up because my speaker is off. Things that could go wrong has gone wrong. I can't hear. My earphone just went down. But you guys can still hear me is what I want to check. Okay, perfect. Okay. As it is doing, oh, by the way, it has just found it, by the way. Look at this. It has just found the information. It found the top 20 performing reels already, right? Once it has finished the job, it's doing some data analysis. Look at this. The top performer right now is a Sunita Williams podcast clip with 20 lakh. Shit, Raj is crazy, man. 20 lakh likes on this. Second one is full podcast tomorrow teaser and Michael Phillips. Now it's trying to pull the transcript of the top performing video. Let it do its work. See, the beauty of AI is that I don't have to wait for it and look for it. I can just give it a job and I can move on. I can do my stuff parallelly. I don't have to break my head, right? So let it do its job on the side. I'm going to show you once it finishes, right? Once it generates the script, let us move on. Guys, there are MCPs. Right now, I just showed you MCPs of the ones which can be used on the web. There are MCPs that can use your computer as well. There are a lot of things that you can do with MCP. It's a whole ocean. And the roadmap that we're going to share with you, if you spend 4 months going deep into MCP, you will be able to learn everything that I showed you, how to set it up, how to configure it, how to set up automations, what all you can do with it, a bunch of ideas and everything around it. Level 1 and level 2 together, dedicate 6 months. Spend 10 hours a week. You will be able to learn everything that I just showed you. Okay? Using the roadmap for free. You'll be able to do all of that. Right now, we don't have the time, so I'm showing you the power so that you're excited. Once you get the roadmap, you will actually execute it. Awesome. That is, my friends, just level 2. Now, let's come to level 3. Level 3 is even more exciting according to me. What we can do on level 3 is absolutely wild. What do I mean by that? On level 3, it is not anymore about just, how do I put it? It's no more about just MCP or this and that. It's right now we get into the world of video, we get into the world of audio, we get into the world of images. And the kind of things you can do with AI today is absolutely wild. And I always wonder why more people don't know about such crazy stuff. I'll show you something, okay, that you might like. Okay, I don't know if you guys know this, that I have a Instagram profile. Sorry, I have a YouTube. I create a lot of content on AI on this platform. Okay, if you see this, every single thumbnail that you're seeing, right? This me looking surprised, this Sam Altman here, this Sundar Pichai here, and me looking surprised. All these images that you see here are completely AI generated. What I did was I can make AI generate an image of me looking like absolutely anything I want. Because I've trained an AI model by uploading a bunch of images of mine from side, from front, from back, the kind of clothes I wear and everything. As a result, I can just type and I can get an image generated. That is the crazy part of this. And folks, now that I'm on YouTube, I wanted to show you something. I wanted to do a shameless plug. I will strongly recommend you, if you guys want to stay on top of AI, I've shared the YouTube link. Tap on that and feel free to subscribe. I'll tell you why. Because I create some incredible AI content. We cannot do these sessions over and over again, but there are a lot of things that I teach on YouTube for free, and you can continue your learning. For example, there is something called as Claude bot that is going viral on the internet. So I made a video.
Weber, we can't hear the volume. I mean, the sound. You will have to share the sound as well. Weber.
So you can learn a bunch of content like this about AI and everything around it all out there. And it's completely free. I've shared the link with you guys. You can sign up. You can subscribe. It's completely free for you to subscribe, and you can stay on top of AI content forever. And just for you guys to get a sense, I'm right now in the country, in India, the top 5 when it comes to YouTube as well. Funny, you came in. Any problem?
The audio is not coming up.
Share audio. Got it. My bad. It's funny because even I can't hear Funny saying anything. My God, what a technical nightmare we are sitting on. Okay, I'm going to play this again.
Something satisfying is happening on the internet right now. People are hiring AI employees that actually do the work. They're buying Mac Minis not as their main computer, just to run one piece of software, setting it up in a corner.
You can see this, guys. I mean, of course, forever. What will you hear? It's a YouTube video. But what if I tell you one thing? What if I tell you that is not me? What if I tell you that is not me? What you just saw here is my AI clone. That is not me, guys. That's my AI clone. I didn't shoot that video. It is my AI clone, and my AI clone actually made this video. And not just this video. Every single video that you will find on my YouTube, this person doesn't exist. It's my AI clone that is talking. The voice, the audio, the video, everything is AI generated. Even this.
No VFX team.
Not me.
I made that using an AI tool called Higgs Cinema Studio. Now I'm not going to pretend you can make that exact film in 10 minutes.
And you know what? I have 310 subscribers, 310K subscribers already. And on top of that, I wanted to show you something. Okay, it's not just, I'll tell you the world that we're living in, which is even more wilder, according to me. This is the global 200 rankings of AI creators in the world on YouTube. Okay, 200 top AI creators on YouTube in the world. Look who is on number 7. I'm the only Indian in the top 10, and I'm not even a human. It's my AI clone that creates content, and I'm in the top 10 YouTubers in the world when it comes to AI education and productivity. Not just that. This is my Instagram. I don't know how many of you have seen this. I have about 1.4 million followers on my Instagram, right? You can see my content gets half of 400K views, 500K views, 480K views, 1.8 million views, 1.4 million views. Let me play a video here as well.
A Chinese founder just released an AI that's beating OpenAI, Google, and Anthropic. It's free, open source, and it does something
What if I tell
none
you
of them
every
can.
single
It's
video
called
here as well is AI generated?
Germany
It's
is
just me
using
wearing a
cockroaches to
different
spy on
t-shirt.
enemies. Real
It's just
insects
me.
with
This is
cameras.
me.
This
my
isn't
AI clone
science
as well.
fiction.
I have not shot a single video. All of these are my AI clones with me wearing a different
F1
t-shirt,
races are
different
happening
shirt,
without
and
humans.
whatnot.
300 kilometers
I
per hour.
have 1.4 million followers.
This 49-year-old
This is
man
again
was
me
saved
wearing a
by
different
Elon
t-shirt.
Musk.
That's it.
Doctors
1.4 million followers. I was at 200K followers December last year. I'm the fastest growing Instagram creator. In fact, if I come here and I change this to Instagram, top 200 AI creators in the world who creates content on AI education and productivity. Okay. If I scroll down, I'm number 6 in the world on Instagram as well. I am completely AI generated. Everybody else is a human. These are the kind of stuff that you can do today with AI. How many of you think this is absolutely wild? And can I tell you one more thing? I'll tell you one more wild thing here. Okay. Let me see if I could find a video. For example, this one.
This
Guys,
is historical.
This video.
We have
is a
officially
paid
reached the point
collaboration
where AI generated videos are
with
100%
Hixfield.
realistic
You can see
and
this. I
cinematic.
put the Hixfield ad.
And my job is to help
this
you create
paid
better videos
partnership, I
and
don't know
keep
why
you
it's not
updated.
showing on
So
the
let's
desktop.
jump right in.
Like,
Inside
this is a paid ad.
Hixfield.ai,
So Hixfield
go to
paid
image
me
and
money
select
to
Cinema
make a
Studio.
video.
And first of all,
That video,
I love the
I didn't
control
shoot.
you get here.
It's
You
my
can choose
AI
your
that
camera
shot it.
body, your lens, and even the
That's okay if you can't hear the audio. It's
Yeah,
the
no,
audio
no,
only,
no.
right?
We could hear the audio. We were not able to hear you.
Funny, Slack. You can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So guys, even brands are paying me to make videos about them. And the videos that I'm making are also AI generated. So there are a lot of things that you can do with images, video, audio, and everything around it. Funny, DM me on your Slack. The Slack is open, so I can see if you have anything. Right? Just DM me on Slack. So I can see that because I can't hear you. So folks, that is the wild world that we are living in. You can make full-fledged movies using that also. Because my Finder is not working, I cannot show you a few things, but these are the kind of things that you should level up and pick up. I can tell you one thing for a fact. In the last 12 months, right, my company has made more than 1 crore in revenue by doing brand deals. That is company paying me money to create Instagram content on them. Okay, these are brand deals. I have made more than 1 crore in the last 1 year, actually. And all the content was AI generated. So my AI is actually making me money as well. It's wild. It's absolutely wild. I know. And there are a lot of things that you can do with it. Again, I've given a download of all of this. It'll take you 4 or 5 months to pick up everything about image, video, and everything. And I really want you guys to pick it up as well. So make sure you go through the roadmap. In 3 or 4 months, you'll be able to learn everything. Guys, by the way, how many of you found this to be insane? Boom in the chat. I just want to know what you guys felt about it. Boom in the chat if you found this to be insane. Crazy. Okay. Kaboom. I love it. All right. Now let's take it to the next level, guys. This is level 3, right? This is everything around images, videos, and everything around it. But the world is quite extensive. The world of AI agents is something that you all need to pick up. And I want you guys to figure out your way around AI agents as well. How to pick up your world around AI agents? Well, you know what? most of the jobs that we're going to have going forward are going to be taken up by AI agents. And we have heard this over and over again. But how does that work? What should we do? Well, we need to learn our way around building our own AI agents and, of course, using them as well. There are technology today like agent swarms that exist. Do you guys know what agent swarm is? Do you guys know what agent swarm is? I can literally get 100 AI agents to work for me in parallel. Do you guys want to see an example? This is something that all of you guys can try out as well. Yes, in the chat, if you guys want to see an example of agent swarms. This, I think you can pick it up directly. Okay, let me show you that. Let me show you that, okay? Before my computer kind of slows down, I've been very, very cautious about it. Let me show you this. Give me a second. Okay, actually, I will not show you the one that I've installed on my computer. I'll show you this. Guys, this is Kimi. This is Kimi K2, a new AI model by a company called Moonshot AI. And I'll just tell you what I was doing on this app some time back. I don't think we'll have the time to go through it. You're seeing the output here, but I'll just show you what I did. You know what I did? I'm planning to buy a EV. Okay, I'm planning to buy a EV. As a result, what I told the Kimi K2 is, hey, these are all the cars that I'm considering, starting from Mahindra XEV to Kia EV6 to Model Y. Can you do research on each one of them and tell me which is the best car that I can buy? And I wanted it to do extensive research on each of the car, like find the reviews, read articles, see financing options, if I have EMI, if I can lease the card, and so many things. This is a real task that I gave. I gave it a big markdown prompt, like you guys can see, and I said something in this. I said, use multi-agent research framework. And Kimi K2 has something called as agent swarm. As a result, what it did was, it literally deployed, look at this, multiple AI agents parallelly. This is agent XEV9E. If I look at the role and description, this is the role of the job. So this AI agent job is to do extensive research about just XEV9E of Mahindra. So the AI deployed multiple AI agents like this. Look at this. And it did all the tasks parallelly. You can see this is called agent swarms. It did all the tasks parallelly of all these agents. And once it did all the tasks, it put all those information together into one information and gave me this output. So it's like 10 different employees or 10 different AIs parallelly working for me. And once it gave me the output, I said, this is too complex. Convert this into a nice intuitive app so that I can read this information. And you know what? It converted the whole thing into this app then. And here's the app. It built an app exclusively for me about which car should I buy right now. And it worked for about 20 minutes. 10 different AI agents worked parallelly to do analysis to finally give me the answer. And you can see this. The full analysis of every single car is ready for me. This is agent swarms. Getting multiple AI agents to work for you in parallel. Imagine applying for 100 jobs by deploying 100 AI agents parallelly working for you. One AI agent is reserved on one company to do research, find jobs for you which are relevant to your resume and keep applying. 100 different AI agents working for you for 50 minutes in a single day. The kind of things that you can do with AI is absolutely nuts. But let me show you one more AI agent as well because we're talking about this. Let me show you something called as Jerry. Okay, Jerry is my own AI agent. Okay, and what Jerry does is actually quite insane. Guys, this is Jerry. Okay, it's my executive assistant. And I keep talking to it. You will see a lot of messages with Jerry. And you know, it can do some crazy stuff. For example, if I say, hey, can you write an email to Funny asking him to prepare the MIS document by end of tomorrow? If I write a prompt like this, This is my executive assistant. So it can access to my email. It has access to my calendar. It attends meetings on my behalf. It executes tasks for me end to end. It can do a bunch of things, right? So I just said, can you write an email to Funny, ask him to prepare the MIS? Look at this. Got it. I'm drafting that email to Funny about MIS document right now. Will have it sent in just some time. So it can find Funny's email ID. And it's not a simple task, by the way. It has to find Funny's email ID, compose the email, use my email to send the email, and it'll do everything end to end. It'll take a couple of minutes, and Funny will tell you, Funny, if you can see, then you can just show it to people as well once it
I
comes.
got it. It says MIS document preparation due tomorrow. Hi, Funny. I hope this email finds you well and all of that. I got it here. I don't know if people are able to read it, but yeah.
Yeah, I can see that 5:23 p.m. the email was sent.
Correct.
And you can see this. Request for MIS preparation due tomorrow. And it did this. I'll show you one more thing, okay? I'm opening my calendar so I can see this real time right now. On March 2023, okay, let's say on Wednesday of 18th at 7 p.m., I want to block calendar of Funny. I can say something like this. Can you block calendar of Funny with me on March 18th at 4 p.m. with title, Let's Play Cricket with the Team. Okay, that's all I say. And you can see the calendar which is live in front of you right now. And you will see live in front of you. It'll take a couple of minutes because it will again find my calendar, find Funny's email ID, book calendar, create the meeting title, and set everything up. I said when? Got it. I'm working, blocking on calendar, March 18th. So have a look at March 18th, guys, at 4 p.m. I mean, 9 out of 10 times it works. There you go. Let's play cricket with the team. 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. I'm sure 1 hour is not enough to play cricket, but you get the idea, right? And I can just say, hey, can you push it till 10 p.m. and it can do that as well. And this is not it. It can do a bunch of things. For example, I can say, hey, I could not attend one of the engineering stand-ups that happened recently. Can you tell me everything that happened in the meeting and summarize the notes for me? So like I told you, one of the most important things that I wanted my AI agent to do for me is to attend meetings on my behalf. I don't have the time to attend all the meetings. I want my AI to attend my meetings, and my AI attends meetings on my behalf. So if there are meetings that I don't attend, my AI agent attends meetings on my behalf, and I can just ask what happened in the meeting and can tell me everything. This is going to take me about 2 to 3 minutes to pull all the information. It takes about a few minutes, but it'll come through and you'll be able to see it as well. So this is what Jerry is. But you know what? I built a few other advanced features in Jerry as well. I said these are great, these are helpful. And by the way, if you're wondering how did we build this app, do we have to be a software engineer to be able to build this and all? Let me tell you something. Not a single line of code is written for this. Okay. This Jerry that you see on my Slack, you can build it on your Instagram, you can build it on your WhatsApp, you can build it on your Telegram. I built it on my Slack or Microsoft Teams for that matter, because I use a lot of Slack. And top of that, I use a tool called as make.com and N8N to be able to build this tool. And you can build this tool as well without writing a single line of code. Use the roadmap that I'm going to share with you. You can build agents like this. You can use agent swarms like this. Let this do it work. This will take 3-4 minutes, guys. Agent swarms like this, or you can build agents like this as well. By the way, this is Jerry as well. This Jerry is even more advanced version of it. I'll show you an example. Let's say I want my executive assistant. My EA is supposed to be able to do everything, right? I want my EA to go to this website. Okay. I want my EA to go to this website. By the way, this is Y Combinator, a startup directory. I want executive assistant to select the summer and spring 2025 batch and read about all the AI companies that got invested in. Okay. I want all this information to be read about. Okay. And I want this executive assistant to tell me if there are any AI companies that I can start similar to this. I want to take inspiration. So Y Combinator is a great platform, but I don't know how to go about it. I don't have the time to read about 262 companies. What do? I just copy the URL, paste it here. I'll just say Y Combinator companies. I can say, hey, could you go through the website that I've shared above, which is Y Combinator companies? Select the winter 2026 batch and fall 2025 batch, right? And go through all the companies that you see in that list. I'm looking for some inspiration for AI company to start. I want to start an AI company. I'm looking for inspiration. My background has always been in consumer tech, education, and things like that. I don't have experience on B2B and enterprise. So read about all the companies and give me 5 companies that I should read about that you believe I should start something similar off. And if you don't know who I am, my name is Vaibhav Sasinti. You can do a research about me to understand what is my skill sets, understand what I'm good at, and basis of that, find me the best companies that I could start by taking inspiration from Y Combinator. As an output, you can give me the name of the company, why I should start the company, and the website of the company as the output. There you go, guys. I've given the task to Jerry and click on start task. Now you'll be like, Weber, how will this tool use Y Combinator website? Because my hands are off. You know what? Jerry can use a freaking computer. So it opened its own Chrome. It opened its own Y Combinator website. It's going to go through all that information right now. I hope it doesn't get stuck in CAPTCHA. Let us see if it's able to pull this through. Usually it doesn't happen so. It's now trying to read about me. You can see the progress here. It will take about 10-15 minutes and will execute the whole task for me. That is what it can do. And while this is happening, right? Look at this. AI was able to pull through the meeting notes of what happened in a meeting that I missed. The last meeting that I missed was in Jan 30th. Like you can see. Yeah, that was yesterday. I didn't attend the yesterday's meeting. AI was able to pull through that and tell me everything that was discussed in the stand-up meeting. While here, Jerry is working on doing a task for me parallelly.
Vaibhav, the screen has suddenly blurred out.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Give me a second. Oh, I know why. Thank you. Next time you can tell me again. It was trying to open my terminal. As a result, it got. Is this better now?
No, maybe you can share the screen once again.
I'll do that. I'll do that. Now I'm becoming an expert to manage this. Better? Hey, Funny. Guys, is this better? Funny got stuck right now for me. I don't know if that is the case.
Yeah. I think my laptop froze, but now it's fine. Yes.
Wow. Today, the all the gods that were supposed to be with us are not with us today. Anyways, guys, this is everything about agents. Okay, you can do a lot of agent building, and I think you should do that as well. Okay. Now, moving on. Level 5 is all about building your own AI products. You know what? We are living in a world where we don't need to be developers to be able to build products. We can vibe code the damn thing. You just saw me building an Outskill AI mentor right in front of you by integrating it with Lysa Studio. You saw Jerry right now that was using its own computer, right? This Jerry that you saw here, where I could say go to google.com and look for, let's say I can say go to outskill.com and look for what's on the website. And it can use its own browser to read about stuff and execute things, right? This whole tool has been built without writing a single line of code. Look at that. It's opening Outskill all by itself. On the parallel, it's doing the Y Combinator task as well. It's now reading about the website by scrolling. All this is being done by AI all by itself. And this whole tool I have built without writing a single line of code by vibe coding on it. And this is not the only tool that I've built. I'll show you a few more, which I think you will like quite a bit, right? In fact, a couple of them, I think, which you will relate to. You see, one of our graphic designer had actually decided to leave the job. She was working with us and she said that, hey, she found a better gig and we wanted to move out. And my team was like, Weber, we have to hire a graphic designer right now. right? There's some security vulnerability, but it's an internal tool, so I don't have to worry about security vulnerability. I built a graphic designing tool for my team, which does all the graphic design work inside the company instead of hiring one. What can you do on this tool? This is built using V0 by Versal. It's vibe coded. My team can simply come and say how many ad creators they want. Let's say they want 5. Let's say the ad creator they want, the title is Learn AI in 2 days. Okay. Mentored by Vaibhav Sisanti, all of that good stuff. And they can put whatever they want on the ad creative and can simply generate premium creatives. And you know what it does? It generates prompts. Because I said 5 creators, it ideally should generate 5 different prompts. You can see this, which my team can copy and paste inside of ChatGPT or Gemini to generate an ad creative. But my team was too lazy. They were like, Vaibhav, it takes a lot of time to copy and paste. So I created a button called as Open All Tabs, which is completely vibe coded. Guys, look at the window here, okay? When I click on Open All Tabs, 5 different tabs of ChatGPT are open. And not just that, the prompt is automatically copied and pasted inside of that as well. I'm on Comet right now. If I was on Chrome, right, it would have inputted or inserted the prompt as well. All my team has to do is just come, click on the send button, and you know what? We are basically writing the prompt, which is a very technical prompt, to come up with a very, very complex graphic design. High quality graphic designers need high quality prompts. I built a tool which designs that prompt, and on one click, it can open, because I needed 5 creatives, it opened 5 different tabs by copying and pasting that prompt inside of it as well. This is how you solve problems as an AI generalist. A lot of people ask me this question, Vaibhav, why do we need to learn vibe coding? My job has nothing to do with vibe coding. Well, your job might not have anything to do with vibe coding today. Your job is to solve problems. An AI generalist is a problem solver. When my team had a problem of not having enough graphic designers, I built a tool which does the graphic design work, saving me a ton of money. Look at that. Learn AI in 2 days. Look at this, one more different design. Look at this, there is one couple of more designs being generated, and every single design is different because that is how the tool is built. All of this tool is built in 4 hours over a weekend without writing a single line of code. I'll show you one more tool that I built, which is literally saving us, you will not even believe, 1 crore a year. And this is an acceptance tracker. You can see I've built a lot of them. Let me see if I can find it here. Is this the one? Anyways, guys, I've built a lot of tools like this. I've built a CRM as well. My team uses so many AI vibe coded tools. It's the world that we're living in. So everyone, I recommend everyone to become full stack AI generalist. Learn how to play with the right AI prompts. Very, very important. Learn the way around MCPs. Learn the way around diffusion, image, video, and everything around it. Learn how to build your own AI agents. Also learn how to solve your own problems by building your own product. This will enable you to become a full stack AI generalist. And you can learn from level 1 to level 5 without writing a single line of code. You have to dedicate your next 18 months. We will give you a roadmap. It's completely free of cost. You can use that roadmap to level up, learn, and become an AI generalist after the 2 days is over. How many of you guys are convinced that you should become an AI generalist? How many of you guys are convinced that if you guys are able to do everything that I just showed you and more, you will basically practically become invincible? And how many of you guys will do everything possible after the 2 days is over? Use the roadmap to level up to become an AI generalist. Drop a comment AIG in the chat if that is you. After 2 days is over, you will not give up on AI. You will use the roadmap to continue to learn. All right, guys, I am bouncing. I have to go because I actually have a call. I have to go do a little bit of work before the call starts. It's an important one. Thank you so much. And I think for all the support, even in spite of these crazy technical challenges that I faced, you guys stuck around. Of course, Funny helped me out to become a co-mentor of this session. And I hope you had a decent, not such a bad experience today. This is not how our sessions are. It's usually extremely organized. But because you guys were nice and kind, I extended the session by 1 more hour. If you realized, I showed you a lot of new things today. Because I wanted to appreciate all of you people there as well. Thank you so much. You are in good hands. Funny will take up any remaining questions that there is. Funny, you should wrap it up by 7 p.m. But make sure you show up tomorrow for sure. Yeah. Thank you guys
Thank you
and
so
good
much,
luck.
Vaibhav. Perfect, perfect. All right, folks. One of the questions, I'm going to take the questions as well, but just to remind you, tomorrow we start at 10 a.m. IST, and tomorrow is going to be a power pack day, right? Because we are going to go deeper into AI workflows tomorrow. We're going to be teaching you how you can build landing pages, websites without having to write a single line of code, and what are all of the growth experiments that you can leverage because you are making AI write code and not doing it all by yourself, right? And then we are also going to be learning image and video generation, which is absolutely crazy at this point of time, right? You can go ahead and build branding material, ads, marketing content, and all of that using the diffusion models that are at our disposal. So you have an exciting day coming up tomorrow from 10 a.m. IST to 7 p.m. IST. And I absolutely loved how all of you have participated on day one. Even if you have not been able to join the accelerator program for whatever reason, it's okay, right? Don't be hard on yourself in any way, because we understand that this program has not been built for anyone, right? It needs high commitment. It is also priced higher because that's the kind of community that we would like to build. But you should take your learning journey forward irrespective of whether you are able to join or not able to join. So we will be sharing the roadmap with everyone. But one of the questions that have come in on the chat, sorry, on the form, common question is, how is the program, or how are the sessions in the program going to be different from the sessions that we are having in the mastermind? Well, here, if you have noticed, it's been one sided, right? A lot of it has been one sided, with us talking and you listening to us. You don't have a camera option, or you don't have a voice option. But in the program, it's going to be different. You have sessions. After every session over the 14 days, we divide you into breakout rooms where you will be able to talk to each other, which is your community members. Every breakout room or smaller room has a specific mentor attached to it. We today work with over 100 mentors to make this program happen, right? So you can imagine the kind of support that is provided. So it's extremely, two-way communication rather than it being one-sided. So all of the people who have enrolled already, if that question had come in from you, then yes, it's going to be two-sided. And others, if that clarity helps, then yeah. Just taking a look at some of the other questions that have come in. I'm a college student. I will have holidays after my exams are over in May. I want to join the accelerator program during that period. Pratibha, you can certainly join in then, but the price of the program may not be the same. It will increase over time. What you could do probably is to block your seat if you want to. But if you are a college student who is not completing your college yet, you probably don't even have to take this program like Vaibhav suggested, right? You can study, learn all of these things on your own, because one of the reasons why we created this program was to reduce the learning time for working professionals and founders, because for this segment, time matters more than anything else. The amount of time that gets invested in something is equivalent to the money that they would be making, right? And even in your case, students' case as well, in the future, you will realize that time has to be given more value than money. So it's for that set of people. So if you're a college student, you may not have to take this program. Will we be getting a certificate after attending the workshop? Yes, like I mentioned, Pratham, currently pursuing BBA. Tivrata, and others who have asked a similar question. Not sure if we'll be able to extend this to tomorrow. It will not be fair, but that is something that I will sort of have to check with our team and get back on. I don't think we will be able to put this offer tomorrow. Can you please? Okay, resources, I have already answered that. Okay. What are the opportunities that you will be getting? What is the package that you can expect? Well, this is not a job guarantee program at all, making that very clear. But what are the opportunities that you can expect? Well, a lot of people have moved internally in their organizations to AI strategy roles. Because imagine, right, you might be having 500 people in your company. How many of them know Gen AI like you do after attending day one of the mastermind? Not many people. You will realize that it's not many people, right? Um, After doing this program, you will be one of the few people inside your organizations who knows about how generative AI can be applied, and that in itself is going to get you opportunities inside your organization. All of a lot of people have also taken up consulting opportunities, because tomorrow I'm going to be talking about monetization opportunities that you can leverage by going deeper into Gen AI. That will give you a good sense of what are the consulting opportunities that you can go ahead and take up by going deep into this. Yes, Deepak, you will be getting recorded sessions of every live session that happens in the program, including the 54 plus live sessions that we would be doing for one entire year. Um, okay, you will not be getting a recording of this mastermind. Recordings are only available for the accelerator program. Pradeep, if you understand English well, that's more than enough. And we will help you with spoken English as well, because there's going to be a lot of collaborative work that we will do. And those are the kind of spaces that you will have to put yourself in to be able to speak English eloquently, right? Any dedicated mentor assigned to a group of candidates? Yes. And per smaller group that we create, we have about 30 to 40 people inside every smaller group, and every small group has a specific mentor attached to it. Perfect. I've not gotten the names of the people who have already enrolled yet, hence I'm not able to share it yet. But all of the people who have enrolled will be receiving confirmation emails shortly. You will be receiving your confirmation emails within the next half an hour to 45 minutes. And somebody from our team, from our onboarding team, will be reaching out to you one on one over WhatsApp and over call as well. They will be your point of contact going forward till the time you get started with your program. There is going to be another onboarding session as well. So all of the people who have come in already, you don't have to have any slight worry as well. We ourselves always reach out to people who have enrolled, right? I think all of the questions broadly are answered. I'm going to check if there are any other questions that I probably might have missed out on and answer them tomorrow as we come back. Is AI writing CAPTCHA? AI can't always complete CAPTCHA. Some of the agents are able to, many of the agents fail at it. We wouldn't even want AI agents to be able to complete CAPTCHA, right? Because there needs to be some security somewhere for us to draw the line. But I think with that, we come to the end of today's session, folks. Everybody who has enrolled over the next half an hour to 45 minutes, you will be getting one-on-one messages from our team to confirm your enrollments and to induct you into the program and share more details. People who want to take EMIs, our team will help you with those details as well. But I'm looking forward to meet all of you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. IST. Once again, the link that we will be using tomorrow is going to be exactly the same link that we have used today as well, right? And it's going to be a super exciting day. So I'll let all of you go ahead and have a pleasant evening going forward. I will see you all tomorrow once again starting at 10 a.m. IST. With that being said, can I have a bye from everyone on the chat? Can I have a bye from everyone on the chat? You can save the number, by the way, that I've shared, and you can call on that number even now and speak to our team in case you have any questions. But I'm going to see you all tomorrow at or from 10 a.m. IST. And if I have missed out on any question, I will come back on it tomorrow. Thank you so much. Bye, everyone.